All right, I'll play it.
Thank you.
So here, I'm going to play it.
Okay, so this is Hasan. So I think Ethan played his Norm clip of Norm saying, I don't like From the Rivers to the Sea. Now he's playing Hasan's clip. Hasan wants to show Ethan, you know, some of the other stuff that Norm's been saying.
When this is done, let's move on to something I know we both want to talk about. You claim, I'm going to play it. I just want to set this up. You claimed that the worst thing I said in the context, puke, is that I wrongfully portrayed Jewish people fleeing from their countries. And I denied the Nakba somehow, which is crazy. So let's talk about that after this clip.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
No,
And by the way,
you're not going to scare us. You're not going to.
I'll just say up front, we can end on that point. You know.
Oh, I can keep going all
I'm
day.
sure you-
So now this is funny, right? Because we are 3 minutes and 20 seconds into the video, right? With 4 hours and 54 minutes left, right? So they do keep going. But Ethan is sounding like he is wanting to tap out at this point. I'm trying to think, chat, what is the normal stream for them? I guess it depends on when they start. But I think it's supposed to be like 12:30 to like 3 o'clock or 3:30. So yeah, three hours is like the now. As I say this, I want to point out that especially when Hasan content comes into this is Katie Halber's channel. When Hasan content is being gone over or anything contentious, usually he'll go over. Like he goes over 3 hours most of the time.
Yeah, I know. I know you go to bed tonight in a cool race car bed, but I have family.
Okay,
Kids.
no, that's fine. Why are you thinking about what my bedroom looks like? It's kind of weird, man.
Yeah. No, you're right. You fucking badass fucking sports car bed.
Tell us about NCC's typical everyday in modern Thailand. Should I do something, chat? Should I do like should I try to schedule like a members only stream every week or something? And like, cause I get there's people that want to know more about what I'm doing in Thailand, but obviously there's people that are here for the content and I don't want to.
It's a meme.
Very odd.
As long as the people in Gaza are subjected to a genocide, we won't stop. Do you know all the praise that's given to the Danish government because it helped evacuate Jews during World War II? But is there a case where a totally distant people did that for the people of Gaza? If I were to give a Nobel Peace Prize, I would divide it between three. South African delegation. Number two, those doctors who volunteered to go to Gaza, the Doctors Without Borders and others.
Wait, Columbia Rican Dragon says Duolingo? It's actually a good language learning program. Yeah, I would love to learn Thai with Dua Lipa. I didn't realize she was a... Dua Lipa teaches you Thai?
Why don't you leave? Because he had the option. He was able to go. He said, I didn't go to medical school for 30 years to abandon my people. He was killed. And the third, it's the Houthis. If genocide is the crime of crimes, the Houthis are the hero of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the first two examples, I definitely agree. I think it's psychotic to give the Houthis a peace prize. That's nuts.
Why?
Because what the fuck have they done for peace other than kidnap innocent civilians? What have they done for their own
What the fuck are you
populace?
talking about?
What has anybody fucking done, Ethan? You've got the United States of America. You've got, members of the European Union. You've got some powerful countries. You've got some influential countries. You've got, countries that do regular diplomacy with Israel. And what has anybody done? Nothing. They have continued. Even as the ICJ meets and, blows the fucking whistle on what's going on in Israel. Even as the ICC issues warrants. Right? What has been done? What has been done to actually put pressure on Israel? Not a lot. Right? So in that sense, right? Sadly, the Yemeni government, the current government in Yemen, which is Ansar Allah, has been the only people, the only group putting any sort of military pressure on Israel. And I guess, is it understandable, given that the United States is an ally, that, there's not a lot of other people being, you've had, you've only really had pressure from Lebanon and from Yemen, right? That's been it. And I guess sort of Iran too, but I mean, they're limited in terms of Israel's been very interested in military action against Iran or seeing the United States do military action against. What's the resolution? Good question. I gotta start checking on this chat. I tried to set it up. People said last time, yeah, we're at 1080 here. There was people were trying to tell me how to set YouTube settings so they default to 1080, because now that I've got really high, in fact, this is the best internet I've had since I've been streaming. Oh, it's Ethan's stream because of Zoom. Thank you, Denver. I was wondering what that was.
The
Bankrupted
poorest
an
country on
Israeli
earth.
port that is
What
a
are they doing
direct
for peace?
material. The Houthis have.
What does this have to
created
do with the river to the
direct
sea?
material consequences for Israel as it has implemented a genocide.
All right, let's give them a peace prize. Whatever, I don't care. Let's give them a
I
peace
think
prize.
they deserve it.
All right, there we go. There we go. Do you think Ethan means this? Do you see what I mean about the technique? That's the technique right there. You're seeing it in action. He obviously doesn't agree with Hasan, but he doesn't think the argument's going well for him. So he does this thing where he sarcastically agrees. And it's really annoying. It's really fucking annoying. Hasan was trying to remain calm, but Ethan wouldn't show it up enough for him to make a substantive point. Hasan has amazing patience. Related to the race card bed stuff, I think he would be a good dad. Hasan would be a good dad, yeah. I would have broken my monitor after 10 minutes of Ethan being that childish. Would you? Oh my God, chat! I should imagine like freaking pink diamonding my monitor. Luckily, I've got another monitor. I haven't been able to plug it in yet. There's not a lot of room. I've got kind of a small desk here. I don't know. I might try to look for a better desk.
Absolutely, without a doubt.
Yeah. Wait, also,
Don't ask the unaffiliated prisoners who were held for a year, though, if they do.
No, I don't. I think you're missing the broader point here. You're missing the
right,
forest for the trees.
Right.
Here, I'll give you a great example of this, by the way, because you spent a lot of time being like, the Houthis are bad. They're homophobic. I'm like, I'm sure they are. Holy shit. Also, Dan, it keeps switching back to me on my end. Sorry.
Let's talk about the issue of the Nakba and stuff.
Okay, hold on.
Hasan said after the debate he couldn't hear a lot of what Ethan was saying because he had to turn his volume way down.
I know you keep saying, oh, it doesn't matter. This is boring. Whenever
I don't even know what his setup is, chat, because check this out. Like, you see the difference between Hasan and me? It's right there. I'm wearing headphones, right? So when I'm listening to the Hasan versus Ethan debate, it's coming in here. It doesn't really bleed over into the microphone. I'm lucky enough to have a good enough microphone that we don't get bleed over. But it's Hasan must have monitors. And I know there's a way that you can run monitors that don't pick up on your microphone, but yeah, I think you maybe have to ride the volume down. Americans are homophobic too, but Ethan isn't saying that they're terrorists. What about the UK? What about the transphobia in the UK? Are we gonna go to war with jolly old England because they can't fucking treat trans people right?
Whenever you come across a
it's
point
irrelevant,
that you have to
bro,
admit
and
is
you
wrong.
just talk
But
and talk and talk. It makes the video unwatchable.
You said the Houthis.
What about the fact that I have to carry around a passport that says the wrong gender because Donald Trump has a fucking hate boner for trans women? What about that? Should the United States be subject to, reprisals based on that?
The Houthis are barbaric. They're homophobic. They hate women. All this shit, right? And I'm sure a lot of that is correct. Of course it is. It is the fucking poorest nation on the planet, and all that is known is fucking death and destruction. This doesn't justify having that sort of opinion, of course, but it certainly understands, don't you think? Certainly is part of the point, part of the problem. And the best possible way to probably get them to have a civil rights movement to give gays rights would probably be to stop fucking bombing them as Joe Biden did and as Donald Trump has done.
Yeah, that was.
Wait, I heard Duolingo is AI slop. I thought you were saying Dua Lipa for a second there. No, not Dua Lipa. Duolingo language learning app. You can get it. Oh my gosh. If I'm going to talk about language apps, we're going to need to talk about a sponsorship, right? I was sponsored by Babel for a while. Unfortunately, wait a minute. No, Duolingo does not have Thai, do they? Am I wrong about that? Somebody check that for me. I feel like there was a moment in which they were considering expanding their selection of languages, but that they decided not to. And that, yeah, Thai would have been one of the languages they would have added. Yeah, check that out, Columbia Rican. Let me know if Duolingo works with has a Thai language learning.
Chief criticism. I mean, again, my criticism is that they are kidnapping civilians.
Yeah, I know. You don't like their methods, but you have no alternative method.
I said just do it without kidnapping civilians, dude. It's not rocket science.
Let's get back to the IDF. You said the IDF is maybe not a terror organization, but the IDF is a terror organization.
I didn't say that. Wrong.
Through and through.
Wrong. Again, a liar.
Okay, so you think the IDF is a terror organization?
I said yes.
You believe the IDF
I think it's fair to characterize them that way.
Narwhal by Nature says, I have Dua Lipa stuck in my head. Now, what song?
Okay.
And is it Levitate?
Your wife was in the IDF.
Yeah.
Do you believe your wife is a terrorist?
Of course not.
You have considered a 19-year-old Yemeni TikToker who is not even a part of the Al-Houthi family with no Houthi affiliation, but simply a person that says he stands with the Houthis, and I do too, a terrorist over and over again because he has a gun in the second highest gun ownership density per capita, and because he responded to a fucking Instagram comment saying he's a soldier, a dude who doesn't even speak English.
Let's watch this.
You kept claiming that he was a terrorist over and over again.
He is.
His name is Rashid Al-Haddad. He is not even a fucking Zaidi Shia. He's not even a part of the Houthi family.
Let's watch the evidence.
Oh my god. See, this is the problem. I understand exactly where Hasan is at, and this is admirable. Do you see what's going on, chat? Hasan is faced with the weaponized ignorance of Ethan Klein, and his instinct is to teach. But what I have learned about debate is that there is no teaching in debate. You have to accept the audience's limitations, the audience's ignorance, and you have to kind of play to that. You're like stuck. You're stuck in that situation. I don't know what to say because, like, right, it shouldn't be that way. Yo, Alan B, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships.
Narwhal_ by super chatted $5. It's
hallucinate.
And may I suggest the Lies of Brianna Wu video for the next stream?
Oh, we had that up there for a while. No, Ethan, I promise. Okay, that actually sounds good. I think I've got Ethan-itis or something, chat. It's like rabbititis, but with Ethan. Anyway, Alan B, thank you for the gifted memberships. Thomas Jerome, you just got weaseled. Afroponics, you just got weaseled. Adria Staley, you just got weaseled. Laura Zamorska, you just got weaseled. And Donald Duck, yo, chat, they weaseled Donald Duck. Is Donald a duck? Is Donald a weasel? I don't know, chat. We'll have to ask Donald when they roll by tonight. We're at 72. Thank you for adding that up for me, Narwhal. I was losing track of things a little bit here. We're at 72. See, now I feel bad because, like, I feel like I was like, I don't know. I feel like the freak out is unbecoming of me. And just like, what do you call it? Catastrophizing, right? You have one bad day. You have the next day that starts out with, like, you know, sort of the same thing, and then you're just like, okay, yeah, this is my life now. And it's like, no, that's not how anything works, Irene. That's literally not how anything works. 72. Did I put that up there? Yeah, we're at 72 out of 100. But seriously, I do need to put out more videos. If you see if you can contact Asylum Access Thailand, not just to see if they help you, but if they hire you outside the US, there are different degrees and experience required. Wait, hire me? Asylum Access Thailand? Yeah, I don't know what that is, K-Lala, but it sounds interesting. I'd love to learn more. Ethan actually doesn't have the intelligence or patience to withstand a concept that requires more than one fact to demonstrate. Anyway, chat, I mean, look, I might... I would take time off, except I would be afraid that, like, people would worry about me. Sorry, my computer crashed, but I got it going again. Nice. I can relate to that, Columbia Rican. Closest I've ever seen the polls. Wait, what's going on with the poll? Oh my God, you're right. Wait, what? Oh yeah. Well, no, I mean, it's been closer. Wow. Actually, no, all four are pretty close. Look at that, chat. Ethan versus Idubbbz in first place by 2 points. A mere 2 points. Crash Out continues in second place with 87 votes, and Hasan and Chris Kunstler and Anna Kasparian's new PBD show tied for third place, but only 5 points behind the first place. So yeah, we got 6 out of 10. Oh yeah, wait, what? Am I gonna have a butterfly in my hair? I don't know. I'm happy either way.
You know, his last name would be Al Houthi, not Al Haddad. Okay.
Let's watch that.
This person, you looked at a 19-year-old fucking teenager who's a TikToker,
terrorist
in the poor.
He's a terrorist, says Ethan. He's a terrorist. Now, here's the thing. He's doing a lesson. You know what I'm saying, chat? He's giving a lecture. Did you hear what he said? His name is Al Haddad. His last name is Al Haddad, not Al Houthi. Now, do people know what that means? I'm assuming some of chat. I've definitely got, some of chat is more educated. Also, yeah, thank you for the 5 gifted, Alan B. Thank you for the super chat, Narwhal by Nature. Now I got to listen to Hallucinate. But oh my God, what the fuck was I just saying? Oh yeah, Al Haddad is his last name, right? Hasan said his name is Al Haddad, not Al Houthi. Now, if you know, you know, but that is, the Houthis are, there's, if he was Houthi, he would more likely be Shia. And yeah, the fact that his family name kind of tells you that he's not a part of that movement, right? He might be supportive of that movement. He might be supportive of different elements of that movement. Like, he might be supportive of the action of stopping maritime traffic, right? But he is not and could not be a Houthi. That's what Hasan is trying to point out, and he's right. He's right. This is a cogent point. But I don't know what the 200,000 people watching this, what did they think? Did they just think that he's randomly saying his last name is blah, not blah, and they don't get it, right? This is what I'm saying about teaching, right? You don't have time to teach during a debate, and it fucking sucks because that means that you're doing a debate that's informed by ignorance, and that's really bad, chat. Really fucking bad.
Country on the planet who's only known death and
like chat. For instance, if I'm doing a debate about trans participation in sports, right? Let's say that's a debate, and I'm up against a right winger, and I've got an audience that doesn't know that trans people are on, androgen blockers, hormones, etc. Right? In other words, they don't know that a trans woman has similar levels of testosterone and estrogen to a cis woman, more so than to a cis man. They don't know that a trans guy has similar levels of testosterone and estrogen towards a cis guy and not a not a cis woman. And so they, I would be in a debate in front of a bunch of people that are ignorant about one of the key facts of the issue. Now, do I want to spend my time with let me show you my sex hormone, my steroid hormone chart, right? All these steroid hormones, we have enzymes, they cleave off different parts of the hormones, they add parts on, they change the molecules, and you get different, sex hormones from this, from cholesterol, essentially, right? Do I want to do an endocrinology lesson during a debate? No, that's not going to work. I'm going to look silly, and the person's just going to be like, you want men to compete with women in weightlifting. You want a bunch of women to be trying to lift like this weight and be like, oh, I can barely lift it. Oh my God. And then some big old trans person comes by and says, here, let let me show you how to get that done. And just puts it right up, right? I don't know, the Trump thing, right? That's in their mind, that's what we're talking about, right? His Jink always talks about like LeBron, if LeBron transitioned, right?
Cliff super chatted $9.99. When will people understand that Sunni and Shia extremists hate each other more in a lot of cases?
Yeah, this is hate each other more than they would, have hatred towards non-Muslim people. Yeah, there is a lot of bad blood between extremists. But yeah, this is there's just a lot that the audience is going to be missing. I don't know what you do in this case, right? I don't have the answer. This is why I stopped doing debates, chat. If you're wondering, if you're one of my old viewers from back when I was doing debates on the Hippy Dippy and Prime Kai and all that kind of stuff, and you're wondering, why don't I do that stuff anymore? This is why. This is why. When you get when you get in an interesting debate about a topic that you really care about, you're at a disadvantage, A, because maybe you care about the subject more than your opponent, and B, because you are dealing with almost never the level of understanding that you'd need to have a meaningful debate. When it comes to these issues, right? And that's what Hasan's dealing with right now, and he's getting a little frustrated, and I can understand it. I don't know what the answer is, though. Right? My answer was, don't debate, educate. Try to make your stream, try to make your content a source for education, a source for enlightening people on some of the stuff that they do not know, and don't if we get to watch the Content Deputy, can we finally put a pin in Ethan already and move on to another topic? Can we dunk on I kind of want to, Chris, after, the Chris Kunstler video sounds interesting. The Content Deputy thing sounds interesting. I don't know. My mind's in a bunch of different places right now. When Orientalism is no longer a thing, when they stop making movies with dangerous, violent Arabs as the villain, right? When they get off the tropes, right? When a political candidate is not able to fearmonger about people across the world that you're unfamiliar with and get you to think that these people are a danger to you, right? That's when. And it's frustrating.
And spent countless fucking hours looking through whatever his social media was to be like, this guy is bad.
Let's look at it.
Yeah, of course he's fucked up. He lives in goddamn Yemen.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is?
Like you, dumbass.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is? You're saying because he's poor, he hates Jewish people? Let's watch. Ready?
No,
let me show you.
It's not because he's poor that he hates Jewish people. It's because he lives in fucking Yemen. And in that part of the world, the only thing that people see is the dangerous conflation of Zionism and Judaism.
I'm sure
the fighter jets that blow up their fucking schools have a Star of David next to them. And when the Palestinians are kidnapped, when they're fucking forced to go through military trial detention, they get fucking Stars of David carved on their heads. Israel is the one that dangerously and falsely claims to be the nation state of Jews. Israel is the one that makes everybody think that this action, all of the action, the genocide that you called a genocide, is actually being done at the behest of Jews.
That's not true.
Of course, for everyone.
Wait, what part's not true? What part's not true, Ethan?
Claim they're doing it on behest
when they say
Jews.
Jew, it's interchisable with Israel. Many of these people, including
he's like
Wait, he's saying that Israel does not claim that what they're doing. Israel does not try to conflate itself with being the state of the Jewish people, the homeland, if you will. And chat, when I say homeland, please think Homelander, think fatherland, think it's that kind of shit. Think Make America Great Again, right? This is what you're invoking with that kind of idea, right? You are doing a nationalism in this case, with it's like a ethno-religious nationalism, right? And trying to use like the Jewish people as a shield. If you're attacking the state of Israel, well, you must, it must be about your feelings towards Jewish people writ large. Never mind the, Jewish people in the diaspora, or even in Israel itself, Chad. There are a lot of not a lot of Jewish people. There are Jewish people in Israel who are not on board with the, any of the stuff that they're doing to the Palestinians, right? But yeah, just the conflation that is very strategically advantageous piece of rhetoric for the likes of Netanyahu et al.
What?
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
Oh, of course, absolutely.
Oh God, here we are with the Anne Frank mech suit, chat. The Anne Frank mech suit, Anne Frank Jellion.
Genocide. He has withstood genocide by the Saudi government. Of course I do. I think that but my point that I was fucking presenting.
Anne Frank is famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite a fucking Holocaust that took every member of her family but her dad.
That was what was so great about Anne Frank. No bad thoughts about the Germans. And if Anne Frank had ever written in her diary, God damn it, fuck these Germans, right? Then we really wouldn't be able to look at, or if she had a thought that, I wish the shoe was on the other foot. I wish that, we had people, defending us, with guns instead of instead of just being persecuted and the Nazis having a monopoly on violence, then I guess we would just have to drop her from the canon. She would no longer be somebody to admire. We would be a little bit ashamed and be like, oh, geez, Anne Frank is crashing out on the Nazis. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I, for one, would not have a problem with Anne Frank if she had, bad thoughts about German people, if she had, if she tried to, if she had the capacity and tried to resist.
Super chatted $9.99. He's the Highlander. He wants the quicking. He's going to fight the Kurgan.
With the Kurgan? I haven't seen enough Highlander yet. The quickening, right? Wait, who's the Highlander? Are you saying Ethan is the Highlander? Ethan respects Anne Frank for being a pacifist. I know, isn't that wild? In the face of Nazis. So what does he think about the Warsaw ghetto uprising? Right? Are those bad people? Were they not representing the Jewish people very well? Is that unfortunate that they rose up? What does he think of Israeli actions in response to quote unquote horrible terrorists? Oh, yeah. So, yeah, it kind of doesn't, it's contradictory in multiple ways, as Play Something is pointing out. That's his takeaway about Anne Frank, is she was awesome because she was nice to Germans, or that, wanted peace, or didn't have, vengeful thoughts. That's what makes Anne Frank respectable. God damn, talk about missing the point. Ethan is the Highlander and Hasan is the Kurgan because the real Kurgans were Turkish. Yo, I didn't know. Which Highlander is this, Davy? I feel like I've seen Highlander 1.
That's why she's inspiring. This guy went on Twitter and said, fuck Jewish people.
Would you think Anne Frank would be less inspiring if she somehow was able to get out?
If she was like, I want to kill Germans and hang them? Yeah.
She'd be less respectable. He just said it. What the fuck? That's sickness. All right, look, it's bad enough when people whitewash, or when people it's bad enough when there's a liberal recuperation of a figure like Martin Luther King, who did, talk a lot about nonviolence, but also talked about a lot of stuff that does not get mentioned, that gets forgotten, that gets, swept under the rug, right? But this is just
Holocaust that took every member of her family.
Of course I do. I think that talking to, but my point that I was fucking presenting,
Anne Frank is famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite a fucking Holocaust that took every member of her family but her dad. That's why she's inspiring. This guy went on Twitter and said, fuck Jewish people. Would you think
Anne Frank would be less inspiring if she somehow was able to get out?
If she was like, I want to kill Germans and hang them,
and took up arms against the Nazis? Would you say that Anne Frank is bad for that? Say Anne Frank is bad for that, Ethan.
For something that didn't happen?
Anne Frank would be bad if she took up arms against the violent...
I mean, he basically did. Now, wait, what I'm trying to understand here is he saying that she wouldn't be respectable, she wouldn't be an admirable historical person if she took up arms, right? Or is he saying that she would be bad? Is he like, in other words, is he making an argument for like the innocence of German civilians, right? That you know, anyone you know, who is you know, taking up arms to resist the Germans, you know, including you know, people that were hunted down like Anne Frank, would be you know, is a bad person when they cross the line, and if any civilians are hurt in their actions, then they're now not a good person but a bad person? Or is he just saying, you know, she is respectable, she is famous, she is laudable because in the midst of all the bad stuff that was happening to her, she had thoughts about peace?
Germans and hang them? Yeah.
Took up arms against the Nazis? Would you say that Anne Frank is bad for that? Say Anne Frank is bad for that, Ethan.
For something that didn't happen?
Anne Frank would be bad if she took up arms against the violent Nazi occupation. Say it.
It wouldn't be the same, for sure.
It wouldn't be the same.
She's famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite living through a Holocaust. You understand that? That's not what... Let me show you. Let me show you.
Do you think that if Anne Frank... Do you think that if Anne Frank took up arms against the Nazi occupation,
Israel
you would
isn't
call her a
occupying
bad
Yemen
person?
anyway.
What?
Israel's not occupying Yemen.
Israel isn't. But for every single country in this region, American imperialism is all they have known.
You said this. Why don't they say death to Saudi Arabia on their flag? Why is it Jews? Why is it damn the Jews?
They're directly fighting Saudi Arabia.
What are you talking about?
You
see the Star of David. Of course they hate Jews. What about why does their flag say death to fucking Israel and damn the Jews?
Their flag says death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews.
Damn the Jews, curse upon the Jews.
Time again super chatted $9.99. This is hilarious because the first Israeli military were anti-German partisans.
Yeah. It is. That is super ironic, Davi Cliff. The easiest way to tell that Ethan is not pro-Palestine is how combative he is against Hasan on everything, instead of seeming like he wants to genuinely understand. He got fed that they're not occupying Yemen point as well. Anne Frank was a child too, bewildered by weapons. Or yeah, I know, like that's such a weird thing too. Like, I mean, obviously, like, you know, Hasan's not saying that that Anne Frank should have, you know, picked up a rifle and, you know, gone down in a blaze of glory. That's not his point. His point is if she had, right, if she had fought back, and even if you want to take it a little further, if she had fought back, or you know, when people did fight back in a way that, you know, even if it's, you know, there's collateral damage against German civilians, right? It's kind of a fucked up thing to like be like, well, that was really bad. I mean, you should have treated those Germans much better. Now, obviously, you know, I don't wish. Nobody's wishing like death and destruction on people that are, you know, non-combatants, but at the same time, there's got to be some charitability towards those who are resisting. And Frank was a child too, by her hope was for a brighter future, not running down the front lines. Yeah. Anne Frank, Nazi Hunter, coming to theaters near you, May 2026. Trump is reopening Alcatraz as a prison. What a piece of shit. What a piece of shit.
Is kind of gauche, not acceptable, not appropriate by Western standards. But if you listen to
Saudi Arabia?
Clip on that too. Norm has a clip on that too. Do you want to see?
No, let me show you this because you've been going on and on.
Norm Finkelstein explain that?
No, I want to show you this. Okay, you've been talking. Very good. Let's watch this. He said,
condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising,
talking while you are relying on the ignorance of your audience that thinks that anybody in Yemen with a gun is probably a Houthi, right?
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. I genuinely believe Ethan wasn't a hyper-Zionist at the start of this, but he just hates Hasan so much he just negatively polarized himself into just the craziest levels.
That is some pretty succinct analysis, and I would sign off on that, Davy. That is an example of the power of negative polarization. He wasn't a hyper-Zionist, though. I mean, yeah, I guess, there's people that like what Netanyahu's doing. Ethan obviously isn't among, he's not signing off on that. But I think what it is he hasn't really thought about it, right? He's got like warm feelings, towards, well, a mix, right? He had some pretty critical feelings towards Israel as well, but he has some, warm feelings towards Israel as, he's got family there, and he's also, against he knows something bad is going on in terms of the, settlements in the West Bank. He seemed aware of that to the point where he said that, yeah, West Bank settlers do make themselves targets by settling in the West Bank. So yeah, he's not like super ultra right wing. I just got the feeling that he hasn't really thought about these, and he's got he's got opinions, he's got values, he's got considerations, but he's never really worked them out. Holy shit, chat! What is going on with the poll? I just saw the lead change like 8 times. Okay. It looks like, yeah, Ethan and versus Idubbbz Content Deputy and North Star Radio is winning. Crash Out continues 26%. How is it switching places so quickly? I don't know. 101 people have voted so far, so make sure to vote if you haven't already, because it looks like we're going to be getting at least one segment of extra content. Oh, that means I got to hurry my ass off. I was just...
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. The first lady who ever touched him was from Israel, so he has to defend it with his life.
No comment. I can neither confirm nor deny Ethan's internal rationale, but I like that Chris. I want to watch the Chris thing. The Hasan and Chris Kunstler. That's in 2nd place right now, right? Wait, has that got some? Oh my God, chat! I don't even trust my. Is it at 20%? It's got 20% extra. Is that winning right now? Yeah, that's winning. Wait, am I right about that? Looks like, yeah, Hasan and Chris Kunstler is in 1st place with, if I consider the bonus, the stuff up there, right? Make sure if you donate to let me know if you want to, which of these topics you are hoping to see as bonus content, and I will be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is, adding it as a percentage to the topic of your choice.
You got to stop.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising?
I'm going to play this video, okay? He says, ready for sacrifice. Oh, maybe I read
sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football. Here he is singing a...
Norm has a clip on that too. Do you want to see?
No, let me show you this because you've been going on and on.
Norm Finkelstein explain that?
No, I want to show you this, okay? You've been talking. Very good. Let's watch this.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, Ethan?
You got to stop.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising?
I'm going to play this video, okay? He says, ready for sacrifice. Maybe I read
sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football. Here he is singing a song with the words, do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew? Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution.
Wait, the meaning? Yeah, it's a title. It's a title that has to do with your religion, whether you're Shia or Sunni, right? Houthi is, a Shia movement. He is a Sunni, and it has to do with your family, right? He's just Hasan has just done a little bit of a lecture here to try to drop some knowledge on the H3 community, and Ethan is just not going to hear it.
We will carry out on all Zionists with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike, or how Hasan likes to say it, a pike for a cut. Okay, why would he retweet this article called Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv, the Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay, but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive.
Why did he say yes? Are you a soldier?
Bro, he doesn't even fucking speak English. You're like, oh, he's a soldier. Wait.
Straight up. Yeah. Like they had to get a translator. I think he might have said like one phrase in English the entire time that they talked.
Even if he is, I'm going to ask you a question very clearly and very deliberately. If Anne Frank,
just like Anne
posted,
Frank, by the way.
if Anne Frank, if we had the internet during the time of the Holocaust, and Anne Frank posted about this is what we're going to do to the Nazis, would your analysis of Anne Frank change even a little bit, even an iota?
Yes, of course it would, because she's famous for being a pacifist, not tweeting out death to all Zionists. She's famous for seeing the good in people, not fucking tweeting out that we want to nuke Israel. What do you mean?
That one, because I would not give a fuck. I would be.
Yeah, like, do you hear what he's saying? Like, I want to see somebody call him on this, because he's literally saying what was so good about Anne Frank was that she cared about the German people. That's fucked up, Ethan. That is fucked up.
Proud, going, hey, that's what she said. That's what we're gonna do to the Nazis. Fuck yeah, girl.
So after watching that compilation, you still agree that he's just like Anne Frank?
Did you not hear what I asked you?
I'm just summarizing.
He's inadvertently making the if they violently resisted, that would be bad, but not because he thinks this, because it props up his Anne Frank Mandela loaner box point that he can't argue through the through its Fed point. Wait. I'm missing something here. Fed point.
Okay, very good.
Anne Frank died before she could resist. But if she did, I would never hold that against her.
She was fucking killed in a concentration camp, you psychopath.
But if she
was exterminated with her whole fucking family. Her dad's the only one that survived and recovered her journal. Are you fucking mad?
Either, Ethan, right? Would you hold that against her? Would you hold that against her?
I wouldn't hold it against her, but she wouldn't be the same historical figure that said, despite my family being killed in concentration camp and everyone being murdered, I'm still a pacifist that sees the good in people. What the fuck what's so confusing about that? Not kill Zionists.
Look, she's not a bad person for being a pacifist, but she wouldn't be a worse person for not being a pacifist, all right?
Israel, not a pike through Zionist assholes.
I can't believe we're once again discussing the posts of a dude in Yemen
who really like to
19 fucking years old.
Well, you said he's not a Houthi. I mean, you went on and on and on and on about how he's just some random fucking innocent kid that you platformed and blazed the fuck up, by the way. Which is, by the way, just terrible journalism. Like, you have KFC in Yemen? Is that the fucking best question you have for someone who's apparently surviving a genocide in Yemen, who's been with the crew of kidnapped hostages, who has apparently partied with the captains?
That wasn't even correct.
You say, is there KFC in Yemen? Are you fucking kidding me?
I love how Ethan uses parties with the captain like as this like evil fucking thing. Like, you went by and, did caught with the captain of the vessel who was a hostage, like as if Rafiq was like torturing him or something. No, he's doing cat. It sounds like they did cat and they vibed. They listened to some music. This is not like, what the hell? He's using this. Do you hear that? He is listing these in the list of Rafiq's crimes, right? Crimes, right? That he partied with the captain. That, I don't know. There's something sinister about that, right? if anything, that shows that they're not. Like, it's a little surprising that there's a recognition that even though, you know, the people doing maritime trade at the time are in you know, violation of the of essentially like a embargo that they're acting, that, but they're, you know, the video with the cat in form, it's not even true. The video with the cat is from years ago. He was like 12 at the time. Wait, I never saw a video, Idubbbz, but I heard him talk about the doing cat with a captain of, was it the Galaxy Leader?
Some clip
hold on, besides being like wrong, it's insanely incompetent.
We're going clip for clip. We're going clip for clip. Can you please play this? It's from my subreddit.
Sure. Give me a sec. Dan's got to pass it to me. Okay, after this, please, we got to move on to the Nakba thing.
Yeah. Every single victim of Israeli or American violence has to be a pacifist.
Okay, do you want me to watch this? I mean, what the fuck, bro? It's 4 minutes, so I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but I'll watch like a minute or 2 minutes. Okay?
طبعا جاتني اسئله كثيره ماذا اذا اليهود قرروا ان يعودوا الى اليمن؟ هل نسمح لهم ولا لا ولا؟ طبعا طبيعي يعني احنا اليمنيين نمد ايدينا للسلام يعني اليمن مسموحه لاي شخص يعيش فيها. This is like shot like by a fucking like propagandist. What are you talking about? Like, he's all fucking dolled up. He's got makeup on. The lighting is perfect. Yeah, he's like, guys.
He's a content creator, Ethan. He's a TikToker. What are you talking about? He's not allowed to look good for a video, chat, because that doesn't fit Ethan's image of Yemanis.
Please, we love the Jews.
How much fucking racism is just this guy gonna go mask off with here? It's a video of a Chinese crew. They were eating khat and vibing, but it's from like 5 to 10. So not having to do with the current action.
Give me a break. Our problem is not with the Jews,
like a
guys.
Big man, buddy, dunking on a fucking 19-year-old living in Yemen. You pick and choose what you think. You pick and choose what you think is appropriate.
Well, what do you think about all the shit I showed you? Which do you think he believes, this or that?
I think he believes both.
Oh.
This is not.
He both believes the Jews are our friends, and also we need to murder them all.
The problem is,
he believes that Jews are our friends, and we need to murder them all. Is that correct?
The problem is you conflate. No,
he said Jews. He and the tweet said this is what we're going to do to Jews.
From a Western perspective, for them, when they talk about Israel, they sometimes reflect
and that's the Jews' fault, right?
But listen to me.
And you're blaming the victim.
Because in that interview that I conducted with him, I asked him about how he felt about Jews, anti-Zionist Jews specifically.
I remember.
And he said he loves them.
That is such a lie. You're such a liar.
You don't know.
No, he was there for the interview. He's literally relaying the discussion that they had, translated by a third party, right? So I guess, you know, does he know exactly what he's saying? Maybe not, but like, no, this is literally when Hasan asked him the question, that was his response. How is Hasan lying? He was there, bud. You weren't.
I watched it. That's not what he said, though. He said if they support Palestine, then I like them. He didn't. You're lying. You're just lying. You're lying about what he said. You're lying. I've seen that interview. You're lying. He didn't say that. He said if they support Palestine, then that's good. What? That's what he said. It's a fucking materially way different than I love Jews. What the fuck you said?
No.
So people are commenting on, you just heard Hasan say what, and Ethan kind of make fun of him there. This is not the most egregious incidents of this, but there was a lot of, like, I don't know, Ethan trying to go like, like kind of to make fun of Hasan as he's answering. And I've heard people forward a hypothesis that what Ethan is doing is trying to bait Hasan into making fun of his speech patterns, right? Which, you know, some of the, you know, tics that he experiences from Tourette's apparently are affecting the way that he's speaking. So it was like that kind of thing that he does this thing, you know, that is just obnoxious in hopes that Hasan is going to get triggered and try to do it back to him, and then he can be like, oh, look at that, Hasan's making fun of my Tourette's.
You didn't hear you just repeated what I said.
What'd you say?
I said
I mean, we don't really have any way of knowing if that's what was going on. Just an interesting theory people have.
I think he didn't. I guess he didn't.
What
say
did he
love.
say? Hold on a second.
Like.
What did you say he said?
I said that don't care what anyone's background is. I love them. Jew, Christian, Muslim, doesn't matter. If you are against Israel, I love them. That's what I said. He has no problem with Jews who are pro-Palestine.
That's nowhere close to what you said.
Dude.
Well, you realize you're wrong. You got caught in a lie, so you're revising. It's fine. All right, let's move on to the Nakba thing.
Dude, I don't care.
We got to move on, bro.
Ethan, listen to my words very carefully. If he had told me, okay, I hate all Jews unconditionally, I am an anti-Semitic person.
He did tweet stuff like that.
The conversation would go very differently. But even then, I probably wouldn't be as vicious as you literally said that on social media, or you want me to be, because I understand the material conditions and what plays a role in people's recognition of the world.
Nobody needs to fear but Jews, he said. I'm going to shove my gun and kill Jews.
What? No, he didn't say that.
I'll play it again. You want me to play it again?
Oh, God.
The thing is, when Hasan, like, I don't know, like, you notice the double standard that Ethan has, like, right, when it was, Hasan is summarizing what he was told by Rafiq in response to his questions, right? And it's not literally what was translated. You know, in other words, if it's a summarization rather than a direct quote, Ethan is like, you're lying, you're lying, you're lying. That's literally not what he said, right? And meanwhile, Ethan is saying, like, is summarizing, you know, some of those TikToks of like, I want to, you know, put a gun in their stomach and kill, you know, right? And it's like, no, he didn't say that. He didn't fucking say that. But then Ethan's like, well, that's pretty much what he said. So I win, you lose.
Okay, dude, you just play the fucking clip then. God damn it. Just play the clip. He said Zionist, but play the fucking clip, Ethan.
Yeah, I'll play it.
Play the clip I sent you without fucking complaining. No, he's too dolled up.
Wait, you want me to watch your clip? I thought, no, we're going to watch my clip.
No, play the fucking clip I sent you.
By the way, I don't know if this music's claimed, by the way. We can. It does matter, unfortunately. You're on Twitch where stealing content is fucking regular, but on YouTube, there's standards.
Mm-hmm.
This is not something for a React streamer, which, you know, Ethan does among other things. This is not a criticism for somebody in a glass house to make. But go on.
Yeah. God forbid someone might copy strike you, and then their lawyers might demand erroneous.
Which you admitted is sometimes warranted. Where's the link?
Mr. Fair Use. Mr. Fair Use.
Yeah. Do you know what fair use is? You fucking moron. It's using it fairly. There's a big difference.
Oh my God! It's using it fairly. Thank you, Ethan. Thank you, Ethan Klein. Thank you, Ethan Klein. Look at that. You know what fair use is? It's using it fairly. Haha, I bet you didn't know that. You himbo. You frat bro. You didn't know that. Fair use is about using it fairly. I know this because I'm a big brain. Oh my God. Oh my God. This guy's insufferable. This guy is downright insufferable. The thing that frustrates me, though, is on some of the minutia, right? If you're not knowledgeable about this, I mean, especially if you're positively disposed towards, like, you know, Ethan's point of view, or if you are negatively disposed towards Hasan and Hasan's point of view, you know, I feel like there's some of this that they're going to chalk up as a W for Ethan, even though it's complete bullshit.
Fair use is when you get mad at Redditors criticizing you, so you fucking you get your high-powered attorney to fucking sue them and make demands about how they have to
fair use,
release information about their about their allegiance.
Let me play this for a minute and then we'll move on.
All right, play
it. This is the most pathetic terrorist propaganda bullshit I have ever seen, and the fact that you actually think this is credible is so hilarious to me.
Dude,
wow. Let's keep it going. No, I love this.
No, you got to understand, only we're allowed to put music under our stuff. If you're from Yemen and you put music under your video, then you're trying to manipulate us, right? If you do makeup before you record a video, if you wear nice stuff, if you do your lighting good, then that's because you're trying to deceive us. You're trying to trick us, aren't you, you terrorist? We know what you're about. You know, real. If he was being real with us, chat, he'd be like, I don't know what, like sitting on a pile of skulls or something. Like, what the fuck do you think about this guy? This is wild.
All right, just keep playing it. Keep playing it.
Did he just lose his microphone? He just lost his shit, didn't he? What did Ethan do? I didn't even see that.
I have ever seen, and the fact that you actually think this is credible is is so hilarious to me.
Dude,
wow. Let's keep it going.
Man,
No, I love this. This is great. All
right, just keep playing it. Keep playing it.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm trying. I don't know where the audio went.
Fix your fucking microphone, shithead.
Oh, why? Was it...
It was backwards, dumbass. Sorry.
Taylor Lorenz tweeted, what's so crazy is that we tried to nab an interview with Rashad, the Yemeni teen who went viral for WAPO before Hassan the Hun got the scoop. Ethan continues to chastise Hassan for legitimate journalism and an interview that half of MSM...
Wait, are they supposed to be showing... They're supposed to be showing the Taylor Lorenz tweet, aren't they? They're not.
Well, first of all, Taylor Lorenz is a fucking hack loser who's obsessed with you, okay? Of course she would say that. She, by the way, what was the legitimate... Name one question you asked him that represents legitimate journalism.
Okay.
One question.
Great question. What do you feel about anti-Zionist Jews leading many of the anti-Israel protests in the United States of America?
That's your most important journalistic question, which she basically said.
No, you asked me one. I gave you one.
I don't think that... I mean, I find that to be insignificant, especially considering his answer. No follow-up questions? Why don't you ask him why don't you ask a follow-up question like,
Ethan,
do you not care if they're Zionist Jews? That they're Israeli Jews that support you?
I don't give a fuck if he cares if there's Zionist Jews or not.
What about what? Do you think? What was the hard-hitting part about asking if he likes One Piece? Was that hard-hitting journalism?
No, it was called humanizing.
Yeah, Rashid.
Cringe as fuck, glazing, pathetic.
Yeah, because you don't like when a fucking brown person gets a little bit of airspace.
Is that
and
right?
They look like a human being.
So you're resorting to calling me racist now. By the way, this dude's white as fuck. What are you talking about?
Ethan.
This dude's whiter than I am. What the fuck are you talking about,
let's get
dipshit?
back to the IDF.
Hold on, you accuse me of being racist. Are you talking about this guy? Are you talking about this guy?
Your wife is a part of the IDF. Do you think it's appropriate to call your wife a terrorist?
I think you do. No, I don't.
You don't think it's appropriate?
No.
Okay. You have stated time and time again that you believe, to show how pro-Palestine you are, that you believe settlers are valid military targets.
Right.
Who do you think is protecting the settlers who you claim are valid military targets?
It's fucking insane.
In the process,
was my wife out there protecting?
–
Sorry, was Ela out there protecting settlers?
No, she was doing a night raid, as a matter of fact. And I didn't know any of this until recently, for the record, until a couple months ago.
Yeah, you're going to do the Raider of Ramallah snark bullshit? Go on. Yeah, your community doesn't harass anyone. She was 18 years old. She went on a ride along to Ramallah for some kind of fucking mission. She stayed in the car, and then they went back, and that's all that happened. She's 18 years old, bro. She's a secretary.
Of taking someone hostage, you called him it, by the way. That person was a Palestinian living in his own fucking home, and your wife went on a raid to Ramallah, which you have called a terrorist.
This is very Trumpian. Cannot they not commit crimes? Is it impossible that they committed a crime? So therefore, what do we default to? We default to assuming that they are a criminal, that they are a terrorist, that they are dangerous, and that they are guilty, and that a night raid, which Israel conducts, the IDF conducts on the West Bank, from what I can tell, to make sure that people do not feel too comfortable in their own homes there, right, becomes justified. Because the assumption is now that if he was arrested, if he was detained, he must have been doing something bad. This is the same shit that we're getting from Trump right now, right? What about those tattoos? Does a good person have tattoos? What if I think those tattoos said MS-13? What if I think that Chicago Bulls hat meant Tren de Aragua? All right, there's just an assumption of guilt. We've really crossed a Rubicon into a nasty, racist place where the assumption of guilt, where we start to flip over here to guilty until proven innocent.
$5. 1. Where's our butterfly?
Oh, shit.
I can't believe Ethan just pulled a Keemstar by saying, they're whiter than I am, to a minority experiencing racism. Boof.
When did we hit the, I think we hit the butterfly goal a while ago. I didn't think it was going to happen today, chat.
City.
Yeah, that was an old clip. I don't think we're multi-terrorist.
Is your wife a valid military target in that process? Because you've said that settlers are valid military targets. Do you think your wife is a valid military target? Do you think your wife is a terrorist, Ethan?
She's not a West Bank settler.
But she's in the West Bank. Where's Ramallah, Ethan?
Bad Empanada thinks she's valid. Your friends over at Second Thought think that she's a valid target.
Do you think she's a valid military target?
Do you think she's a valid military target? Do you think she's a valid military target?
I do not, as a matter of fact. I don't. Okay.
Right. Can we please move on to this the Nakba thing?
Listen to me.
Hassan,
listen
bro,
to
you're
me.
making this unwatchable.
Listen to me. Okay?
We got to move on.
How does this make sense in your mind? You say Israel is doing genocide. she has participated in the kidnapping of a Palestinian in the West Bank.
You don't know who was kidnapped and for what reason.
We say you hate the settlers.
Well, we don't know who was.
First of all, the settlers, Ethan. Your wife did.
Kidnapped. They arrested somebody. We don't know what happened or what they did. What if he fucking stabbed civilians? Doesn't that happen?
You're using he/him pronouns now instead of just referring to the terrorist as it, which is actually how he talked about this person when he had the conversation with Hila originally. See, the thing is, like, if you're going to make an assumption of guilt, right, it would be that the IDF is guilty of, violating human rights in the West Bank. Right now, that's not, like, could the person, have been, violent, I guess, but, like, you kind of, because they're doing these night raids against people who did nothing wrong, you kind of got to assume that that's the situation.
Process in which how people are arrested in the West Bank,
do Palestinian terrorists never stab and blow up civilians?
They're placed under military detention. They are not actually placed. They do not go through a civil court process.
There's no due process, shithead. You're like Trump. You are Trump, Ethan.
Violence on civilians that would warrant them being arrested?
Do immigrants ever join criminal gangs and commit violence against U.S. citizens? Did Laken Riley get, was her death a natural disaster? Like, this is the same fucking shit that you'd hear from a Trumpy.
In the West Bank,
you don't know anything about this person or this raid.
In Ramallah, in Palestinian territory, your wife was an illegal occupier of a terrorist organization, also known as the Israeli Occupying Force, Ethan. Now, I know people that have also served in the Israeli Occupying Force, as a matter of fact. I've relied on breaking the silence.
By the way, her name is Hila. I don't know if you keep doing your wife. Why do you do that? Why do you keep referring to her as my wife? It's bizarre.
Why do you refer to Palestinians as it? Why do you assume that they're terrorists?
Okay, Hila, whatever, who cares?
It just belies some really bizarre
random
thing.
Shit.
It's not random at all. It says a lot.
Listen to my words.
Bro,
Listen to my words.
It's so
I have no issue with someone as long as they have recognized their mistakes, as long as they recognize that that was wrong. What I take issue with is consistently defending Israel. You have also participated in the defense of Israel. It makes no sense. You're inconsistent. You say it's a genocide, but people can't resist militarily. You say it's a genocide, but all of the people who are outspoken are vile anti-Semites.
Hila was doing
Who is supposed to be able to resist against this genocide?
Taylor Lorenz, the Taylor Lorenz comment, I don't know. It almost feels like Ethan has been cued into, like, what's her name? Amanda Mercott. Wait, there was a, like, the Taylor, okay, so as far as I know, chat, like, Taylor Lorenz does not have a thing for Hasan. I feel like Amanda Marcotte was accused of something similar to that not too long ago. But the people that were talking about this stuff were like Gamergators, right? So the question is, like, how close is Ethan to Asmongold's community? Like, right? How, like, this whole idea of, like, a female journalist covering, guy that I don't like, must be because she's obsessed with him / wants to sleep with him.
Hila was doing mandatory military service. What should she have done?
There's numerous options. One, religious exemption. Two, refusing to serve. But even then, I don't have a problem with her being socially conditioned into thinking that this is appropriate. I have a problem with what she's saying now. I have a problem with how she reflects on that and doesn't realize that that was an unjustifiable thing to do.
Okay, well, listen, you can talk to her, debate about it. I don't know what you're even referring to. Okay.
What is this? Oh no, man, Irene really needs to get through the debate for real. You're falling behind in everything going on, not gonna lie. But I still love you and everyone here, LOL.
What? I don't even know what the fuck you're referring to. You're just calling my wife a terrorist. Like, well, give me a break, dude.
No.
She did mandatory.
She has talked
Let me
on
ask
your
you a question.
podcast.
Hasan,
She's talked
please,
on your
you gotta
podcast
let me
about
talk.
how she went on a raid.
You have to let me talk. The fact that you're just talking over me and being louder does not mean you're right. I promise.
What?
Being louder and talking more does not mean you're right. Okay. It's good to listen to what I have to say. She's part of mandatory conscription.
Did Hila not volunteer? Did Hila not volunteer to go to the West Bank on a raid because she was bored? In Ramallah.
Yeah, she's 18. It's understandable. We don't know what that guy did, though. We don't know what the raid was for.
He could have been a vicious terrorist monster.
Yeah, what if he killed people? Of course.
All right, here we go.
Is Ramallah a part of?
We'll get through it.
I mean, it's complicated, right? It's under occupation. No, I don't think so, but it's under occupation, right?
Okay, so why was your wife in Ramallah?
Maybe are getting a terrorist that killed civilians. She sat in a car.
It's not complicated.
She sat in a car,
it's not complicated at all.
never did it again.
Your wife participated in an illegal raid according to international human rights. That is the reality. Now,
I understand this person killed like a child. Would you accept this person arrested like stabbed people? Like you don't know what you're talking about.
If she were to talk about,
okay, fine, I was a terrorist, bro. What the fuck? It's so boring.
No, stop. Listen to my words.
No, my wife is a terrorist.
As many former IDF vets have on breaking the silence. If she talked about the night raid that she participated in the same way that
just like Froman says, I don't hate only those that regret it.
Talk about, I would have no issue with her. You want to know why? Because who can change.
I don't condone the raid, but I mean, we neither of us have any information about like what actually happened. You know what I mean?
There is no. You don't understand. If she is illegally there, she is not supposed to be there. It doesn't matter. Her and her entire brigade was not supposed to be there.
I don't think she knew what they were doing.
As a matter of fact,
I don't think she knew what they were doing or where they were going.
What she participated in
is called a night raid.
What she participated in is called a night raid.
Please, we gotta move on. This is
the
like
reason why the Israeli occupying force, participates in these night raids in the West Bank is to create a constant feeling of terror.
So talking more does not make you right. Okay, you gotta understand.
The reason why the Israeli occupying force participates in night raids is to create a constant sense of terror.
We don't condone it. She was 19. She was doing military conscription. She didn't know where they were going or what they were doing. Okay, thank you. I'm listening, but you just keep repeating yourself. This is what you do. You gotta move on.
The reason why I know that. You want to know why I know that?
You want this to be unwatchable? Is that what you want?
What?
You want this to be unwatchable?
The reason why I know that, Ethan, is because of breaking the silence veterans who have come out and spoken out against this practice. That's why I know that.
Hasan, you say that Hila could have gone to jail and done a conscientious objection instead of joining the army. Why do you pay taxes?
What?
Why do you pay taxes to the United States government?
Is that your big argument, Ethan?
Answer the question.
That I pay taxes and I'm morally culpable? I know. That's why I try to fucking
fight against the government. Why don't you stand up for your principles and go to jail for it?
Because it would not actually stop. Okay, it would not actually stop. The reason why I'm saying, I don't take issue with Hila's fucking actions then, as long as, just like you said, she was just 19 years old. I take issue with the fact that she still defends it on principle. She says the Israeli occupying force is not a terror organization. You have a disagreement with him.
Well, I think I can see it from her perspective too, which is like, the problem with you is that everything black and white.
You can't see it from Rashid al-Haddad's perspective.
Yeah, he's a fucking terrorist.
Your audience doesn't see it. That's why you can fucking constantly claim that he is a terrorist.
Oh my God, bro, please, I want this to be watchable. Okay, let's move on, please. Thank you. You made your point. Okay. So specifically, you said this, which is you said in the context puke. You said this was the worst thing I did. So let me play it, okay, and then we can discuss.
More Jews displaced than Palestinians. Go back to 1948. Just to give expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians.
This is one of the worst pieces of misinformation I've seen in the fucking context puke. For the record, it was crazy.
So Mike, again, nicely done. Let this guy hold your hand and formulate your opinions, but he's not here to help you, okay? So you tell me what was wrong with what was misinformation about saying that 900,000 Jews were displaced?
You make a comparison between Planned Dalit, which is a planned ethnic cleansing campaign, to one, horrify Palestinians inside of villages that had actually no arms whatsoever because they had specific peace agreements that they've done with Jewish villages by killing them, by massacring them, and then letting survivors tell the tale. You asked me a question, and I can't fucking answer it.
Answering it. You're not. You're just going on and on.
I am answering it.
What was the exaggeration?
Ethan,
about the historical fact.
Okay, you're gonna learn a little bit right now. Okay, Deir Yassin is Tantura. These are two very famous massacres that took place. The brigades, the militant brigades, the Zionist brigades that then formed the IDF, including some that personally called themselves terrorists, by the way, Lihi and Irgun, went in and did horrifying mass rape, kidnappings, throwing people in ovens, and then the survivors left to tell the tale. In that process, these brigades would go to each individual city and forcibly ethnically cleanse 750,000 Palestinians. This is known as
what the fuck does that have to do with the Jewish refugees? Answer that question. I know what the is. I don't deny it.
Do you think that is even remotely comparable to Jewish people leaving sometimes voluntarily and sometimes because the governments had made deals with either Israel or France?
How many of the 900,000 left voluntarily?
I don't know the exact number of how many left voluntarily. Do you?
Take a guess.
I would suspect that a big chunk of them, you're going to say, did not leave voluntarily, but that is not the case.
Well, you're lying and you're fucking dead wrong. You brought up the fact that I talked about what happened in Iraq. So let me give you a timeline of what happened in Iraq. 1932, they gain independence. 1934, Hebrew is banned. Jews are fired from government positions. 1938, Zionist activity is outlawed. Crimes as trivial as possessing a biblical map of the Holy Land will send you to jail. The Farhud program, inspired by neo-Nazis, Rashid al-Khalini, killed 180 Jews. Hundreds were injured. Widespread looting, property damage. 1947, Jews were banned from immigrating because they didn't want them to go strengthen the state of Israel, and they wanted to hold them prisoners against Israel and the West. In 1948, the war begins. Jewish banks were forbidden to transact with foreign countries. Jews were arrested for Zionist activity, for economic crimes. They were fines that were paid to the Ministry of Defense. In 1949, a month after taking office, the British learned that they were planning to expel the Jews from Iraq before they even left. Does this sound like voluntary? Does this sound voluntary? Does that sound voluntary?
Dan, I sent you a clip.
No.
One of the most important scholars on this issue is an Iraqi Jew by the name of Avi Shlaim.
Yeah, I love this. Let's listen to him.
Okay, let's listen to it.
Yeah. Jews were convinced that Israel had a hand in uprooting them. After the 1948 war, there was mounting popular hostility towards the Jews in Iraq. 5 bombs exploded in Jewish sites. The series of bombs created a panic which led more and more Jews to register to leave the country. I met an elderly friend of my mother's, an Iraqi Jew called Yaakov Kalkukli, who had been in the Zionist underground. One member of his group, Yosef Basri, a very, very intelligent Jewish lawyer, and his assistant, Shalom Saleh Shalom, were responsible for 3 out of the 5 bombs. Basri's controller was an Israeli intelligence officer named Max Bennett.
Let's grant that what he's saying is true and that 3 of the 5 bombs were done by Zionists, right? How does that explain 150,000 people leaving the fucking country? Thousands of years of civilization that have been there, 2,000 years, just picking up and leaving, almost virtually gone. How does that explain that?
Why is it that the Israeli government benefited from creating instability and making it seem as though these countries were uninhabitable? And why do you think that, despite the fact that Iraq and numerous other countries have offered Israelis or Jews a right to return,
because
why has that failed on the Israeli front for numerous reasons?
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact for you, son.
Let me
tell you an inconvenient fact.
I wonder why that happened. Before the bombs went off, 120,000
of the 125 Jews were already registered to leave. Do you want to explain that?
Yes, Jews wanted to go to Israel, Ethan. They liked
the idea of going to Israel.
You like Israel.
You're a liar. You're a disgusting fucking propagandist liar. Here's what Avi Schleim actually said.
My research I established that one bomb was lobbed, one hand grenade was lobbed by a young activist in the Istiklal Party, which wanted to expel the Jews from Iraq and confiscate the properties. And another hand grenade was lobbed into the Masuda Shem Tov synagogue, and there 4 people were killed. And he was a criminal who had a grudge against the Jews, and it had nothing to do with the Mossad.
Did you hear that? The first 2 had nothing to do with the Mossad. But let's continue to listen to the respected scholar, Avi Schleim. You fucking liar.
No,
you listen to this fucking historian. Yes, you said they left by choice. They left because of Zionism. They left because they were being threatened. Let's hear what your respected historian has to say, you liar.
That's right. Even if all this is true.
Oh my God, is this too fast?
The main reason for the exodus...
I had a request to get through this, so...
Not the bombs, it was persecution by the government. And I concede that. It's a part of my argument that the bombs were the main reason for the liquidation of this community. But my answer to my Zionist critics is, even if I knew for certain that not
It's actually perfect for Avi Schleim.
a single Iraqi Jew left Iraq to go to Israel because of the bombs, I would still think this is a real indictment of the state of Israel, because Israel was created to provide a safe haven for Jews, not to be harassing and threatening Jews in other countries.
By the way, he said, and I'll quote it for you, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. He wrote that in his book, 3 Worlds. Have you read that book?
No, I've not read 3 Worlds.
Okay, well, you're using a lot of source from it. It's a book that he wrote about his migration.
It's not the only book he wrote about this. But go on.
Have you read any of the other ones?
Yes.
Really? Which ones?
The book that I'm referencing is from the Iron Wall.
3 Worlds, okay? He writes about his time in Iraq. He writes about his time in Israel. He writes about his time in the UK. In 3 Worlds, he writes about his own family, and he describes their departure from Iraq as traumatic, disorienting, and not voluntary. They were not proud Zionist migrations. They were leaving out of fear.
Oh, Ethan.
He said that himself.
Ethan.
He said, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Friend, you are failing to comprehend a very important reason why I brought up Avi Schleim, by the way. And
yeah, because you think he supports your claim, but he absolutely does not. That's why, because you're a fucking liar. Contend with what I said.
Hold on.
No, contend with what I'm saying. He said, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. Do you want to explain what he meant by that? Explain what he meant by saying, we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Okay.
Explain to me.
I can't wait to bring up Avi Schleim on the broadcast and make you fucking look like a dumbass.
I can't wait to. Now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Iraqis are not Palestinian. You fucking moron. You racist piece of shit. What is Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that arise out of
Zionist violence
is not about Palestinians.
Okay, so what did the Jews in Iraq have to do with fucking Israel? You bigot. You are so out of your mind. Dude, you screaming and grandstanding doesn't mean you're right.
Iraqi government's racism during the pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a...
All right, that's too much. That's too much. Even having this at 1.25 is going to be a little ridiculous when the screaming starts.
3 Worlds, he writes about his own family, and he describes their departure from Iraq as traumatic, disorienting, and not voluntary. They were not proud Zionist migrations. They were leaving out of fear.
Oh, Ethan.
He said that himself.
Ethan.
He said, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
My friend, you are failing to comprehend a very important reason why I brought up Avi Schleim, by the way. And
yeah, because you think he supports your claim, but he absolutely does not. That's why, because you're a fucking liar.
He absolutely
contend
does.
With what I said.
Hold on.
No. Contend with what I'm saying. He said, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. Do you want to explain what he meant by that? Explain what he meant by saying, we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Okay.
Explain to me.
I can't wait to bring up Avi Schleim on the broadcast to make you fucking look like a dumbass.
I can't wait to. Now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Iraqis are not Palestinian. You fucking moron. You racist piece of shit.
What?
Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that arise out of
you are out of your mind.
Is not about Palestinians.
Okay, so what did the Jews in Iraq have to do with fucking Israel? You bigot. You are so out of your mind.
And then Iraqis.
Dude, you screaming and grandstanding doesn't mean you're right.
Iraqi government's racism during the pan-Arabic nationalist movement as a vindication for why, or a comparison to why Israel had to do the Nakba.
Do you think
you fucking racist piece of shit?
Thanks, Hasan.
Do you think Iraq? Do you think all Arabs have one fucking mind?
Why
is that what you think?
Were the Iraqi Jews leaving Iraq in fear?
Of course there were Iraqi Jews that left Iraq in fear. I've never said that there were no
Answer
Iraqi
the question.
Jews that left
you want to call me
fear.
racist? Why were Iraqi Jews leaving to go to Israel?
Because you're a fucking moron.
That's why they left. They left because I'm a fucking moron.
That Arabs are not one-minded. That there were numerous pan-Arabic nationalist
Answer the question. You're going to call me racist, but you won't answer. Why did the Iraqi Jews leave Iraq?
There were numerous
because of anti-Semitism. They hated Jewish people.
It's so weird to ask somebody a question, have them start to answer, and then interrupt them with your answer. That's so fucking weird, Ethan.
Nothing to do with Israel. They were forced to leave. They were chased out. They lived there for thousands of years. They had businesses, they had homes, and they were forced and abandoned to go to Israel because it was the only fucking place they could. Why would Iraqis hate the Jews living there if they had nothing to do with Zionism or Israel? Why?
Because settler colonialism
that has nothing to do with them, you absolute fucking dumbass. What does that have to do with the Iraqi Jews?
Do you think the Aliyahs were happening?
So it was there. So you're blaming them? Are you blaming the Iraqi Jews who had nothing to do with it? What the fuck is your point? You call me racist.
I'm not justifying the racism. I'm not justifying it. You're not comprehending my point.
They left.
I've never justified
because Iraq turned on them after 1948.
Ethan,
you're materially
I
wrong.
have
You're a
openly
liar.
recognized that there were numerous reasons why other countries, I know, hard concept, all Arab,
Yeah.
they all have the same mindset.
I know. Let's go
other
over them,
countries and their
genius.
pan-Arabic nationalist movements as states
Let's
were
go over
being
them.
designed
In Egypt,
mostly by...
I don't even see. I'm so frustrated, chat. Look, we were watching this on Ethan Klein's channel, despite the fact that, you know, theoretically, I mean, look, this video is at 1.5 million. I'm not going to worry about giving it an extra view when there's already 1.5 million views on this video. But I would prefer not to watch it on Ethan Klein's end. The reason that we are watching it today on Ethan's end is because I want to see, you know, what somebody tuning in on YouTube is seeing. And it's not good. I couldn't understand Hasan's point. Anybody else get that? I didn't get Hasan's point. I didn't hear it. I didn't get to hear him consecutively, you know, give his response. And I mean, I don't know. How do you think people are going to read this? Is it going to look like Ethan is, you know, asking a question and then interrupting, and people are going to take this as like, you know, well, we didn't even get to hear the other guy respond? Are they going to think that Hasan didn't have a point? Hasan couldn't answer? Hasan was going to ad homs because he, you know, couldn't, like, I don't know, because he thought he was wrong and was embarrassed? Like, how are people going to see that? This is the kind of thing I was worried about. That and the 10 toes on the ground thing being clipped out of context and shared with like Richie Torres and you know, the ADL and just whoever, you know, getting into the, you know, Hasan getting into the crosshairs of the Trump administration, right? These are the things that kind of worry me, right?
Mostly by Western
You want to
nations.
talk facts? Let's talk facts.
Ethan,
and
you don't know,
Egypt.
you got fucking a ChatGPT summary. Let me explain
Hasan,
to you so you can fucking not look like a dumbass.
Okay, do you want to listen or do you just want to ad hom?
No, I want to tell you my perspective.
No, you want to talk. That's the problem. You don't want to listen. You've talked
You're supposed
plenty.
to be attacking my perspective.
You called me racist, bro. The least you can do is shut the fuck up and listen to me talk, okay? The Iraqi
Thomas
Jews
Jer
left.
super chatted $5.88. Pan-Africans, this is giving me Kenya, Rhodesia, Namibia's vibes. The Mau Mau attacked our farms, bruvs.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is frustrating. Peak viewers for both Ethan was 70 to 80 viewers, for Hasan 120 viewers. Once the debate ended, Hasan went back to his normal 30 to 40K viewers. Just some insight. Yeah, there's a lot of people watching this debate. I guess most of them were watching it from Hasan's end. That is the only saving grace. But, I mean, we just saw kind of a despicable performance by Ethan where he's asking him a question, interrupting his answer to the question, and pretending that he doesn't have an answer. And anytime he tries to go into his answer, interrupting him again. I don't know how this plays. I don't know if people are seeing what I'm seeing or if they're seeing something else here. You called me a racist. The least you could do is let me speak right after he fucking interrupts him, asks him a question, interrupts his answer. Your second video should be Ethan doesn't know what words mean. You ad hommed me. I mean, but to be fair though, you know, like flipping out and calling somebody a stupid racist and a moron, you know, that doesn't look great. On the real, that does not look great. Do I understand Hasan's reaction? Yes. Hasan was trying to say Palestinians didn't expel Arab Jews. They settled and expelled the Palestinians. Those are different events. Stop conflating all Arabs. Yeah. That was the point. Yeah, there was something really nasty that Ethan did. And I'm not blaming Hasan for not being able to voice that because he was not allowed to talk there. But again, you know, just like me, you know, getting just reacting to like a bad day by getting in a bad mood, a foul mood, and catastrophizing, right? Hasan reacting to Ethan's just fuckery by, getting mad at and yelling. Like, I guess what I'm saying, Chad, is that neither of these help, right? As streamers, we're asked to do something that is kind of inhuman. That is to react to things and to keep ourselves within the lines emotionally. And some of the shit that we react to, and especially some of the disingenuous shit, like what we just heard from Ethan, is just that's not a human thing to ask somebody to just sit there and take that, right? Could that have looked better? Probably.
Super chatted $5.88. I can explain. Hasan saw how Ethan wanted to tie Palestinians' actions as part of an Arab monolith, ergo Israeli Jewish fear, ergo racism down the line.
Oh yeah, no, I got that. I'm also trying to see this as a I'm also trying to look at this as a person, like as a normie watching on Ethan's side. And the fact that I didn't get that, the fact that I'm having to rely on having watched this on Hasan's side to understand what he's even saying is bad. That means that, this is a debate tactic, right? I gotta say it again. This is a Destiny-like debate tactic. This is the kind of basic debate tactic that somebody like Destiny would employ. For him, it's all a game. Truth isn't real. Truth doesn't matter. What kind of narrative can you construct? What kind of performance can you give? Right. That's what Destiny's interested in, and whatever tutelage Ethan has gotten, he's executing it well here. But yeah, it's super disingenuous. Initial clip chimp clips will win over vulnerable dumb right leaning young male viewers, but Hasan's performance will stand the test of time and continue to age better. Ethan came off too crazy. Yeah, we saw that in the beginning. Rooster Rick, you're right. Ethan, when he was trying to do the dog whistle thing, he keeps on, like, he's trying to imply that Hasan's doing a dog whistle with the sword. And so he starts literally whistling. But the problem is Ethan can't whistle. So it's just this, he looks mad. Normies need to know chess. My mom watched it and thought Hasan was right at that point. Did your mom watch it on Hasan's and play something, or on Ethan's? Ethan needs to be on a dunk tank during this debate. Yeah, right. No normie watching Ethan should agree with that behavior and arguments without being racist themselves. That's the other thing, right? He is weaponizing ignorance, and I guess, weaponizing racism as well. Anyway, chat, I'm sorry. I keep on pausing this too much.
Because they were in fear of anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do with Israel or Zionism. The Arabs in Iraq, the Iraqis, turned on them because of what happened in the war in 1948. That had nothing to do with them. So if you want to blame the Jews for their own anti-Semitism, you go right ahead, but that's racism. Now let's talk about Egypt.
I also recognize that.
No, you're not. You are absolutely not. In Egypt, 75,000 Jews were displaced. Okay? Following anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt.
Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Iraq Palestinians? Why were the Palestinians
It's got nothing to do with that. They were forced to go there by the Arab
countries. Every single one of these countries have offered the Jews that were expelled or left on their own voluntarily. These are completely separate
Nobody's
countries.
justifying the Nakba.
You are packaging them together
No one is justifying the Nakba. I'm explaining how it's fucking insanely racist to discredit the plight, the running of discrimination.
Racist. Don't discredit the plight.
But I'm not.
But in the process, he is presenting the Arab world, right, including Palestinians, Egyptians, Iraqis, etc., as a monolith. And is he unaware of that? Is he unconcerned with that? I would probably, guess unconcerned. He's just essentially loaded up on factoids, right? On little things that he can say about the situation in order to shout Hasan down and prevent him from getting his point across. and present the, to anybody who's ignorant or racist enough to buy what he's selling, to present a what looks like what looks like some pretty effective clip farming, which is why I'm surprised that way back here at I don't know, 3 hours or so way earlier, we heard Ethan gesturing that maybe he wanted to end the debate at this point. Obviously he had some more clips that he wanted to farm. Obviously this was a topic that he thinks he's right about, and this is the top. Here's what's frustrating, right? This is the topic that requires the greatest knowledge of history to understand. And so, but Ethan is substituting a series of factoids, a series of statements, and a narrative, for the missing pieces of history that the vast majority of the audience doesn't have. And in that sort of vacuum of knowledge, vacuum of understanding, somebody rattling off a bunch of points that form a cohesive narrative, even if it's wrong, even if it's straight up racist, when the audience is a little bit racist too, that becomes a very attractive perspective to them.
Justifying the Nakba, you seem to be justifying why Jews were chased out of their home country.
No, I'm not, Ethan.
Why'd they leave?
I'm not justifying that at all.
Why'd they leave?
You think that because you want to drive home a point that
why did they leave their communities that have been there for 2,000 years, leaving their money, their businesses, their homes? Why did they leave?
You'll understand. Do you think Iraq is Palestine? Do you think Egypt is Palestine?
Nobody's defending the Nakba.
Do you think that all Arabs are operating on antiquated anti-Semitism? And if your answer is yes, why the fuck did Jews find the Ottoman Empire to be a safe haven for fucking hundreds of years?
Let's talk about the last 100 years. That's great. Yeah, the Ottoman Empire was
great
for the Jews. Let's talk about the last 100 years. Let's talk about 1948. Anti-Jewish riots broke out after the war. Hasan, you need to shut the fuck up and listen, okay? After the war.
Oh my God.
After the war, okay, in 1948, there was anti-Jewish riots and bombs.
I'm sorry, wait. You need to shut the fuck up after you just interrupted and berated somebody, after you asked him questions and refused to let him answer? You need to shut the fuck up? Like I said before, chat, that Hasan flipping out and, calling Ethan a racist moron, obviously, that's not a successful, debate move. It's understandable.
Thomas Jer super chatted $5.88. Later down the line, he says it how in order for there to be peace, that Israel needs secure borders.
Yeah, Israel has to defend itself. This is the finally understand what taking 2d6 psychic damage feels like. Yeah, me too. But like, did you see what just happened? Right, Hasan. Ethan successfully triggers Hasan. Acts like an asshole while he's doing it. Maybe that's not a good look either, right? Maybe some people will rightly see that this guy's not coming at this in any kind of good faith. But Hasan's first reaction is, you fucking racist moron, right? Yelling at him, right? Just like he's at 11, right? So like I said, that's not, that's not good. And then here, Ethan has essentially shut Hasan down. Hasan, who has the information that the audience is missing, right? The thing that would make this make sense, the thing that would make this understandable, that doesn't rely on internalized racism, that doesn't rely on people having a certain thought about, Arab people as being of one mind, being monolithic, right? Hasan's actually got, an answer, but he doesn't get to say it. And then Ethan is like, let's fucking move on. And then he's like, you've talked enough. I don't know. And then you see what Hasan's reaction is here? Sigh, because he's actually gotten himself into a situation where he doesn't control, like Ethan and Dan are in control of the production, right? At least on his side. Now granted, like I said, Hasan's got, I don't know, between 40 and or between like 20 and 40 thousand more viewers than Ethan. So most people are seeing it through Hasan's eyes, but You know, I mean, this is where the clips are going to come from. My prediction: this is where the clips will come from. Israel creation didn't didn't need to happen. Many of the people for the creation are for it because they didn't want Jewish refugees coming to America or the UK. Yeah, essentially. I mean, this was Herzl, was it Herzl, who bragged about winning the support of anti-Semites by virtue of the fact that anti-Semites would not want, you know, Jews in their country, and the Zionist project was a project that, you know, would offer a place for, you know, for them to go, like would offer them the prospect of ridding their country of
Egypt. Why was that? Because of the Jews? The Jews brought it on themselves? Following the establishment of the Israel...
I never made that inference. What are you talking about?
Of course you did.
No, I didn't. I did not make that inference at all.
So they left because Zionism.
No, Ethan, if you were to listen to my words, and I use them very carefully, even though I get heated sometimes.
Right.
Okay? Egypt, Iraq, Morocco, each of these countries where Jews lived in the MENA region all the way to the Levant had different reasons. Some of them were direct pogroms.
Lie.
Others were the colonial.
You are a
AB had a bathtub breakdown after this debate. I heard about that. Anybody want to tell me about AB's bathtub stream?
Historically,
do you think
proven
that, wait,
liar.
do you think that Jews,
and I feel
just said that some of them were because of pogroms. You're not hearing anything I'm saying. You're so conditioned into saying liars.
The amount
that you're
that
undermining
left,
your own point.
The amount that left because of Zionism was minute. They were chased out. They were forced to become Zionists by their oppressors because they had nowhere else to go. In Egypt, following the establishment of Israel in May 1948...
Ethan, none of these countries are Palestine.
That is
none
an insanely irrelevant point. A series of bombs targeted Jewish areas in Cairo between June and September. They killed 70 Jews,
that's my point.
injured 200. They confiscated Jewish-owned businesses and synagogues were attacked and destroyed. Okay?
Ethan.
In 1956, the Suez Crisis.
One is direct violence, direct planned violence and an extermination campaign.
Approximately 25,000 Jews were expelled from Egypt.
Falsely misplaced hostility.
25,000 Jews.
Okay, so do you get it here? Like, this is Hasan's argument since Ethan won't let him talk, right? Let me just highlight this. His argument is that, getting rid of the Palestinians, dispossessing and displacing Palestinians was a literal plan, Plan Dalet, right? It's what's being referred to there. This, in other words, like premeditation, I guess is the legal term. I don't know if Davy is still here. If you would back me with that, that's but the implication is something similar to the idea of premeditation, right? This was a plan. This was what you wanted to do. Directly this, right? Whereas in the countries that Ethan's talking about, there was hostility for sure towards Jewish people in those countries, and it was not them over the displacement and dispossession of the Palestinian people, and possibly also the fear that this, given that they'd experienced a good deal of settler colonialism, given that a lot of the Middle East at the time was under the command of France, the UK, et cetera, that it might happen to them, right? And obviously the Jews living there aren't responsible for what Israel did, but you're dealing with a reaction on one hand, the hostility in Iraq, Egypt, etc., towards Jewish people, versus a plan, versus literally a written up plan with the goal of displacing Palestinians, right? You got to see the difference between that. You got to see the difference between a reaction, of a bunch of people, in the heat of the moment, which adds up to a hostility that caused Jewish people to want to leave for their safety, versus a plan that intentionally inflicted violence on the Palestinian people to force them leaving. That's what people on Ethan's end are missing.
Expelled
from other countries.
So are you blaming them?
You don't understand.
Are you blaming the Jews for getting? Are you blaming the Jews for being expelled from Egypt? 25,000 of them.
No, Ethan.
Okay.
If you listen to my words, you would understand.
So what is it I exaggerated about? 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Because you are making a comparison with different countries.
No, I'm not.
Versus one singular force that planned an extermination campaign, planned an ethnic cleansing campaign. Other countries and the reaction to it, or other countries and the previous hostility towards Jews have nothing to do with Palestinians. So making this comparison,
that's why it's anti-Semitic. That's why it's anti-Semitic. It has nothing to do with Palestine, but they still got kicked out for being Jews. That's literally what anti-Semitism.
I don't think you understand.
1,000 Jews in Egypt were arrested and detained without charges. The government seized 500 Jewish home businesses and froze bank accounts. The expelled Jews were compelled to sign a declaration donating their property to the Egyptian state and were allowed to take only minimal personal belongings. In Algeria, 130,000 Jews were expelled. Upon the independence,
that's not Palestine. They're not. They're just Arabs. They're not the same fucking people.
So my point is very simple. They were expelled from their homes because of anti-Semitism.
Ethan, you used Egypt as an example.
What is wrong about
Half
that?
Of these countries
what is wrong with what I just...
Anti-Semitism. If it's true, if that's what was going on, then why didn't that happen earlier? Right? If the people that they're living next to are anti-Semitic, right? If this is anti-Semitism and not a reaction to what's going on in Israel that's motivating this, then you would expect that hostility to have arisen much earlier.
The time when Jews were leaving, they were literally controlled by English and French.
You got to answer a question? He can't answer a question, Ethan, because every time you ask him a question and he starts to answer, you fucking interrupt him. You were afraid that he's got the answer.
They were
colonial
expelled.
occupations. What are you talking about?
They were expelled because of anti-Semitism. What did I say wrong?
Go ahead. My God.
Go ahead.
Algeria was under French occupation. It is the design where the French occupied Algeria did not squash the attempts of expelling Jews. I'm not saying that there wasn't.
Most Algerians were French citizens and went to France.
That caused Jews to feel unsafe.
95% of Algeria's 140,000 Jewish population.
Yeah, answer the question, Hasan, so I can talk over you some more. God damn, this is pissing me off.
Western powers and what they allowed in
this is making me crash out.
Countries on the Palestinian plight. When you make this comparison, that's what I'm saying.
Is it anti-Semitic for Jewish people to get kicked out of their home?
The Armenian genocide, right? The Turkish, the Ottoman Empire and the forces and the Ottoman genocide that they conducted, a mass extermination campaign, is
yeah. Girly Bear says ultimately though the Iraqi and other Jews had somewhere to go when they were expelled from their countries. Israel, the Palestinians were chased into camps with no hope of a future. Yeah.
Random countries where
no, Iraq happened after independence and as a
dispelled. Turks were getting dispelled in other countries.
The pogrom happened as a direct result
the way
of
that
the
it was
war,
taught in the past. That it was
Algerians were colonized. What up to like that was it like up to it was up to like the 60s or 70s, right?
By the way, did you say necessary voluntary migration?
By the way, did you? Oh my God, bro! Did you say Anne Frank died before she could resist? I don't know if that was a fever dream.
Wait, I'm saying that like, would you have an issue with Anne Frank if she actually was able to?
I just thought it was an insane thing to say. I'm not trying to litigate it. In Tripoli,
wait,
anti-Jewish rights broke out amid post-war unrest. Synagogues were burnt. Jewish institutions were shut down.
What's your point about Anne Frank? Why are you trying to deflect away from what I'm saying here?
No, I just think that statement was insane. The Six-Day War backlash. In 1967, another Israel victory. Jewish communities got mobbed. 6,000 Jews were evacuated. Homes were destroyed. Synagogues were burned. In Morocco, 250,000.
Yeah, 1968. Okay.
Were expelled. Anti-Jewish riots broke out in 1948. You'll notice all of these, most of these pogroms are happening in 1948 as a direct result of the war. The Arabs turned on their Jewish populace out of anti-Semitism. Period. Point blank. June 7 to 8.
Out of anti-Semitism, Ethan. Then why did it take an event like the Nakba to trigger that, right? If there's this anti-Semitism there, oh my God.
1948, in northeastern Morocco, following the declaration of state of independence, the state of Israel on May 14, 1948, anti-Jewish riots erupted in the town of Giardia. These towns were in significant.
Play something. I majored in trauma prevention and child development, and I'm watching over here. Like, damn. Some people have never been punched, and it shows.
For Moroccan Jews seeking to immigrate, 47 Jews were killed. Many were injured. Jewish homes and businesses were looted and damned and destroyed. In 1950, 1960, harassment and immigration. The year following 1948 riot, Moroccan Jews faced increased pressure. These factors contributed to a significant immigration of Jews from Morocco. Immigration to Israel was banned in 1959, but before that, 274,000 Moroccan Jews immigrated primarily to Israel. Yemen and Aden.
Remember when you said you weren't a
50,000.
Zionist? Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist? These are direct Zionist talking points.
This is historical facts, literally spread.
I mean, look, I won't deny that they are probably filed in a place in your brain, in a shelf in your brain, marked historical facts. But Ethan, you got some fucked up brainworms, dude. Like, right, when we look at what's on the shelf, it's like, it's brainworms crawling around there being like, yeah, historical fact, ha 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 ha.
By your very own
Nakba denial brainworms is what he's got on those shelves that where there should be historical facts, right? Where it's marked to be the place for historical facts. Yeah.
Avi Schleim, who, if I'll quote it back to you, said we didn't leave because we were Zionists.
We
did not leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were afraid.
Appropriate, Ethan. That's the difference. If you asked Avi Schleim whether it is comparable to say the Nakba and the 900,000 Jews that
I'm not defending the Nakba.
From separate countries, he would laugh at you.
Your failure
Do you not understand?
to acknowledge the trauma of both groups is the reason why you are a radical fucking propagandist liar.
Your failure to say that white lives also matter is why you are a DEI-CRT woke advocate. Yeah, this is Trump. This is very, very similar to the shit that you're gonna hear from Trump's fans.
Trauma needs to be acknowledged by both groups. There's two things that need to be true for this ever to be resolved peacefully.
You're right.
Palestinian self-determination and Israelis' right to have secure borders.
What about cop lives? Don't they matter too? What about that thin blue line?
You will always die, and you will continue to make money from it. Operation Magic Carpet. Jews were secretly airlifted to Israel due to rising hostility. 50,000 were relocated. In Tunisia, 130,000.
Israel literally paid Morocco to have their Jewish population immigrant to Israel. It was called Operation Yakin.
That, and they wanted those countries to actually do a right to return for all Jews. Why did Israel stop that from happening, Ethan? Don't you think that Zionism is the problem here?
Avi Schleim said,
"Oh, what happened? They didn't fucking send you that clip? They didn't send you that piece of information?"
Dude,
so
Avi
the PLO,
Schleim,
Yasser Arafat, the people that don't care about Jewish plight, actually did see
the guy who oversaw the second Intifada. What the fuck are you on about?
To be able to go back and do a right to return if they wanted to do so into their nation of origin.
I'm talking about the flights,
and yet
bro.
Israel was the
you
one
deny
who
the flight of Middle Eastern Jews.
Ethan?
No, you deny the flight. You deny the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews.
I don't deny the flight,
You
Ethan.
absolutely deny the trauma.
You are attributing.
No, you deny that they left by. You try to say that they left by choice. That is a gross historical inaccuracy.
No, there are Jews that left by choice.
Yes, some did. Of the 900,000, the vast majority left because they were afraid. Because they were being discriminated against. That is a historical fact. 6 Day War aftermath.
Have you ever actually listened to a clip of me talking about this?
What?
Oh my God, you have no idea what my perspective on this is. You're just fucking yelling at nothing.
Well, what are you doing right now? What are you wasting time for, buddy?
This is the reason why you're
I have heard you.
What are you wasting time for? As he fucking berates and interrupts Hasan, asks him to answer the question, implies that he's afraid to answer the question, and then interrupts him once he starts to answer the question.
Time and time again. That I don't actually believe.
Bro, you are continually not acknowledging the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews.
Oh my
God. Characterize it like they left.
Have you ever listened?
Yes, I've seen it.
Have you ever listened to anything that's not 30 seconds long?
Bro. That's so ironic that you're saying that as you misquote Avi Schleim, who said he fled because he was afraid and not because of Zion.
What's going on? Is Dan talking? Do you hear that extra chatter? Is that Dan?
Over and over again. But you're too busy trying to get a gotcha here.
Oh, no, he's trying to play Hasan. He's trying to play a clip.
Everyone's still going to think you're a fucking loser,
Here's the
dude.
clip.
I'm sorry. Just shut up and listen if you want to actually hear my perspective.
I'm shutting up and listening to you.
Iraq. Okay, thank you. The Iraqi Jews. Because when anti-Semitism increases in the West, Israel sees that as a complementary tool to its Zionist project of bringing either all Jews to Israel or at least make Jews in the Western world that are outside of Israel, Jews in diaspora, support Israel, because it gives additional credence to the argument. It gives additional credence to the argument that no Jew is ever safe if there is no Jewish state. That is the underpinning of the Zionist project in general.
Why did you not mention the anti-Semitism? You exclusively talk about Zionism being the reason for forcing them out. Why do you deny that they were expelled by force, the vast majority of them?
Ethan, if you think that that is the entirety of my perspective on this matter,
illuminate me.
You please need to stop talking and listen to the amount of times that I've talked about this.
Bro, just explain yourself.
I'm trying.
I just watched a clip of you being pretty.
Explain yourself. Explain yourself as I interrupt you.
About the flight. And by the way, you've done it this whole time.
And you just jump back in. Explain yourself, but let me talk some more, though.
You say that Zionism was
no,
the
I'm
main
dismissive
force.
about the aspect that this is beneficial to the Zionist project across the board, because Israel wants all Jews to be constantly fucking terrified in any other country that's not Israel, so that they can actually go and either support Israel if they're not in Israel, or just move to Israel. That is the entire point. That is what Jabotinsky wanted, that is what Herzl wanted, and that is precisely what Benjamin Netanyahu wants as well. So in terms of my explanation, or what I come across as dismissive, is precisely the role that Israel itself played in this process.
Which was minuscule.
It was a mutually beneficial relationship. That anti-Semitic pogroms.
Minuscule. What you fail to acknowledge is that the Jews were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but by necessity, because the Arab countries turned on them after the war and forced them to go to the only state that they could go to.
It's a necessity for Israel to exist, which is what your position is, right?
No, it's not about what was allowed or not. The Arabs created 1 million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic. After the War of 1948 and fucking the rise of Arab nationalism. Do you deny that?
You brought up
So wait, oh my God. We're blaming the Arabs, right? Which, like, remember, like, you know, you can substitute any other group in there and see how that sounds. Like, right, if you say the Arabs, the Jews, the blacks, right, are now blamed for what? Zionism? They created Zionists? And so then the results of that, the continued displacement, the continued ethnic cleansing, and you know, brutality, mowing the grass, as they say, deprivation, right? It's all justified. It's all justified because the Arabs are anti-Semitic. Yeah, that's like God.
I just said.
Wait,
do you deny
the trans? Yeah, the gays.
I just said.
What? Say it again. I wasn't listening.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice.
Forced to become Zionist,
but because they were forced.
We didn't want to be Zionists, but just like, wait, does Ethan feel like he was forced to become a Zionist? Is that where this is coming from? I didn't want to be Zionist. I hate Bibi Netanyahu. I think, like, but you forced me through all your continued harassment.
Out. The vast majority went to it.
You stole my community from me. You stole my viewers, Hasan. You forced me to become a Zionist.
Fucking Arabs.
Excuse me? Excuse me? What did you say? Bro.
1,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to it. The fucking Arabs.
The fucking Arabs forced them.
The Arabs, the anti-Semitic Arabs.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. What? That's my point. Are you okay?
I rest my case.
Are you okay? I don't know, Ethan. Are you?
Okay, well, I mean, you can.
No, you're too fucking delusional to realize.
There we go. Okay, look, all that ends well, right? It's not quite at the end yet. We still have 40 minutes of this left. But you know, at least there's a clip to countervail the interrogation of Hasan that they're gonna frame as like he was falling all over himself, didn't know how to answer, couldn't respond. You know, while Ethan interrupts him multiple times, but at least right there, we got a mask off moment where he's like, "Yeah, the fucking Arabs." That's
realize what kind of racist nonsense
that's
you're fucking
unbelievable,
That was
bro.
my entire
it's
point.
Historical.
Thank you.
I mean, it's historical. You don't know anything of what you're talking about. Avi Schleim, once again, because you don't want to contend, you like to use him when it's convenient. He left not because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Yeah, fucking Arabs. What was Avi Schleim, by the way?
Yeah, he was an Arab Jew. They didn't see him that way. They kicked his ass out. I'm not saying fucking Arabs. There's a reason for it.
Wait, you literally are saying fucking Arabs. That's literally. I'm sorry, chat. Are we being gaslit? Does anybody else smell gas in here? That is fucking crazy. I'm not saying fucking Arabs. This is as bad as, like, what was that whole thing about the swastika? Like, it's not a swastika. It is a swastika. I know it's not a swastika, but it is a, like, I mean, goddamn, this guy knows how to contradict himself.
The 1948 war. They blamed their own Jewish populace for what Israel did. That's anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do. Do you think the Iraqi Jews left their 2,000-year-old...
The Arabs made me eat a vegan burger and gave me a tummy ache? Damn. What kind of burger, marmots?
Just because they wanted to go to Israel? Are you fucking mad?
Ethan, you remember a while back I tweeted and
forced to become a Zionist literally makes it sound like 1984, right?
I got really mad when I said that there's a double standard.
I mean, look, Chad, if you want to know what being forced to become a Zionist is like, just hang out in America. Just keep on being in America, right? That's what we're moving towards. We're moving towards, and that won't be the last thing, right? That you're forced to. That won't be the last viewpoint that you're forced to adopt, right? Trump is on his way to forcing, you know, definitely if you're on a student visa, right, you're going to be forced to become a Zionist.
Standard between Islamophobia and
forced to love Big Brother.
Absolutely a double standard, and you exhibit it, my friend.
And you're participating in it right now without even recognizing that you're doing so.
I mean, I'm just telling you literally what happened.
Historical racism. All Arabs
they were
are not
racist.
responsible.
Do people never get racist?
The Arabs pooped in my pants, says Ducky.
Do people never be? I'm explaining why. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just explaining why. After the 1948 war, the rise of Arab nationalism.
Wait. Did I just miss something? He just said something there. Wait. Did he? Like, I'm sorry. I'm paying attention to too many things at once.
They were racist. Do people never get racist? And you exhibit it, my friend.
And you're participating in it right now without even recognizing that you're doing so.
I mean, I'm just telling you literally what happened.
Historical racism. All Arabs
they were
are not
racist.
responsible.
Do people never get racist? Do people never be? I'm explaining why. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just explaining why. After the 1948 war, the rise of Arab nationalism created a lot of anti-Semitism, and that's why the vast majority of the Jews, the 900,000 of them, were forced to immigrate. Ethan, that's a fact. That is a historical fact.
Ethan, I'm sorry to say this, and I don't know if your audience gets this as well, but what you just said earlier is not an accurate reflection of history. It's just pure racism.
How do you know that?
How
do you know that it's not real?
Shifting the blame over to the
absolutely was the blame of the Arabs.
When every single one of these Arab countries,
absolutely,
with their own version of pan-Arabic nationalism, half of them were already still controlled, by the way, by fucking European colonial powers like Vichy France.
That was literally just in Tunisia.
The Moroccan expulsion program, and you're using that as a similarity between the planned expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians.
I mean, the details are different, but you're denying. Like, once again, you're still not disproving me. What did I say that is hilariously racist and wrong?
Anti-German racism.
Don't make an analogy. Tell me why I'm wrong.
It's like pointing to anti-German racism.
I don't need an analogy. I need facts from you. Why am I wrong?
It's as though you are pointing to anti-German racism.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Why is he putting up with this? Oh my God, Hasan.
Thomas Jur, super chatted $5.88. I'd call him full of ish, but I mean service dog.
Wait. Oh, okay, that's the emote. Okay. I'd call him full of ish, but I mean, oh God, because the dog shit. Yeah.
Tell me German conquest. Tell me a fact, right, that proves that I'm wrong. That the vast majority of Jews fled because of anti-Semitism.
Tell me a fact that proves that I'm wrong. Do you understand how he's engaging with this? Like, the thing that makes truth or lie is the amount of facts, you know, factoids, as I was calling them earlier, you can put in your memory bank or have on hand or have in flashcards or have on your laptop or whatever, be able to rattle off, right, at a moment's notice. And the performance of that, whether it is better by the person on this side or the person on that side. So Hasan's analysis, Hasan's contextualization, Hasan's understanding of the facts, the historical facts of the matter, is not admissible in the fucking court of destiny, in the court of DGG. That's what this is. That's what this is, chat. And the grossest thing about Ethan and his interaction with Hasan is it's allowed him to launder. It's allowed them to kind of like keep the so like, look, chat, Destiny's discredited at this point. All right, he did a fucked up thing to to people in his own community, to other content creators. He shared stuff that they didn't consent to having shared. Like, Destiny's fucked up, right? He's cut off from the world. Nobody decent wants to hear what Destiny has to say, and yet he's able to get his point out against Hasan through Ethan Klein. Ethan is laundering Destiny's debate bullshit against Hasan, right? And
anti-German racism happening during the fucking German conquest.
Tell me a fact.
Right? And now what he's doing is he's adopting Destiny's debate style, right? It's not, I shouldn't even say Destiny's. Destiny was integral in the creation of what Ethan is performing right now, which is called blood sports debate, right? He's not the only one who did it. There were Nazis doing it. There was a lot of people doing it, right? Destiny's not, but this is a format of content.
Thomas J. super chatted $5.88. Actually, in the beginning, there were Mazari that rejected Zionism once in Israel, due to being the mindset that undermined him as another.
Due to it being the mindset that undermined them as another. So that we're just negatively, the reason that they were not safe in their country was due to Zionism. So they at least at first were skeptical towards it, to say the least. Thank you for the super chat, Thomas. Can't believe Pestany is still streaming. Yeah, that's a weird thing. His community still likes it. They're cut off, just like Vosh's community, right? Vosh still streams to an audience of, I don't know, 5,000, 7,000, 10,000 people at a time. Destiny's still streaming to an audience of 9,000, 10,000, right? So they still have reach. They still have their streams, but people now know. Like, when you bring up Vosh, oh yeah, check out what Vosh said. A lot of people will be like, the lowly guy? You want me to pay attention to the lowly? Oh yeah, Destiny said XYZ. The guy that, shared NSFW images of people unconsensually, right? It's like, so there's a little bit of a, I guess, quarantine, I would say, around the Vosh and the Destiny community. The weird thing is that Ethan is breaking quarantine, and he is smuggling, Destiny's anti-Hasan shit out and laundering it as his own. That's what's so annoying about this guy. And the technique is very much, I'm guessing, I don't know exactly who he learned it from, but, it's the same blood sports shit that Destiny and Vosh practiced.
That I'm wrong. That the vast majority of Jews fled because of anti-Semitism
in the Arab states. Oh, really? It's not what you're saying.
So I didn't say anything wrong.
I take issue with.
I didn't say anything wrong. I didn't say anything wrong, but I'm racist.
It's the idea that all Arabs are fucking one.
Wait, ChatGPT actually gave a good summary. Wait, of the debate? Oh no, or of what Ethan is saying, or
and have something to do with Palestinians in general. Yes, I never said that there wasn't any fucking anti-Arab, anti-Jewish sentiment. That also
were the vast majority of Jews. Did they leave because of anti-Semitism or Zionism?
The vast majority of Jews,
did they leave,
regardless of whether or not
Zionism
they left for anti-Semitism or Zionist purposes, is not comparable to the Nakba.
You're not answering. Did they leave
because
of
anti-Semitism? It is not comparable to the Nakba.
I don't care. That's got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm not comparing that.
And by the way, what are you talking about? You made that comparison to say, to make it seem as though it was a much larger crime.
No, because people like you ignore the trauma of the fact that you want to tell that people in Israel to go back to where they came from. This is where they're from. They were forced to go to Israel.
They could right now. They could go tomorrow.
Really? The Iraqi Jews can go back to their home tomorrow.
Hasan mentioned earlier that the PLO was advocating for a right of return for Jewish people who were,
Egyptian Jews can go back to their homes tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That is insane. You are fucking out of your mind.
They can.
Well, like, you know why Ethan thinks this is insane? Because his mind, his picture of the Arab world is like a hostile place with dudes running around with curved swords, you know, yelling Allah Akbar before beheading people, right? Like, that's crazy. You think they can go back to that, to the Arab world? Oh, that's super dangerous. You know, like, remember how Ramallah was a terrorist town? I mean, this is how he thinks of shit. Like, right, the same way that the white people in the United States will talk about a bad neighborhood when what they mean is a black neighborhood, and they will imagine all kinds of unseen dangers there. You can't possibly go there. Don't get lost in that area of town. You will not come back alive, right?
How? Tell me how.
Can.
How did the Jews go back to their...
They don't want to, and I understand why they wouldn't want to.
No, they want to.
Why would yes, they could.
How? How would they go back and reclaim their lost assets, their lost property?
There were literally different schemes designed.
And by the way, how did they become citizens?
At different points throughout this 76-year-long, drawn-out apartheid structure, there were numerous instances where, yes, there was a right to return offered to Jews, and even restitution for the homes that they lost in the process. So yes, you're wrong. You simply don't know the facts.
You know who's not been meaningfully offered any sort of restitution for the homes that they were dispossessed from? You know who hasn't been offered that restitution? You know who's petitioned for that in negotiations and never been given it? That would be the Palestinians, right?
You are wrong.
You won't say what fact I'm getting wrong.
I just told you.
Did the vast majority of Jews immigrate to Israel following 1948 because of Zionism or because of anti-Semitism?
No. Don't run away
answer
from this
the
point.
Fucking question.
I don't discount anti-Semitism as a direct consequence of pan-Arabic nationalism that took place in numerous countries.
Answer the question.
I have issues with your comparison. Okay.
Who's comparing? You keep saying that. I'm not talking about the Nakba.
I'm
talking about your unwillingness to recognize Jewish plight.
And you brought really it up deliberately to say more Jews were displaced than Palestinians
I think that's
were.
an interesting fact that you clearly don't fucking ever want to mention because it really messes up your beautiful little narrative.
Why would you? So why did you bring that fact up right after you talked about the 1948 war?
Because the point is that two people were traumatized.
I think that
there was
disgusting.
2 people that were traumatized. There was 2 people that were displaced unfairly. It was the Palestinians and it was the Middle Eastern Jews. They both have trauma. You failed to acknowledge one group. You shit on the other one. Unlike you, acknowledge both groups. I acknowledge both groups.
You're all lives mattering the Nakba.
What? That isn't.
That's what you're doing. And you're also attributing.
How am I doing that?
You're attributing anti-Semitic violence in different countries
at the same time following 1948, pan-Arab nationalism. You said that yourself. These 5 Arab countries were defeated in 1948, and they turned super fucking anti-Semitic as a result. They became ultra-nationalist Arabs. It became popular.
They were under the foot of they were under the foot of colonial powers. That's what manifested the pan-Arabic nationalism.
As Israel declared independence, they said, "Fuck no, we don't want this country here." And yeah, they all became anti-Semitic. That's a historical fact that you
also failed to recognize that Iraqi Jews have been allowed to return to Iraq, and there have been numerous instances where Jews were given an opportunity to return if they wanted to.
How many Jews live in Iraq?
What?
How many Jewish
people? I don't know. I think
people?
It's 0 right now, but they can.
How many Jews live in the Middle East outside of Israel?
Why would it?
Virtually none. Where'd they go?
Why would Iraqi
if it was
Jews
so fucking great for them?
Why would Iraqi Jews not want to go to Iraq, you think, right now?
0 Jews. Virtually 0 Jews live outside of Israel in the Middle East. Why is that? You don't think that none of them wanted to fucking stay at home?
I don't know. Maybe because there was a religious ethno-supremacist state that was backed by a lot of Western states as a direct destabilizer in the fucking region, with mass migration happening, especially, of course, mass migration happening, and then in the aftermath of Holocaust with a...
What do you think, chat? Is this like... How are people viewing this, right? Is it obvious to somebody watching on Ethan's end that he is afraid to let Hasan answer any of the questions? Is it obvious to people that Ethan is being ridiculous? That he's demanding an answer. When Hasan starts to answer, he's then interrupting him, and then he makes his point and says, "Let's move on," while Hasan's still trying to discuss it. And then he says, "You talked enough." Are most people going to get that he's being an asshole? Is that going to be obvious to people that are not, you know, following this super closely? It's not obvious to 12-year-olds, but to any grown-ass adult, it's very clear. That's good. I unfortunately have a 12-year-old mentality. I've not been able to get past that. But yeah, I just gotta know. I gotta know to adults. Yeah, this is to adults. It's clear that Ethan is being ridiculous. Then no, it's probably. I'm kidding about the 12-year-old mentality, Chad. I just I don't necessarily. I don't know. My neurotopography makes it difficult to imagine how others will react to something that's clear to me. It's literally a debate tactic of an 8-year-old, which is the mental age of all H3 fans. Bunch of TikToks giving their views on Ethan, positively, negatively.
With a shit ton more refugees coming in, was a much more
super fucking toxic and illogical. Well, yeah, and just this is an asshole way to conduct a conversation. He's berating him, he's bulldozing him. I don't know if to some people it looks like Hasan doesn't have an answer, or if it's clear that Ethan does not want Hasan to have a chance to answer.
More viable state for them.
Here's the problem.
The viability of said state, of course, is partially a consequence of the other countries and the hostility that people felt towards Jewish people. You don't want to blame
the Arabs.
But this in and of itself, is the heart of the problem, because people conflate Zionism with Judaism, and
that's what the Arabs did when they kicked them all out.
I know, and I don't think it's appropriate.
And so why are you blaming the Zionists and not the fucking Arabs for being racist? Why do you deny the Jewish trauma?
Wait. You shouldn't conflate Zionism with Judaism. Wait, let me try to make what he's saying make sense here. I think there's a logical disjunction.
And
that's what the Arabs did when they kicked them all out.
I know, and I don't think it's appropriate.
And so why are you blaming the Zionists and not the fucking Arabs for being racist?
Why are you blaming the Zionists? Wait. Okay, come on.
Of course, is partially a consequence of the other countries and the hostility that people felt towards Jewish people.
You don't want to blame the Arabs.
But this in and of itself, is the heart of the problem, because people conflate Zionism with Judaism, and
people conflate Zionism with Judaism. That's the problem.
When they kicked them all out.
Ethan says that's what the Arabs were doing when the Arabs were doing when they kicked them all out.
And
so why are you blaming the Zionists and not the fucking?
Why are you blaming the Zionists and not the
Arabs for being racist? Why do you deny the Jewish trauma?
The point of not conflating the Zionists with the Zionism with Judaism is that you don't want to blame the Jewish people for the cruelty, oppression, human rights violation, and dispossession of land and property by the state of Israel, right? That's not something that Jewish people did. That's not something that Jewish people were on board with. That is the, Zionist project in Israel that was responsible for that. But then he's like, why don't you blame the Arabs, right? I thought we were trying to get away from blaming the Jews, the Arabs, the gays, the blacks. I thought we were trying to get away from this shit. But he can't. He literally can't, chat. That's how he thinks of things. That's how his brain works.
Do you deny the 900,000 traumatized Jews that were forced, including, by the way, what you keep ignoring, Avi Schleim. Avi Schleim said we didn't leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were afraid. Are you hearing that?
Ethan, do you blame the English for the Holocaust?
No.
Who did the Holocaust, Ethan?
Just fucking make your point. I'm not playing this silly game.
Come on, who did the Holocaust? Just say it.
Make your point, dude. I'm not a fucking...
Why not? I'm asking you a question. It's a super simple question.
Avi Schleim.
Avi Schleim did the whole... No.
We left.
He's trying to pivot. He's trying to pivot.
Because
I asked you who was responsible for the Holocaust.
Why would I answer
Which
such a
nation?
stupid rhetorical question? Just make your point.
What, you know the answer to this, right? Like, come on, what are you looking at on your fucking computer? Like, what? Who? Which country?
Are you trying to call ChatGPT? Who did the Holocaust ChatGPT?
Responsible for the Holocaust?
Anytime you want to make your point, I would appreciate.
What?
I would appreciate if
What
you.
is happening, dude? Dude. When you already okay, here, whatever. You said
I would appreciate if you would just listen to one thing I would say.
You already said that it wasn't the English, right? It's not the responsibility of the British that the Holocaust happened, right? You understand that? You recognize that, right?
Well, I would say the nation most directly guilty for the Holocaust was probably Nazi Germany.
Okay. Did you just read that from your laptop?
No, I'm eloquent, unlike your dumbass.
I mean, yes, it is. Okay. Notice how
That's just how I think, Hasan. Unlike you, frat bro.
you don't actually
I'm fabulous,
put
bitch.
every single fucking country. There was plenty of anti-Semitism in England too. Notice how you don't fucking say all of Europe is responsible for the Holocaust.
Concentration camps in the
but you
UK?
say all Arabs.
Okay.
The point is,
there's no Jews in the Middle East.
The
None.
anti-Semitic.
Can you listen to one
None-
thing? I have one thing important to say that I really want you just to listen to, okay? Avi Schleim said they did not leave Iraq because they were Zionists. They left because
Now, he's complaining earlier about Hasan repeating himself, right?
they were afraid.
Yes.
You are denying his family's trauma. You are blaming his
God.
family's trauma
Okay.
on
will
Zionists.
you talk to him?
And
will
not,
you talk to him about this?
Sure. I mean, he's going to
Would
agree
you-
with me. I
if you're
read
so
it from his
confident-
fucking
If you're so
book.
confident in everything, if you're so confident,
I read it from his fucking book. No, I got it as a quote, right? I went to some quote website. I was like, oh, Avi Schleim from the Three Worlds. Yeah, let me use this, right? Yeah, what Hasan is trying to get at, right, is that Ethan's statement actually does not represent the preponderance of Avi Schleim's viewpoint on this matter. And so if he were to have a conversation with Avi, just like if he had a conversation with Norm about From the River to the Sea, you would find that the way that Ethan is representing these two people is a deviation from what they actually think.
Okay, that would be great. All right, perfect. Okay.
So listen. I'll
talk to
debate
him
all
and
these
Norm
people instead of
Finkelstein.
you. I have time. Unfortunately, like I said, it's getting late, so I just want to make one last point before we go, which is that always remember, Hasan, that when people criticize me, I watch it on my stream by myself live, unlike a bitch-made coward like yourself, who needs someone to hold your hand, make all the excuses in the world to avoid any single criticism, any response. You, my friend, are a coward, and I am the fucking legend that responded to it live with zero hesitation.
Oh my God, he's beautiful. Let me put my feet up on the table to show you how confident I am. Oops, I kicked over the glass. Oops, I knocked over the microphone. I am the legend. Crashes out.
You know why? Because I'm not a liar. I don't have to think about the shit that I say
you
and
think-
justify
if you
it.
think
You
this-
lied. That's why you can't do it,
if you
because
think
you'll get
this
caught in those lies. I waited.
5-hour endeavor made you look good, then congratulations.
You don't
okay?
think you don't think it was good that you don't think that it was a supreme confidence that I responded to it immediately live?
Ethan, it took you 4 months to actually entertain the notion of having a conversation with me. I don't give a fuck about watching YouTube videos. I don't know why you think that I'm
You watch
afraid of
11
watching
hate
your
videos
fucking
on your
YouTube
channel.
video.
So he's trying to interrupt him before he can even say that he's talking about. It took Ethan Klein 4 months from Hasan challenging him. All right, you want me to watch the content, Nuke? I will, if you will have a talk with me. It took him 4 months. He's claiming that he's the legend. He's the GOAT. He will respond to anything because he's not lying. He's telling the truth. He's not afraid of anything, right? And yet it took you 4 months to. But before he can even get out, that what he's talking about is Ethan's reticence to accept his invitation to debate, to talk. He's interrupting him again.
11 hate videos. I've watched zero about you, Hasan. Do you want to actually discuss who's the coward?
You made the hate videos, dumbass. Your fucking community is the hate community. Why the fuck would you have to watch hate videos or whatever? You are
Hasan,
the one
just
who's doing
remember,
it.
when criticism comes, I confront it.
And he does watch hate videos. He watches his own videos when nobody watches the Ethan Klein channel. And so he literally puts his video, right? You know, he's got the H3 podcast channel, right? He's got the H3 Productions channel, right? That's the 7 million subscriber one, right? This is the 2.7 million subscriber one. He's got the Ethan Klein channel that's supposed to be for his little personal passion projects, but he hates it when he puts something together, you know, in probably 20 minutes. down in his basement, and it only gets 100,000 views. So what he does then is he puts out the video, nobody watches it, and then he comes on H3 to do the podcast, and he's like, all right, we're going to watch my video. Yeah, you do watch hate videos of Hasan on stream. The only difference is you're the only one doing them.
For
when criticism comes to you,
points. Maybe we should go through the context puke one more time so we can
if you want to watch
continue this conversation later. Okay.
Listen, if you want to watch it,
hold your hand through all the other dumb shit that you said in it. It's not because I'm afraid. It's because you were crying.
No, it is definitely because you're afraid. Why is it you didn't pull? Why is it you love Banana Banana, but when he makes a video criticizing you, you say I'm not watching that?
Because I think it's. You want to know why? Because I think it's fucking unproductive to
watch criticism of me. You fucking coward. What are you saying?
Because you're fucking presenting yourself and developing an audience that is literally, without even realizing it, because they are only drama obsessed, without realizing it, they're literally positioning themselves to be pro-Israel, to repeat pro-Israel talking points. Yes, that is the only reason why I started talking about you, because you went on a fucking deplatforming campaign.
Why did you not watch Bad Banana's video about you?
You watched all the... You did 110 Instagram stories on me, Ethan, since January 31st, 2025.
24 hours, bro.
You didn't even recognize.
You need to at least admit that it's reciprocal. I am not upset. You made 24 hours of nonstop content, bro.
Ethan,
24 hours.
24 hours of nonstop content. Yeah, Hasan was on a 24-hour criticism of Ethan subathon, right? That's what he's claiming. That's what he wants his audience to think. 24 what did he say? Uninterrupted hours.
24 hours, bro.
You didn't even recognize.
You need to at least admit that it's reciprocal. I am not upset. You made 24 hours of nonstop content, bro.
24 hours of nonstop content, right? Do you hear what he's saying? That's a ridiculous claim. Like, Hasan streams way too much. I stream way too much, chat. But neither of us are doing 24-hour streams, and we are certainly not doing 24 hours talking about Ethan Klein. That would break our brains. We would be dead after that. We would be no more. This is how you kill the golden goose, right? By making us watch 24 hours of fucking... And you know what the sad thing is, chat? I could populate 24 hours of Ethan Klein content to react to, and it probably would be like a totality of like 3 broadcasts of H3. It wouldn't take... I wouldn't have to go search for it, right? But no, Hasan didn't do 24 straight hours of reaction to Ethan. I'm not doing 24 straight. It feels like it sometimes, but I'm not doing 24 straight hours of reaction. And he's talking about that there's 24 hours if you put all the Hasan Industrial Complex channels together, right? And that is by repeating segments. That is by counting Hasanabi Archive, the bot channel, which you probably should not watch, counting their video of Chris Kunstler as 3 hours of Ethan content, and then turning around to Hasanabi Productions, which you should watch, and 3 hours, and asking like, that's 6 hours. That's 6 hours of Hasan reacting to me, when what it really is it's the same fucking segment on 2 different channels.
Bro.
Ethan,
24 hours in the last 2 months.
Just on your own personal
We've talked about each other equally as much, bro.
January 31st.
Oh, wait, I thought he talked about you more.
2025, 110 stories. It was so insane, you didn't believe it.
Even if
you
that's...
don't even believe your own mania.
Hasan,
please, for the love of God.
Hasan, if you talked about me 24 minutes a day, every day, 7 days a week for 60 days. Does that...
He just said 24 minutes a day. What the fuck? Wait, did they average something? Is that where is he getting? Did he mean to say 24 hours a day?
Yes, fucking reasonable.
After you presented yourself as a fucking significant force trying to literally deplatform pro-Palestinian voices.
How much time do you think it makes an Instagram story?
That's why. And that's you literally.
Why didn't you watch a Bad Empanada video about yourself?
Your own producers were begging you to stop talking about me, so much so that you had to set up a separate war room where you only talked about me.
Wait, what is this? There's a bunch of TikToks giving their views on Ethan. Oh.
That's what happened, right? Because you couldn't shut about it. Your fans were fucking going, Ethan, we get it.
My fans are fine, bro. Don't worry about my fans.
And the entire time you frame this as though it's petty fucking
1.5 new members in the Leftovers H3 sub.
It's not petty drama. You are deeply anti-Semitic, hateful, fucking propagandist liar.
That took place. And it only took you now to fucking openly say 10 toes down that it is a genocide, but also
I've said that consistently for years, liar.
Ethan.
Okay, there we go. Cater Gator. The majority of videos on TikTok are calling pro Hasan and calling Ethan out for being horrible.
You don't want anyone to resist against genocide. It is a fucking untenable position.
You mean kidnapping civilians?
No
You're so pathetic, bro. Please.
And you constantly keep smearing me as a fucking anti-Semite at a time when the Trump administration, at a time when the Trump administration is blackbagging people.
Yeah, that's bad happening. Don't call me out. That's bad happening. Don't call me out. That's what you're doing.
Dude, how do you not
understand watch the bad happen on a video?
That you are playing a formative role when you don't talk about Mahmoud Khalil?
Just remember, everybody watching.
When you don't talk about the
yeah, Chad, I just wonder, like, I mean, can you assure me as a neurospicy mind who doesn't always get how things are seen by the vast majority of people, does it come through that Ethan's berating him? Does it come through that Ethan is not interested in his answer to any of these questions? Is it coming through that, you know, this is not a W for Ethan? This is just, like, incredibly rude?
By the way, I advocated for Kamala to get elected. What'd you do? I told people to vote for Kamala. What'd you do?
Oh.
No, seriously. What'd you do?
Ethan,
did you?
Congratulations.
Do you think Kamala and Trump would have been equally bad?
I won't change anything from Joe Biden's policies, Harris.
It's not Joe Biden, it's Kamala Harris.
Not only did I go to the DNC, but I actually offered some pretty fucking valuable criticism of the Democratic Party that they didn't listen to, unfortunately.
Didn't they kick you out of the DNC?
Because they didn't listen to that valuable criticism, they lost. Why have you lied about me voting for Jill Stein, by the way? Can we talk about that?
Like, is him turning down Hasan? Is this like a successful tactic? Right? Does this work? Right? Because, like, I'm seeing the results of it, watching it, having watched it on Hasan's, having watched Hasan's version of it this the other day and watching Ethan's version of it now, I'm seeing the result of this, which is that whenever Hasan's talking and Ethan is talking, you don't hear what Hasan is saying, right? So they've, successfully obscured Hasan's response to a bunch of things.
Oh, who do you keep saying I voted for Jill Stein?
Who did you vote for?
Countless hours shitting on Jill Stein.
I said I think you did.
Not to vote for Trump. I've said that Donald Trump is significantly worse than Kamala Harris. And I've also, on top of that, called Jill Stein a drifter over and over and over again. But for some weird reason, despite the fact that I voted live, mind you,
and you didn't say who for.
Audience, and you kept lying to your audience.
I said
and you kept making it seem as though I didn't even fucking vote or urge people not to vote. There's never been a moment where I said do not vote.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
No, I got no problem, but I think there's people in your audience that would.
You don't have a problem. You don't have a problem.
Why didn't you endorse her then?
Why the fuck do you keep saying I voted for Jill Stein?
I said I think because you didn't.
Why didn't I endorse Kamala Harris? Given what he's just said about Gaza, given what he's just said about Israel, you can't figure out maybe why he wouldn't want to endorse, be like, I put my stamp of approval on this candidate. You don't understand why, a very obvious partiality in all of Hasan's content of the election towards Kamala Harris, him, going to the Democratic National Convention, right, and getting thrown out for what? Talking to protesters that he wishes Kamala Harris would talk to, right? There was a chance for a speaker, a Palestinian, speaker that was going to endorse Kamala Harris. They wouldn't take it, because that was seen as too controversial. Oh my gosh, we don't want to seem like we think that Palestinians are human. We wouldn't want that to happen, right? You can't figure out maybe why he wouldn't want to fucking put his stamp of approval on every single thing that Kamala and Biden have done? You can't figure that out?
You think?
That's what I said. It's an opinion.
You think? Oh, you don't give a fuck, dude. It doesn't matter who I vote for anyway. You're out of your fucking mind. I did not endorse Kamala Harris, and I will never endorse Kamala Harris. And I did not endorse Joe Biden.
And now Trump's president.
You want to know why? Because you want to know why?
Trump's building the Riviera in Gaza Strip, and guess what?
And it's all because Hasan didn't fucking get on there and deep throat Biden when he had the chance, right? If he had just glugged, fucking Joe Biden, to the point where he's... Thank you, whoever made that poll. We're taking a poll right now on Twitch. This is a rare Twitch poll, trying to find out how Ethan is coming across, right? Like, do people recognize these as obnoxious tactics, right? Or is this, going to be seen as by anybody as just like righteous? Yeah, he's owning him.
fucking love that shit because you get to keep making content about it and you get to keep making videos and you guarantee there will never be peace there because you won't acknowledge the trauma of both sides. Two things must always be true.
How much content have you made about Donald Trump? How much content have you made about fucking Donald Trump? You literally defended his terrorist regime. What the fuck are you talking about? And then you have to apologize because you're an embarrassing figure.
You can't fathom.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
You can't fathom that somebody says something wrong and come back and corrects it.
And all of the producers or all the people that are giving you fucking talking points is not going to make you come across as smart in this process. Please, for your own mental sanity, stop trying to do this. You are basically brain breaking a shit ton of people into idiotic positions. You clearly don't care about people who have actually voted for Donald Trump, considering your allegiance with people who have literally directly voted for Donald Trump.
Who's my allegiance?
Okay?
Who's my allegiance to?
What do you mean? You have fucking Trump supporters that you're friends with, like Steiny in general. When I have a conversation with him, I'm actually directly fucking addressing some of the.
Did you watch my interview with him? You fucking dipshit. That our entire conversation was me arguing with him and telling him why Trump's bad and why transphobia is bad. You are insanely incompetent.
You're going out. You're playing poker with people who fucking voted for Donald Trump. You're defending Asmongold. Asmongold is not actually Trump coded.
I spent hours shitting on Steiny.
You're just a liar. Asmongold has been a valuable figure shitting on me this entire time, and that's the only reason why you act like he's not that significant of a force.
No, you act like he's. What did Ethan say? He was Trump coded. He's not Trump supporter. Like he literally, I don't know, rehabilitated. You know, like this is the guy that, you know, what is this? This is Narwhal by Nature says Irene as she watches the debate.
Makeup today. The wig and the makeup could have enhanced your face even more. I hate your hair and makeup today.
That's wait. Who am I in this?
When did I say that?
You will take help from anyone and everyone.
And it was all written by Destiny, right?
You claim to care. You claim to care about rape, and you're hyping up a dude who has a segment on a show called Ultimate Rape Review. The reason why you're hyping up that dude.
He's talking about Nick DiOrio there. Yeah, no, it's Nick DiOrio. Yeah, you are hyping up that dude, right? If you want to have an issue with Bad Empanada and his toxicity and the fact that Hasan's reacted to videos from him, you are constantly like buddy with Nick DiOrio, Keemstar, etc., etc., etc. And you know, a lot of the support that Ethan gets is from the likes of Nick DiOrio, Turkey Tom, Chud Logic, right? This is his crew now. These are his supporters. These are people who really support Ethan in this in this conflict. I think you hate more substance than just the hair and makeup.
You don't give a fuck.
I mean, I do hate his hair and makeup.
Petty drama. This is your only content. Stop doing petty drama content. Shut the fuck up about politics and get back to goofs and gaffs. And it will be fine. People will forget that you have behaved in this way, but you don't want to do that. It's become a fucking personal agenda for you that people don't like you. It must be anti-Semitism. No, they don't like you because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And you have to be babied by goddamn producers as a 40-year-old adult. That's the reason why people don't like it.
Very good. Very good. Now, why don't you watch Bad Empanada's videos about you?
Because he's pro-Palestine. And I don't give a fuck about...
Because he doesn't have a problem with his main fucking point of what he's talking about right now, right? Bad Empanada doesn't like Hasan, doesn't agree with Hasan, thinks that Hasan goes too soft on Zionists. Boo-hoo. He can have that opinion. It doesn't fucking matter, right? Ethan, on the other hand, is spreading literal Hasbro like what we just listened to when he refused to listen to anything Hasan had to say. He just rattles off talking points. Therefore, what Jews in the Middle East went through was just as bad as the Nakba. They went through it. You know, it's essentially minimizing the Nakba. He's white lives mattering or all lives mattering. The Nakba is what he's doing, right? And that you know, you can have a problem with, right? Bad Empanada doesn't like Hasan. Boo-hoo. Bad Empanada doesn't agree with me. Boo-hoo. Bad Empanada, you know, is toxic to my friend Zara. I mean, okay, now we're on fighting terms, but no.
Oh, you're
and
such
I don't
a
care
coward,
about the
Hassan.
difference in methods that we have.
All right, very good. I'm out of my depth. I shouldn't talk about
the movement. And if you were pro-Palestine, I would never talk about you either. That's the real reason.
Uh-oh. Can you please contend with the Avi Schleim quote that they left not because of Zionism, but because...
Oh, I am Nikki? Okay.
They were afraid?
Dude, come on. Enough. You have Avi Schleim on the show. Talk.
Yeah, you're right, Narwhal by Nature. I do hate this debate.
Okay, sure. Maybe it'll go down exactly like you thought with Sam Cedar.
How did it go with Sam Cedar? I think if
Really?
anything, Sam kind of embarrassed himself.
Really? this guy, look, people keep on making fun of, his sniffs and stuff and the way that he acts and stuff and imply that he's on some kind of a stimulant drug. No, chat. He may be on a drug, but that is copium that he is inhaling, not anything stimulating.
I genuinely do. I hate to say it because I like Sam.
A 40-year-old man who needs a fucking button when he has like a little oopsie moment is actually the one who's talking about Sam Cedar embarrassing himself.
Did I button during that debate?
He lowered himself to talk to you man to man and tried to explain to you what was going on.
That's what you asked for. Why would you want to lower his status?
Private, Ethan.
Why did you lower his status?
Because I thought you could be convinced. I didn't realize you were this fucking drama obsessed.
Again, when Hasan said talk to Sam Cedar, it was a long time ago. It was back when Hasan felt like Ethan could be reached. Obviously, he wasn't going to reach Ethan, but he thought maybe, if he talked this out with Sam, given that, they're friendly with each other, and he thought that Ethan respected Sam. I mean, look, we were disabused of that notion in the Sam Cedar-Ethan Klein debate. He definitely does not respect Sam.
We had an argument about fucking South Africa apartheid. What's drama about that?
What?
You're fucking... Dude, listen.
I can't hear what you said. What did you say?
It doesn't matter. Just remember... When it comes to criticism, I watch it.
Yes,
you ignore it. It's so important.
Nelson Mandela was actually peaceful because you're going to clip shimp the fucking shit that Lonerbox told you.
Why was
you're going to say the violent things that the ANC did were in the Truth and Reconciliation Committee attributed to
Hasan, how many civilians died in 20 years in the ANC during the ANC's?
It was like 200, I think.
Less than 100. How many people did Hamas kill on one day? Nelson Mandela, which I'll read you a quote from his trial. Are you comparing the apartheid structure in South Africa to 76 years of colonial occupation? Don't you do that all the time? No, the numbers are larger, and the militancy has gotten far more radical.
It's apartheid. That doesn't mean that it's not gone on for substantially longer, and the oppression hasn't been doubled down on a gazillion times, compared to the conflict in South Africa.
As a direct consequence of Israel becoming far more radical. Because as I told you, and you seemingly understood when we first had this conversation after October 7, that the maintenance of an apartheid is an inherently violent endeavor. And as a matter of fact, the resistance to said apartheid is only going to get worse and worse as time moves on. This is precisely the reason why the first intifada was fought with stones,
You're just bringing random shit up,
rocks, and the second intifada in the aftermath of horrific acts of terror against Palestinians who were at a mosque praying.
I actually have facts. I have a historical quote. I'm not just grandstanding. Mandela, from his trial in 1960, said, and I quote, there were 4 forms of violence that were possible. One was sabotage, one was guerrilla warfare, one was terrorism, and then there was open revolution. We chose to adopt the first method as it exhausted it before taking any other decision. In light of our political background, the choice was a logical one. Sabotage did not involve loss of life, and it offered the best hope for future race relations. Bitterness would be kept minimum, and if a policy bore fruit, democratic government could become a reality. This is what we felt at the time, and this is what we said in our manifesto. We have always sought to achieve liberation without bloodshed and civil clash. We hope, even at this late hour, that our first actions will awaken everyone to the realization that the disastrous situation which the nationalist policy is leading. We hope that we will bring the government and its supporters to their senses before it's too late, so that both the government and its policies can be changed before matters reach the desperate state of war.
Notice how the end part of that is getting ready for rebellion.
Did they?
I feel like yeah, because the apartheid structure dissolved as a direct consequence of pressure campaigns and also militancy.
Pressure campaigns on which BDS is designed as a template.
Which Nelson Mandela, not once, but twice,
what's Hamas doing for liberation?
Of having a sentence commuted, which he refused to do. They said,
on principle,
Nelson Mandela,
bro.
if you disavow violence,
principle. He said, I will not remain in jail because a prisoner can't negotiate. A prisoner can't decide.
Yes, that was the first
said
time.
no
and in both
times. He refused on principle. Less than 100 people died during the 20-year period. Anyone that attacked civilians, they were disavowed. The ANC repeatedly apologized and disavowed violence against civilians.
When did they do that?
Less than 100 civilians died.
When did they do
Hamas
that?
killed 1,000 civilians on one fucking day.
1,000 civilians?
Yeah.
The poor civilian Israeli soldiers that died in their military bases.
No, like, bro, you're so dumb. 300.
What do you mean I'm so dumb?
Okay, how many civilians died? How many civilians died?
I believe the total number of casual...
How many civilians died is not actually the same answer as how many civilians did Hamas kill, right? Those are 2 different answers.
On October 7th.
And I don't think they even get into the the question of the Hannibal Directive, the Israeli civilians whose deaths seem to be more likely attributable to things like Hellfire missiles from helicopters than to anything that Hamas might have done, right? So it's whatever number they give here, it's actually even lower than that.
1,200, with 800 being civilians, which is completely unacceptable.
Oh my God, I'm off by 100. I was
members.
off by 100. Oh my God, dude, I can't believe the historical inaccuracies.
Well, you
You're
just
an
made
idiot.
a big. You're the one who's bringing up numbers here, Ethan. And yes, I do think.
And also, like, compared to fucking hundreds of thousands of Palestinians that have been killed, like, you know, really, we're gonna be like, oh yeah, no, Mandela based, good. Less than 100 people killed. Palestine, on the other hand, 1,000 people in one day. Well, never mind the fact that not all of those are civilians. Okay, 800 people in one day. Well, never mind the amount that the IDF actually killed. Okay, like now we're, I mean, and we're unsure of, you know, like the proportionality, the ratio of the deaths that were, you know, the IDF was responsible for. But like, right, this is just not a good number that he's given. And then when you compare those numbers to, yeah, what Israel's done in Gaza, you know, before the ceasefire, after they broke the ceasefire, and yes, even before, you know, this current conflict, right? It dwarfs. If you want to talk about fucking numbers of people that were killed, Ethan, Jesus Christ, do you really want to get into this discussion?
Virtually correct.
To recognize something here that you are seemingly failing to recognize. Nelson Mandela was thrown in prison because he went and trained with the FLN in Algeria. The reason why he stayed in fucking prison was because he refused to disavow violence. Yeah. Because he understood that as long as peaceful revolution
I didn't say
is
he's a pacifist.
impossible,
I never said he's a
violent
pacifist.
revolution is inevitable.
Yeah, and I never said he's a
revolution
pacifist.
They did do.
You know what's funny?
In terms of the death and destruction on the apartheid structure, by the way, it is incomprehensible to compare that to Israel's violence against the Palestinians. What Israel has done to the Palestinians is far worse. And by the way, that's not my assessment. What Israel has done to the Palestinians for the past 76 years is infinitely worse.
Well, let's ask someone that lived through apartheid.
By the way, that is the assessment of Mandela, and for all the for all of the moments that he was able to fucking see.
You think Mandela said what's happening is worse than what we went through? That's bullshit. Why would he say that? That's not your liar.
Why would he say that? Because it's true, Ethan. Okay. That's why.
Is Nelson Mandela a Zionist?
Yes, Nelson Mandela. Are you going to say in 1999 he said Israel has a legal right to exist?
More
in
than
that same speech, you're going to fucking clip chimp.
Remember that you called this guy a neo-Nazi, not fit to be a dog catcher.
Is he clip chimping Nelson Mandela?
Sure. That's what you said about Nelson Mandela.
Wait, what are you talking about? Whoa, you're jumping off like a million different points.
The right of Israel to exist as a state legally. We have stood quite openly and firmly for the right of that state to exist within secured borders.
You disagree with that statement?
Does Israel has a right to exist? Not in the way that it currently does.
Within secure borders.
Ethan, hold on.
Power.
Within secured borders, like the borders that they went outside of during their multiple incursions into Lebanon.
Do you know what he says after that clip?
Yeah, that he also thinks that Palestinians also need to be acknowledged, which, by the way, is my fucking point.
No, not that.
Palestinian liberation and Israeli border.
He's afraid of what Hasan's got to say.
Are two sides of the same coin.
Ethan, he didn't just say Palestinians also need to be acknowledged. He says that if peaceful means of coexistence is impossible, then violence is inevitable, Ethan. Why did you clip that out of the fucking clip chimp that you posted, Ethan?
It's irrelevant? That's irrelevant? To your narrative, maybe. No, actually, the word would, Ethan, is not irrelevant. It's very relevant. It may be counterproductive to the kind of bullshit, propaganda you're trying to spew here, right? But it's definitely not irrelevant. It has a lot.
You're saying I clip chimp Nelson Mandela?
Yes, you literally
did. You did though. You did. You literally did. This is what's wild. It's not wild that somebody made an accusation that you clip chimped Nelson Mandela. It's wild that you clip chimped Nelson Mandela. That's what's crazy.
You cut him out of context.
No, he's a Zionist. What do you mean?
He's a Zionist. What do you mean? It doesn't matter that if he says that, the longer the oppression goes on, the more inevitable, violent resistance will become. Right? That doesn't matter.
He's talking philosophically. He's talking philosophically.
You think it's irrelevant? We're having a conversation about Nelson Mandela. And whether or not he actually believes in violence, whether or not he actually believes in violence, you have said time and time again that he was a peaceful dove. He's never actually done any violence whatsoever.
Didn't.
There are numerous instances
Inevitability, a philosophical warning is not an endorsement. He was speaking as a warning to them, which was apt.
Brother, that is insane.
What?
Nelson Mandela was literally on a terror watch list since 2008.
Who gives a fuck?
What do you mean who gives a fuck? You like to use the terrorism watch list when you talk about the Houthis, or you like to use the terrorist watch list when you talk about Hezbollah.
I mean, I gave you
Hamas.
specific examples of why those organizations are bad.
Who do you think Who do you think the philosophical point that he was making? The guy who was in prison for violent resistance, by the way, who trained
violent resistance? You mean sabotage?
Ready for rebellion, by the way.
Sabotaging government infrastructure.
Do you think that was a warning to Palestinians, or do you think that was a warning to
the fact
Israel?
That you are
because
so
that
willing...
same Nelson Mandela has time and time again also repeated that no one is free until Palestine is free. That same Nelson Mandela that you're trying to fucking use in this situation has said that this is a united struggle, that Israel's actions against the Palestinians are abhorrent, that it is akin to what they have experienced in apartheid South Africa, if not worse. So the idea that you can make this comparison because you think it suits your fucking argument is so stupid. And the only way you can do that is by cutting it out of context.
No, I just explained why. Dude, I want Palestine to be free. But you know what? I don't think Hamas is furthering that goal. I think Hamas is counterproductive. They're making it worse. They're causing it to be inevitable. You refuse to criticize them, which is pathetic. Unlike me, I'm willing to criticize the Israeli government. I'm willing to come to terms with the cruel reality. Hamas...
Walk through it. Why are they making it worse?
Well, what was the fucking objective there on October 7th, genius?
Kidnapping, which by the way I don't even agree with, which is an international human rights violation. But kidnapping Israeli soldiers, Israeli civilians, to
and what part about that was slaughtering fucking families in their homes?
Ethan, I don't agree with the tactics. You know this already. We're not relitigating this over and over again.
I'm just saying, Hamas is a bunch of
17 months of fucking genocide. Okay. What do you think? What do you think?
One day you're gonna watch a video response I make.
Probably not. When you apologize for all the fucking harm that you've done.
Apologize? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Listen.
I have the rest of the clip that you clipped, by the way, if you want to hear his actual fucking full-fleshed opinions.
I'm not hiding from it. I literally acknowledge what he said. I don't care.
But so why did you say that he was actually a peaceful resistance type of guy?
When the fuck did I say that, you liar?
You've said it on numerous occasions, as opposed to you said that on numerous occasions before someone told you, no, actually, here's a better way to massage that narrative.
I said he uses violent means such as sabotage. He didn't kill civilians. That's what I said.
Will you stop talking if I show you numerous instances where you have said Nelson Mandela was peaceful?
I'm not gonna. You get those together, okay?
I mean,
you're gonna do great. You're gonna do great. Yeah, go ahead.
Ethan, you literally said he was a pacifist.
I literally never said Nelson Mandela was a pacifist.
Ethan,
that is an insane lie.
You said it to Sam Cedar 2 days ago.
So you got to watch that back because you're
insane liar. You got to watch that back. Chat. Does anybody have the timestamp for me on that Sam Cedar claim?
A liar. You have no.
That might actually be pretty easy to find. Maybe I could even find it.
Lying. You have no problem saying that I work with the ADL without any evidence. You fucking have no problem discrediting the suffering of Jewish refugees.
Nelson Mandela is a pacifist.
Okay, well, prove it.
And the full quote, by the way, of Nelson Mandela is from when he visited Gaza in 1999 that I was referring to. Choose peace rather than confrontation, except in cases where we cannot move forward. Then, if the only alternative is violence, we will use violence. Yeah. Does that sound like a pacifist to you?
I meant that he didn't kill civilians. His approach is vastly different than what Hamas is doing.
Do you think Nelson Mandela would like what the Houthis are doing?
I don't know. Let's fucking dig him out of his grave and ask him.
That's kind of weird because, I mean, you said he was doing peaceful means of resistance.
Do I think Nelson Mandela would be in favor of kidnapping 10 civilians? No, of course not.
Yes, he would. 100%.
All right, well, while you're busy putting words in a dead man's mouth.
100% he would. What are you talking about? Nelson Mandela bombed the fucking church and shit. What are you talking about? Not Nelson Mandela directly in prison, but
fuck with civilians, bro. That was his thing. He wanted to be as peaceful as possible because he knew that if he killed and targeted civilians, it would make reunification impossible.
You're right.
That's
Israel's doing it genocide because Palestinians are not resisting.
Less than 100 civilians died in 20-year period. I mean, what do you want more than that? Hamas killed 1,000 or 900. So sorry.
800. But also
800. You're right. You know what? That's better.
It's seemingly important. You're the one who's bringing up numbers. Now, what you again fail to recognize is, of course, the length. And not only that, but also the resistance against apartheid South Africa included military resistance on top of that. But that's not even my point here, okay?
Huh?
My point is that the apartheid in South Africa and the resistance against it was a far shorter period with far less casualties on the South African side as opposed to Israel's complete ethnic cleansing campaign that is that has started now, but even before its ethnic cleansing campaign.
Then don't compare Hamas to Nelson Mandela.
Because the situation is far worse, Ethan. Because Israel has killed every Nelson Mandela. Israel would have probably killed Nelson Mandela if they had the opportunity to do so.
I'm sure they would have done everything bad that's ever happened in the world.
Wait, Do you know why I said that?
No.
Attack of the Hank, I don't think Ethan used the word pacifist, but he said Nelson Mandela was against violence, which is the same thing.
Laptop. Do you know why I said that?
Let me guess. You, I don't, tell me.
No, go ahead. Just throw up a guess.
All right, listen, it's 5 o'clock. I'm not doing this, okay? You
you
can
don't
tell
wanna
me
do
or
this.
you cannot.
Okay.
You want to? I'll stand here if you want to tell me, but I'm not going to sit here and play rhetorical games.
Israel was aligned with South Africa, the apartheid government.
Yeah, I
as a
know. They
matter
made
of
nuclear
fact.
bombs with them. It's horrible.
Yeah.
What's that have to do with anything? Fuckhead.
Yeah.
When did I defend that?
Well, they're both apartheids, so.
Yeah, and when did I deny that? All right, listen, it's 5
you know.
o'clock. Like I said, I have a family to go to. I have 3 kids and a wife, and I know that you have a fucking cool-ass race car bed to sleep in, and I hope you enjoy that. And
okay, man. Thank you. Have a good one. I hope this was productive. Dan, he needs you more than you need him. Stop babying this man, please. He needs you more than you need him. Stop babying him.
Well, I know that's true, but I don't baby him.
Come on. Okay. All right.
You want to target the crew more? You want to drum up her
crew. These are my
It's
coworkers.
fine.
I have a tremendous amount of respect for the crew.
Hey,
they
Bad
are what makes
Empanada
this
called
show
AB
great.
a house slave.
What?
Bad Empanada called AB a house slave.
Yeah, he's wrong. What the fuck do you want?
Okay, well, you watch his videos
Why
a
are you
lot.
bringing up Bad Empanada? Do you think I agree with everything he says? No, of course
You
not.
endorse him.
Ethan,
All right,
I've
we gotta
endorsed
go.
his
You promote
YouTube
him all the
video
time. That's a
essays that
fact.
I agree with, that I think are very well thought out.
All right,
I don't
listen,
endorse
stop being a
his
coward and
techniques or
watch
methods
some
or
fair
opinions
criticism.
over.
Okay, what is this 132.54?
Party that they're presumably doing the violence on behalf. Like,
But you're saying the entire ANC was held accountable?
No, it's saying Nelson Mandela's party, if someone killed a civilian, they would hold them accountable. They would charge them. They would disavow their actions.
The ANC did?
Yes.
Well, the IRA was bombing places in England and throughout Ireland. I mean, we have even the Irgun or the Stern Gang when they killed, over 100 villagers in 1948. I mean, the history is full of examples of organizations that commit terrorist acts. Now,
Slave revolts, Haiti, Haitian Revolution. Yeah, there's.
People look at South Africa.
I do not condone the killing of civilians, which is why obviously I'm upset about what Israel is doing.
Sure. The part that I don't like about people say, I feel like people sweep for Hamas by saying, like, what do you expect, right? But the truth is that people use South Africa as an example, but what South Africa shows is that you don't need to commit a violent war against civilians to liberate yourself.
Well, I mean, listen, we had organizations.
I think the comparison to Hamas to what happened in South Africa is insanely disingenuous. And I personally hate when people do that.
I mean, Mandela didn't think so.
Well, Mandela did think so. He explicitly stated that he avoided committing violence on the citizenry because it would make reunification impossible. That's something he said.
I think you could say that tactically speaking,
by the way, Sam, in the totality of their campaign, I think under 200 civilians died. And the people who did kill civilians were almost all held accountable for what they did. That's a difference, Sam.
Well, I mean, I can tell you that
a significant difference.
Well, it is significant.
Well, yeah, let's get that Truth and Reconciliation panel going, and then both sides can be, whoever killed civilians can be held accountable. My guess is if we actually did that in Israel, there would be a lot more Israeli defendants than Palestinian.
Please stop being a coward and just watch some criticism. It will prove that you are not afraid.
This was pretty good. This was pretty productive. Having this conversation.
50, 45, 36.
I actually do. I think you yourself deeply a few times here, and we'll have to wait and see, obviously, how this pans.
On the Hasanabi channel, okay, Hasanabi. Is it recapping the Ethan Klein debate? Ethan debate Sam Cedar, 45-36.
I want to just start
4536.
Sort of apologizing in that I sent you a DM on. There's a long history of terrorist organizations or so-called terrorist organizations like the ANC or the IRA, even the PLO,
now, Sam,
that ultimately become political organizations.
I think the comparison to Hamas to what happened in South Africa is insanely disingenuous. And I personally hate when people do that.
I mean, Mandela didn't think so.
Well, Mandela did think so. He explicitly stated that he avoided committing violence on the citizenry because it would make reunification impossible.
Twice they asked
That's
Nelson
something he
Mandela,
said.
if you disavow violence, we will let you go free.
In the totality of their campaign,
you are wrong. You are
I think under 200 civilians died. And the out. But I do think it was productive to show just kind of the blatant, overt, anti-Semitism.
Maybe I will watch the Context Puke.
Yes, please, and then we can talk about it.
Maybe I will watch the Context Puke live, as a matter of fact,
please
not
do.
in a cowardly way. I like that this is what it's come to, where having a face-to-face conversation is somehow less fucking is more cowardly than like actually watching a YouTube video that you made.
It is
because wait, Oh No is telling me the last 5 minutes or so of the H3 podcast after Hasan got off the air had some good moments. I mean, we're about there anyway, so.
What's cowardly is you fucking constantly crying and refusing to actually look for context and putting together putting together shit that you saw on fucking subreddits to be like, this is my argument. I'm destroying him.
Watch it and tear it up and show how out of context it was. I'd love that.
Don't worry. Maybe I'll actually do that to fundraise for the charities that you are actively targeting by trying to undermine and celebrate with Creator Clash 3, which is I
don't know if you know this, but the last year they lost $250,000. To be charitable, you actually have to give money to charity.
You fucking hate everybody that has even lightly fucking criticized you or stayed out of.
Are you surprised that I didn't like Ian's video?
What? No, dude.
Dude, if you want to own me, listen, Hasan. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's fantastic.
You're gloating that a fucking charity event is actually like you're trying to undermine a charity event deliberately.
You have to give money to be charity. It's like a slush fund for them.
God, it's so gross, man.
I mean, what happened last year? How much money did they make?
They went out of pocket for the expenses. They lost money themselves. It's not a slush fund. It is a giant expense, right? And in the midst of that giant expense, they managed to raise like, $200,000. It wasn't as much as Creator Clash 1, but they did raise money for the causes.
Charity last year?
I don't know.
They lost $250,000.
Will you debate me again, Ethan, if you keep chirping in the future?
Yeah, of course. Perfect. But if you, I think it would be good if you watch context puke, and then we can discuss it.
Maybe I'll do that to fundraise for Creator Clash.
Yes, I think it's awesome. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's sick as fuck.
Yeah, maybe you should do that too. Donate some pro-Palestinian charities. I'll feel so fucking owned.
Let's own each other and donate to charity.
All right.
I know you guys I know you guys hate each other, but the views were crazy.
It was? How many? I never looked.
Saying, think about it.
What was the views at? I never looked.
They're pretty good on both ends. Like 100K.
Whose was higher?
Don't ask that question.
Hasan's was higher?
Hasan's was higher.
Yeah.
Not by much, but it was higher.
That's not good. We got to do something.
I mean, I had 120,000. I don't know what you guys had over there. I wasn't looking, but
we got up to about 100K. So
well, we're gonna have to do some. These people are clearly have some kind of brain disease, and we need to do something about it.
No, for sure, Ethan. Please keep up the energy as though you feel that there is a genocide going on, because your output is what matters here, and that is what I was trying to get across to you and get across to your audience. If you think that
I acknowledge that I acknowledge that I could talk about it more, and I should make more of an effort to talk about it.
Okay, thank you. Instead of going after,
and you should try not to be a fucking raging anti-Semite for a day.
What?
If you can try not to be a raging anti-Semite for a day, then we can shake hands.
Ethan, I don't think you actually believe that I'm anti-Semitic. I think you're hysterical.
You should watch back the first part of this interview.
What?
You should watch back the first part of this interview. That is.
I don't think that makes you look good.
Okay, well, I guess we'll wait and see. Unfortunately, I think your people are going to think it makes you look good, and then everybody else is going to think it might look good. Like, who gives a fuck? At the end of the day,
I'm sure.
It's not a swastika. It's just the swastika sword. It's not a swastika. It's just the sword that I call the swastika sword. Got it. All right, have a good night, Hasan.
Oh, all right,
I gotta go. All right,
you too, buddy.
You take care, bud.
All right.
Old friends, together at last.
Bye, Hasan.
Give Kaya our love. Give Kaya our love.
Yeah, we all still love Kaya.
Oh my God, what a fucking train wreck. I was hoping that. I shouldn't have hoped that he would have been more open to listening, but I guess that's what it was meant to be.
Idiot, what idiot?
I'm so tired.
How long was that going on for?
4 hours and 15
we're
going on 5 hours here.
Was I owned?
I need to process everything that just happened. My head's spinning.
Another fucking fever dream.
I was trying to lose, like, at the end tail of that. It's like, dude, I can't do
I could tell you were fading a little bit.
I think I got him. Honestly, I think I got him pretty good. The way that he was, like, denying obvious, blatant shit and being like, no, that's not. No, you're insane. You're hallucinating it. It's like, bro, that's crazy talk. I also liked how he, like, whatever. People will analyze this.
Yeah, I'd say both sides got the clips they want.
Okay, so people are telling me to watch the last little bit of this. That's what this is. So far, you know, we did notice, like, when Ethan's hanging up with Hasan, he says something about, like, well, you know, it's obvious to me your side's going to think you won, and then everybody else is going to think I won, right? So that was...
That's the end.
That's kind of the thing, right? It's like anything. Both sides declare victory, and nothing really changes. So what can you do?
20 plus for Anna K.
Just keep doing it because the views are great, right, Hasan? Hasan's got to eat.
I'm just saying.
He's got to pay. He's got to pay for that chicken and someone to make it for him too. All right, everybody. Well, thanks for watching. Thank you to the awesome, loyal, genius, caring 100,000 that watched on our stream, not Hasan's. So important. And I appreciate. I don't know if that was what y'all wanted, but it is what it is.
People are saying I won.
Dan won.
He's nervous. He's picking his teeth. He's, you know, clawing at his hair.
Would you stop babying me, Dan? All right.
Alrighty.
It's Friday.
It is Friday.
Have a good night. Have a blessed evening. TT, ta-ta for now, and we'll see you guys on Monday.
Bye-bye.
Have a good weekend. And baby, it's Friday for Gabe.
Wait, is that it? Okay, I didn't see anything in there. Anyway, chat. Huh. So, what won? What won the content? Oh, Crash Out Continues is ahead now. Ethan and Idubbbz in second place at 25 each. Anna on the new PB. I'm going to have to add this up. I'm going to have to do a little math here. It's not my strong suit, but let's do it anyway. Crash Out Continues has got 30% total. Chris Kunstler plus 20 is 40. Anna Kasparian 20 plus... Wait, no, sorry. Chris Kunstler should be 26, so it's 46. All right, let's redo that. 26%, 46% total. Anna Kasparian, 20 plus 19 is 39. And Ethan versus Idubbbz, 0 plus 25 is 25. It looks like we got Hasan and Chris Kunstler. Am I right about that? A swastika is not a swastika. That's literally what he said, though. He's the guy's full of contradictions here. I hope he gets divorced for. Oh my god! I don't want to. I don't want to wish him. I don't want to make wishes towards the marriage. But I do agree with you there, Columbia, Rica, and New York. I do hate Ethan. So he's so annoying. Don't speak to Kaya. That's right. Don't speak about Kaya. Eric, I'm a Bleach fan, and I've never heard talk about the sword looking a certain way until Ethan brought it up. Yeah, it's only really a swastika if you want to make it a swastika. Nothing changes for you over there in LA, Dan. If only we could have learned something from this debate. My 2% goes to just hanging out and chatting with Irene. That's a good, I need to do that.
Narwhal _ by super chatted $10.
No Moss Ethan, please.
Ethan, please.
Wait, okay, so wait, what is that going towards then? Anna Kasparian? Oh my god, is that what you're putting that towards? Like, look, I mean, you know, Ethan is toxic, Ethan is hard to listen to, but just... Is that what that is, Narwhal? Is that an endorsement of... There's a good Ela video out? Really annoying. Every time Hasan started talking, Ethan started talking over him. That annoyed the fuck out of me. Wait, what else do we have that's not Ethan related? Wait, what is Anna? Seriously? Okay. Oh my god. This thumbnail is kind of fucked. I don't know why, but I thought people were gonna pick Idubbbz. I survived Hasan and Ethan debate with our hero NCC. What are we doing figuring out who is the absolute worst? We're figuring out what won the poll for bonus content, right? Oh my god. So chat, this is gonna be the one of those be careful what you wish for thing. So I gotta ask you, is this your wish? You got the monkey's paw, right? Like three of the fingers have folded down. You've got one more finger left. Is this your wish? You want to wish for Anna Kasparian with the last monkey paw finger? Is that what we're doing? Because, I mean, if you thought that was fucking toxic, holy shit. No love for Ethan versus Idubbbz. I'm going to have to change this thumbnail. I'm going to have to change the... everything. Oh, Columbia Rican says, change my vote to Idubbbz. That is Narwhal, that is a request I cannot fulfill, unfortunately. But wait, what are we talking about? Idubbbz was really good. We needed the t-shirt. Someone should make the t-shirt. Idubbbz goes in on Ethan. Wait, so what's it going towards? Is it going towards Idubbbz? Is it going towards Anna Kasparian? My Gurga is shaking in anticipation. Anna is the Ethan Klein of... as Ethan Klein is to Palestine, is that what you're saying? That Anna is to trans people? Kind of fits. Idubbbz, it is. Idubbbz, it is. Idubbbz, it is. Okay. I guess that makes the thumbnail fit. I mean, I put Anna up there on the poll, so I got to realize it could get chosen, but I'm getting that chat has reconsidered its hasty decision to go with Anna Kasparian just to purge ourselves from Ethan Klein. It's not exactly a palate cleanser, let's just say. Many of the things that we're frustrated about with Ethan Klein, you're also going to be frustrated about with Anna. And the sad thing is that this Anna thing, it low-key makes Anna look good, right? That's the weird thing about it. She's on there with Jillian Michaels, Linda Liu, and yeah, you can still vote. A bit curious about Anna. Yeah, and Linda Liu or Linda, what's her name? I can't remember her fucking name. And then there's this one other woman that's like super ultra MAGA. And I guess the Vanguard were speculating that this may or may not be Patrick Bet-David's mistress. And I can neither confirm nor deny that, but I just will relay that since The Vanguard boys have posited this hypothesis, and I find it interesting. Okay, well, is that what we're going with? Are we going with Idubbbz? Are we doing the Idubbbz? So yeah, Hasan reacted to this too.
Content deputy, we'll take a look at that right.
The content deputy is what we're talking about. Let's hear the rest of this clip.
The wig and the makeup.
Wait, is this gonna get me in trouble for showing on stream? But yeah, I do hate Ethan's rhetoric. Let's just put it that way. Here's the content deputy sitting at a cool 1.5 million 1 day ago. Oh God. There's also this North Star Radio thing. Chat, are they trying to serve me a Thai commercial? They are.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Content Deputy. Now normally in a Content Deputy I would dance around in my cop outfit in the woods, but this video isn't going to have any of that fanfare. We're just going to get straight into it. I was hoping that if I made a video about Ethan, he would act like an adult and he would keep the attacks directed at me and Anissa. Unfortunately, I was wrong in thinking that because Ethan, in a desperate attempt to attack and smear Anissa and I, he started attacking our charity event.
I don't know if you know this, but last year they lost $250,000. To be charitable, you actually have to give money to charity, Hasan. You have to give money to be charity. It's like a slush fund for them.
Ethan and Neela are well aware that we raised $1.3 million for charity the first year of Creator Clash. The second year we operated at a loss, and I take full responsibility for that. We did band together. The community and the fighters involved ended up raising $175,000 for charity. It's been really disheartening to see how often Ethan will attack Creator Clash through us or attack us through Creator Clash.
Ian and Anissa master.
Wait, is her name really Lindy? I was going to say Lindy, but I couldn't. I was like, wait, is that actually her name? Wearing ghoulish cut, crease makeup because her boss doesn't. Oh no.
He's reposting troll accounts that are very easy to vet. If you click on this profile, it has a bunch of Sam Hyde adjacent posts and it just hates Anissa and I. Come on, dude, you're one step away from calling me a cuck. Just take the plunge. He's highlighting this post that equates Creator Clash to a crypto rug pull. He's saying the event is going to be worse than TanaCon. Can't wait for them to blame us for their failed event. Don't worry, Hila, I'm not going to blame you guys for anything Creator Clash related. I know you're terrified of taking accountability for anything, so that will rest solely on my shoulders. But I can't speak for the internet. The internet might actually blame you guys for it. Now, with this recent revelation that people are just going to use Creator Clash to attack Anissa and I have decided to step away from Creator Clash. We have relinquished control to our business partners who ran the previous two events. They're very capable. They know exactly what they're doing. They run events on a regular basis. The event is still happening. Anissa and I just don't have any financial ties. We don't have any ownership. We are, I think just going to be known as the founders of the event. Yeah, I mean, I think it had to come to this eventually. I can't keep my mouth shut. I can't, I can. I just didn't want to. I want to be frank. I want to be honest. I was very quiet during the second Creator Clash because I was afraid of how that would impact other people. This year I said I'm going to do something different. I'm going to fight back if someone's trying to attack me. So that's what I did. And now I've realized, I can't really have my cake and eat it too. It's either you're going to talk shit like a foul beast on the internet, or you're going to have a charity event. It really can't be both. I'm very proud of the event that we made with Creator Clash. It's still happening, June 28th. I'm just not going to be involved in it. Please, for the love of God, support this event. I feel like in some ways I'm like cutting off an arm so that I could escape the bear trap and so I can fight. Well, that's a bad analogy. You guys get it. We've already told all the fighters, and it seems like most people understand that this is the best move. If the previous Content Cop was entertaining to you, or this video is entertaining, or you like the message, the best thing that you can do, for me, is to support Creator Clash. Buy a ticket, buy a pay-per-view ticket, an in-person ticket, or donate to the fundraiser. I just want to see this event do well. You know, I didn't try this shit because I thought I was going to be a good boxer. I didn't think I would be an awesome event organizer. And, you know, now I'm finally back to where I started, which is making fucking Content Cop videos. I don't want to make this too ham-fisted, but I kind of do want to make it ham-fisted, because I'm like, I spent my last fucking 4 years working on this stupid boxing shit. I mean, it was worth it, absolutely, but like, it's crazy that I've just returned to Content Cop. Having said all that, Creator Clash ticket link down in the description.
Oh my god, chat, that stream so far has only been 4 hours and 39 minutes. It feels like a 12-hour. It feels like I'm closing in on 12 hours here. It was because it was Ethan's, like, that was just terrible. That was terrible.
Go check it out, buy tickets, support the charity, support the fighters, and have a good-ass time. I mean, ultimately, I think it's a good thing, because I think I am meant to roll around in shit. I think me and Ethan are both meant
Okay, wait. I'm going to let him roll around in some more shit. I'm going to take a really quick pee break, because once again, my bladder has got the best of me, and I'm hopefully going to come back much more relaxed.
Pig shit all day long, and other people are meant to do boxing or debating or whatever else. Ethan and me, pig shit rolling around type of fellas.
You underestimate my strength! I've got kosher strength! The will of Allah! I mean Yahweh! Yahweh!
I think the worst criticisms I labeled at Ethan is that he's a bad boss, a tyrant of a boss. I just implied that he was being taken advantage of by people either in his community or outside of his community, and I called him a bitch-made coward. That was like the summary of personal insults labeled at Ethan. Before Ethan even knew what my video was about, he was already framing me as anti-Semitic.
But he's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right?
I don't know if that's what the video is.
I'm one of you. I fucking hate Jews too, guys. Let's get after it. Israelis have no right to defend themselves, actually. All Israelis are settlers, actually. What is he going to give me a history lesson now? Is he a historian? Yeah, he just discovered empathy, by the way, and only extends to the point where you're actually talking about Jewish people or Israelis. Then empathy stops and they should all be murdered. Bro's actually out there like Timothy McVeigh. He's running to the closest fucking kindergarten to blow it up. There's a Jew. I heard there's a Jewish.
That's not what Timothy McVeigh did.
They want all you guys to quit and for me to just be like alone. Little Jew boy alone.
Like Ethan under a year ago was saying he doesn't use anti-Semitism in that way. He's not a guy to call anything and everything anti-Semitic.
You know, in my whole life, I've never screamed foul on anti-Semitism. I literally have been getting this shit since the second I stepped foot on the internet, and I have never fucking ever done this, okay? So the people online, they're saying, oh, Ethan's making himself a victim, or Ethan's making everything about anti-Semitism. I've done this once in my life right now.
But he's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right?
I don't know if that's what the video is.
I mean, I get that he's scared and offended, but this was the whole fucking point of my video, Ethan. I was saying that you shouldn't be doing this. It led to me making this video in the first place. You were triggered by this CPS harassment thing, and then you immediately equated Anissa and I to it. That was sloppy, and that was horrendous, and it was horrendous for us. And now you're doing it again.
I'm going to watch it live.
Should you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't care. But like, why?
I just don't think, I feel like you're going to get really emotional and say something you regret.
Well, I've got the button.
Like, I know you don't have a problem taking it head on, but I just feel
Of course not. Because I know that
you're understandably upset, and I feel like it might be a little...
Should we wait to talk about it, or you want to talk about it?
You should do it off stream. Because, I don't know, this escalated initially because we were live, and you guys were heated about, I forget what it was.
I just think it might be wise to watch it, think out your thoughts, and respond in a calm way. Because there's no chance that you don't get heated.
I don't need to fucking pre-watch this. I don't need someone else to hold my hand through it. Like, I'm ready to take on anything that these people have to say about me. He's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys. I'm one of you. I fucking hate Jews too, guys.
You attacked us, so I attacked back, and now you're acting surprised and shocked, and you're doing it all on your podcast live. So naturally, you reacting live is you having an emotional reaction and seeing things that honestly are scary.
I just said I vented about them not defending me. What the fuck is he like? He's actually losing his shit and I just can't believe it, dude.
Should call him up.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree. Fair weather friends who are so happy to be friends as long as they're getting something out of it.
Ian sucks for the same reason right now. He could say something
spineless. Our POV is like, fuck everybody, and I don't want to hear any excuses. You're not my friend, and you never were, and you never will be. You never will be.
What's very insane about this content cop is I was thinking about Ethan's feelings so much in that video. I thought about the idea of like how I shouldn't be saying the term Zionist or Zionism in that video, because I was like, he has explained before that that's personally insulting to him and he doesn't like that. You know, regardless of how true it is, I was like, I'm going to think about Ethan's feelings and not mention this. Fast forward to him reacting to my video, he's just outright calling me a fucking Nazi.
Is it a coincidence that Ian really shaved his head just before doing this video and he's holding a swastika one? I mean, we can free Palestine without being a Nazi. You fucking Nazis. How about that? Well, this is the white savior, Ian, who's just found empathy, unless you're Jewish, of course.
Ethan, people are allowed to shave their head and not be called anti-Semitic. I mean, if you're going to critique his podcast or be pissed off that he personally insulted you, even that is enough to be called anti-Semitic. It's fucking crazy. Now, I don't want to talk about Hasan's sword. I don't want to talk about Hasan's sword hilt because Ethan himself basically admitted already multiple times he doesn't think any of us did that intentionally. And he would be right.
Do I think any of them actually like wanted to put a swastika in the photo? No, no. I don't actually think that. The chances that they did on purpose is close to zero, right? So I'm not accusing them.
I picked up a random sword in Hasan's room that was laying around. That could be the end of the discussion. You don't actually need to debate Hasan about the sword hilt.
He lifted it up.
Decision making.
Oh my God. He could have deleted it.
But I'm not going to delete the photo because that would be indulging in your weird anti-Semitic fantasies.
We can free Palestine without being a Nazi. You fucking Nazis. How about that?
I'm done being nice to Ethan. I gave it a chance. My sincerity and my empathy in that last video was real. I was even equating...
Did I miss anything?
...to him having crash out moments in the same way that denims could have crash out moments. I think we're all capable of it. But he was using it in the video to suggest that I was making fun of his mental health.
To my good friend Ian of 8 years, I really appreciate you weaponizing my mental health against me.
To make Ethan crash out. He's having a parasocial, weird crash out. People can have crash out moments. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help. Dude, I'm not making fun of your mental health. Every example you used was me basically saying that other people are trying to affect you. It's understandable.
I did miss a lot. Is it stuff I need to rewind to? I'm sorry, chat.
Content cop videos. I don't want to make this too ham-fisted, but I kind of do want to make it ham-fisted because I'm like, I spent my last fucking 4 years working on this stupid boxing shit. I mean, it was worth it, absolutely, but like, it's crazy that I've just returned to Content Cop. Having said all that, Creator Clash ticket link down in the description. Go check it out, buy tickets, support the charity.
So, like what he said, is that where he says it provides context? I missed a lot. Oh no. I don't think you need to rewind. I mean, I have watched this, but I'm just trying to remember what happens in the very beginning. Where were we? Like here?
I don't know. This escalated initially because we were live and you guys were heated about, I forget what it was.
I just think it might be wise to watch it, think out your thoughts, and respond in a calm way. Because there's no chance that you don't get heated.
So they go over like how much they raised in the first creator clash, the fact that the second creator clash lost money, but they paid that money out of pocket, and then did some fundraising for the charities that they were planning to give to anyway. Anything else I missed?
I don't need to fucking pre-watch this. I don't need someone else to hold my hand through it. Like, I'm ready to take on anything that these people
Ethan's saying, yeah, words
to say about me. He's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys.
Okay, great.
Dude, I'm not making fun of your mental health. Every example you used was me basically saying that other people are trying to affect you. It's understandable that you're going through this right now, Ethan. We all go through this.
To characterize anything I'm doing as crashing out, that I need help, that I need to get some kind of treatment, is cruel and pathetic on a level I didn't think he would ever be possible of doing.
Every fucking example that you tried to smear me with was me actually pointing to something else that could be affecting you. He even brought up the clip of me saying, if you get help. We all need help. Everyone on this planet needs help. I don't care how you get it. You can wander into the jungle and go on an ayahuasca trip. I don't care how you get your help or what you define as help. But if it helps you, that would be good. Because right now it doesn't seem like you're getting much help. The main criticism that I was seeing online with my video from Ethan and Hila is that I didn't mention the CPS call.
There's really just one central point that I want to make here. My good friend Ian, in his hour-long takedown, did not mention one time Child Protective Services.
Ian mentions that Ethan whines about how he finds Zionists triggering, so he didn't call him one. But Ethan called him a Nazi.
Not one time.
There was not even one mention of CPS.
And a lot of the clips he uses is us fired up from the day that CPS came to us.
There's so many excuses for these assholes. I was fired up. I was in goblin mode. Ooh, I'm sorry. I'll hit the button. Right? Everything that they do is easily excusable. Right? Even just admit that, like, that you're wrong and then move on as if it doesn't matter that you've been saying something that's not true for the past 7 months, right? There's always an excuse. We were really fired up that day. You don't understand. You don't understand. We were really fired up that day. So like, chat, what they're talking about, like the thing that started this conflict between them and Idubbbz was essentially them venting, not to close friends or in close confidence or privately or something like that. No, on their podcast with the maximum reach that they could possibly have, with the most people that they could possibly get to pay attention to the words that they're saying. They vented on Idubbbz and Anissa, right? But it's okay, chat, because they were really fired up. You don't understand. They got really fired up, so that's understandable. But Idubbbz responding, not understandable, totally inappropriate, and unforgivable. It's a massive fucking double standard. And it is a defining characteristic of the H3 brand at this point.
So, like,
venting, what is this, Amogus? Oh my god. I wish it was Amogus. We'd have that music at least.
Even explaining that at least that's the content.
We'd be able to call stuff sus again. That would be cool.
Pretty cowardly.
I wonder why I wouldn't mention the CPS call. Could it be that the CPS call happened the same day that you were shit-talking me, and I didn't have any chance to defend myself? You just immediately, in the same podcast, right next to each other, said, CPS call was very traumatic. And then you said,
chat, we'd be able to bring back Sussy Bakas.
Ian and Anissa. And you link those together?
Don't you miss Sussy Bakas, chat? Anybody else in chat? One in chat if you miss Sussy Bakas. Do you miss Sussy bakas.
Kind of layered those flavors, and then Anissa and I got a bunch of harassment. We had nothing to do with the CPS call. What are all these fucking comments on your Reddit saying like, it happened because of the CPS call? I don't entirely blame.
Oh my God, chat, that's gonna be taken totally out of context.
Confused because number one, it's a fucking cult, and number two, you can't even get the timeline straight. So if anyone's watching your dumbass, their brain is also going to get scrambled.
Be friends.
The poop got into my mouth. Excuses, says Marmots.
They're getting something out of it.
So again, he's not showing the context. What was the okay, I'll play this part. Did you?
Okay, chat. Not gonna lie, I'm on a way better mood now. I needed to take a little break there, and I feel much better. But I'm just realizing, like, speaking of sussy bakas, all right, Ethan is saying a bunch of shit that is gonna need to be taken out of the video. All right, so if you're looking for this video on the rewatch, you might temporarily not be able to find it because I might be editing it to try to take out like the weird borderline are we allowed to show this like kind of stuff that he said? So I'll be taking it down momentarily. I will try to edit. Oh my God, Chad! I guess I should just edit together like a full-on version of the debate, maybe with the boring parts taken out. I'll try to do something, but I'm just realizing that this VOD has got there's sus. This guy is sus.
Find the I feel like I wasn't even talking about him. I could be wrong. I just don't remember ever saying like. If I did say that,
I thought you were talking about them, about Anissa and Ian.
You saw Ethan vent?
That's the same clip.
I saw him venting. He was venting. He's a sussy baka.
Yeah.
Same clip.
It's part of the same conversation.
You completely wiped your brain of what happened during the CPS stream. That's not my fucking fault. That's no one else's fault but yours.
All I wanted for you to do was say the bare minimum of like, hey, this is fucked up. This is not true about CPS, whatever, like the bare minimum. It came up because they were talking about it on their fucking podcast. By the way, they're the ones that like started this conversation by talking about it on the podcast. Be like, hey, I'm not getting involved.
I think that was their response after you guys initially called them out.
This is what I was talking about.
Ooh, corrected in real time by AB. So yeah, Ethan is trying to say that actually we didn't start talking about them. They started talking about us. Just nobody heard because people don't watch their podcasts. But in reality, I guess what Ethan's talking about, what he remembers seeing of Idubbbz and Anissa was done after the fact, or at least that's AB's impression of it.
Have something terrible happen, be like, yes, let's make some content, and then shit talk your friends of 8 years.
I'm so fired up, I don't even know what to do with myself, which is why I'm crying. On the other hand, I don't know if that's a good state to be in life.
That's that, Elon, kind of spitting.
And a lot of the clips he uses is us fired up from the day that CPS came to us.
For anyone confused about the timeline, Ethan was talking shit about us on his Instagram before any CPS shit. He was also talking shit about us on his podcast before.
And then we saw him venting on March 7th.
On March 7th, CPS visits Ethan and Hila, and that same day, they decide, let's do our podcast, and let's have the topic be the CPS visit and how distraught we are about that. And then right next to that, right after it.
Chat, I didn't notice the thumbnail. Did you see that? Did you see what I saw?
They decide, let's do our podcast.
Really? Really? They acted out being outraged and disheveled, I guess, in the thumbnail. That's wild. I mean, chat, this is how YouTube works, all right? Honestly, it's not a bad thumbnail. I'm not actually criticizing the thumbnail. As a thumbnail, it works. The problem is it's too on the nose for something that somebody would make when the video is about, like, we got CPS called on us, right? You know how, like, there's always like a reaction, whatever it says on whatever the video is called, like the face on the thumbnail is kind of reacting to. And the fact that they are like, look at how fucking disheveled we are. Like that we've been up all night, I guess. We weren't ready to come into work because we are so perturbed about the things going on in our real life here. And it's too on the nose. I didn't notice this. I didn't remember this being the thumbnail. And it's kind of like, that's pretty brazen as far as drama farming goes. Like, we got to get the thumbnail that looks very, you know, we're going to see the green screen because it's all pared down, right? You know, you see the image that they're portraying here. It's just like, let's milk the maximum sympathy. Geez, if you've ever been called out for your parenting, who hasn't? If you've ever, you know, like, right, if you can relate to this, you know, then this is the venting sesh for you to watch, I guess.
And let's have the topic be the CPS visit and how distraught we are about that. And then right next to that, right after it, you guys talk about me and Anissa. But you don't just talk about us. You shit talk us, and you imply that we're friends with people who are doing this, who are the ones who are harassing you.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say
like
that?
Random anonymous Redditors?
Did I say that?
Wait, what's the...
I said they're primarily responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
But play something that says, put yourself in their position or there's, yeah, and imagine making a thumbnail like that.
So, I don't know.
To be honest, I'm very proud that I didn't immediately jump to...
Like, can you imagine, chat, like being, you know, being in that situation where you have been up all night, you haven't got enough sleep, you're stressed out, you're freaked out, and you're not put together, right? And then somebody being like, oh, hey, let's take a thumbnail of you really quickly to show you show the world how disheveled you are. Or no, let's actually make you a little bit more disheveled. Your hair's a little too, well, you know, right? Well groomed. Let's make it look like you just got out of bed. Let's put some dark circles under your eyes. Let's play it up some. Can you imagine, like, if you really are that person that is, you know, life has just kicked your ass, and now it's like, yeah, and we're gonna play it up in the thumbnail how much life kicked your ass.
Neela's defense, because when you look into the story, it actually looks a lot shittier for Ethan and Neela. And I do mean that literally. There was this H3 stream where Ethan was dumping as per usual. He was talking about his own health.
Chat, I need to specify, Idubbbz means venting here, not the more usual dumping that Ethan would be doing or talking about doing. Or
he was talking about his caca breath, his dog having diarrhea, his dog having...
Oh, wait, no, he is dumping. Wait, Idubbbz was talking about that kind of dumping. Okay, I thought it was just a euphemism for something else.
Olive has giardia. It's a bacterial infection in the intestines that...
So chat, I mean, is this the first time that this is like broken containment? The actual story of the giardia? Because I get the feeling that a lot of the people that are just seeing, you know, the disheveled thumbnail and they're naturally kind of sympathetic towards Ethan and Hila, because it's like, hey, you know, parents, it's not easy being parents. There's no evidence that CPS was called. I mean, they've said that they have the evidence, but I don't know if they've shown it.
Makes you have diarrhea.
His child running around putting diarrhea, his dog having giardia.
Olive has giardia. It's a
But yeah, this is what I'm saying is I don't think that this clip essentially has been seen by a lot of those people that are just reflexively citing. There are, chat, I think, people reflexively siding with Ethan, either because of the CPS situation or at least within the CPS situation. I'm trying to remember who it was. There was, oh yeah, was it Anthony from Do Not Worry that was just like, hey, you know what? That's really fucked up what happened to him. And, you know, obviously Anthony does not side with Ethan overall, but, you know, was not gonna blame him despite this clip, which, you know, like I said, not a lot of people who have positive opinions towards Ethan or at least have sympathy towards him because of the CPS thing. A lot of them, this clip sort of destroys that whole narrative. So 1.5 million in one day. Yeah, I'd say it's getting out there.
Bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea.
His child running around putting things in their mouth.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
The whole family possibly having giardia.
Oh,
and now Ela has giardia.
Shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my God.
What can I do to not get it from you?
I'm trying
because I'm not trying to get it.
No, it's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop.
Talking about the viscosity of his child's shit.
And meanwhile, he is covered in viscous, low viscosity diarrhea.
He mentioned diarrhea a lot.
Crazy diarrheas like in the middle of the night. All the time he's having these crazy diarrheas. You wash your hands as best you can, but these are really nasty diarrheas. And then extremely foul smelling diarrheas.
So of course, Ethan, having made so many enemies over the years, other people react to his content. And when other people see that he's talking about his children getting giardia from dog poop.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
People are quite reasonably concerned. And so, yes, anyone who's seeing that...
It could have been the doctor. They are mandatory reporters. Yeah, I mean, I have heard people posit that before.
Content might be concerned enough to call CPS, including Ethan's own chat, which, by the way, is not a measly number. It's about 26,000 at the time of this stream. So there are 26,000 people listening to Ethan go into great detail over 7 or 8 minutes about diarrhea, viscosity of diarrhea, his child having giardia, him and his whole family having giardia. They're calling it the poop house. Now what Ethan does, instead of taking any responsibility for sharing too much on his live stream, is that he decides to attack specific creators like Denim's and say she was the source of the CPS call because her chat was reacting to Ethan and saying, wow, this is concerning.
Is on her platform right now advocating for our children to be forcibly removed from us by Child Protective Services.
The problem with this CPS thing is that Ethan has proven to be a manipulative piece of shit. So when he calls on me to defend him, what the fuck am I...
Diarrhea has a plural, yes. That's the weirdest thing when he says all these diarrheas were coming out everywhere. Was the diarrhea here, a diarrhea there? Here a diarrhea, oh no, chat, everywhere a diarrhea. This is bad. This is bad.
I meant to do. I don't trust you, and I'm glad I didn't trust you because in your video defending yourself, you used a video that takes context from like 3 different places and combines them to make it seem like someone is coordinating an attack on you.
Love made a good point. You said, is this every comment? I believe this is a live feed of the chat. This isn't edited.
What about the top right? I thought these were
No,
selected.
it's this, I think when you full screen it. No, this is an edit. It's a cutout of the full chat. It's just enlarged there.
Oh, really?
Over the screen, yeah.
They're different.
Wait, did he say this is an edit? As in, is he like admitting that? So the trick here, chat, is that the big chat that you're seeing is actually MS painted like screenshot clips, just like little Like they've clipped together. If you look close, you can tell a whole bunch of screen caps from Twitch. And these aren't like, this isn't chat, right? This isn't the role of chat. This is like the worst of what they found. And it's set here in a way that kind of looks like, you know, like this is what a Twitch chat would look like. It would be a bunch of names with icons by them in different colors, you know, saying different things. So it looks like a chat. And I think that it's pretty safe to say that Ethan's audience is being led to believe that this is the flow of chat. That is every single person being like, you know, talking about CPS or his kids or, you know, his fatherhood or, you know, stuff like that Ethan wants to show as inappropriate, right? Whereas the real chat is above her head here. You can see just like a slice of it. And there's a lot of stuff going on in the chat, and not all of it is, you know, directed at CPS or directed at him or directed at his kids, right? It's just being made to look that way.
Yeah,
it's not timed. It's not timed the same way.
But it sounds like based on this clip, you knew that it was bullshit and you just went with it anyway. Ethan Klein uses this very deceptively edited video that is just like doing this smooth scroll to make it seem like that's all of Denham's chat. But that's not what it is. And then when he's called out on it, he hides it. He moves his window over the real chat.
Also, this is not a joking.
Play something says, let it be known when we first watched this, I said that chat is fake as fuck. Yeah, I just assumed that it was the chat. Like, I mean, I didn't think that somebody was going to go in and edit a bunch of, you know, Twitch chats together like that. But yeah, apparently if you look close at it, it's really obvious.
By the way, it can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other illnesses,
reading the chat, co-signing
it's very,
it.
very, very dangerous.
Now pay attention to her
chat.
chat.
Have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house.
Jerry McLean says, is there something with Bill Burr and Ethan that I missed? Yeah, Bill Burr was one of Ethan's first big gets, I think, on the podcast as far as guests go. And they had a very awkward interaction where Ethan kept on trying to ingratiate himself to Bill Burr, and he kept on pissing him off, and Bill Burr like let him know, you know, like he looked ridiculous in the conversation with Bill Burr. So that is what's going on. And Bill Burr himself he wasn't too mad, but he was annoyed. And he's the kind of guy that gets his annoyance off his chest immediately. And, you know, that was the interview. That was the interview, him being like, you know, what the fuck is with this guy interviewing me, right? That was the majority of the interview.
He's just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like...
Why does it have to be anyone else's fault but your own? Take some fucking responsibility. It's just so bizarre that Ethan would expect Anise and I to make a statement when Denham's herself already made a statement about it and said that she does not condone calling CPS.
So we're talking about CPS. 1, I don't condone. 2, I've never condoned it, and you will not be able to find a clip of me saying, yes, we should do this, because it doesn't exist. I've literally given Ethan Klein credit on multiple times or multiple instances, and I will do it again right now, for not showing photos of his kids.
Part of my criticisms of Ethan initially was the openness. I think it's a problem that you were that open, Ethan.
Well, you know I'm very open about everything. It's part of how I wanted to conduct myself and how I wanted to relate to the audience, is to be open as possible about every fucking thing in my life.
It is not strictly a benefit to be as open as possible on your podcast.
Ethan was just sharing his thoughts. What we were thinking, we were speculating.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
We were speculating.
Oh,
and now Ela has giardia.
Shut.
Be open as possible about every fucking thing in my life.
Is he really, though? Chat, do you feel like in what you watch of this guy, do you get a sense of him in every mode of his life? Or do you mostly know about his bathroom habits, his bathroom struggles, if you will? Right? We know an awful lot about what's going on in the bathroom of the Kleins, but we don't really, it's not like we got a, you know, good sense of like everything that's.
Really? How many siblings do you have?
I don't know, dude.
Oh, there it is.
Give out all that information.
There's the clip. For anybody who hasn't seen this yet, here you go.
Oh, you don't even want to say how many because you're afraid that it will
Yeah, by all means,
compromise
keep
your
talking
privacy.
about it.
On top of Ethan characterizing me and my wife as anti-Semitic, he also takes a dig at my tattoos.
Bro, you literally look like a fucking free tattoo pack that you get for 25 cents from a windy thing, bro. Like literally my kids have cooler fucking tattoos from Chuck E. Cheese. Bro looks like he just went to the menu and was like, I'll take that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one.
I have quite a few options here. I can show your tattoos in all of their glory.
Oh. Oh. Chat, I had these friends that would, like, I had some friends who were really into tattoos and they wanted to get those tattoos like as soon as they can, like against their parents' wishes. They wanted to get their tattoos, right? And I remember being dragged over to some dude's house who apparently had learned to tattoo in prison and was ready to do a tattoo on one of my friends that thought he wanted a bulldog. I think it was going to be a bulldog. And so he showed an example of, like, there was some guy also at the house with no shirt on that he had tatted a bulldog on. And like, you know, this is like, and it was just like, I mean, yeah, that's a tattoo. That's, I don't want to say anything bad about this guy that learned to tattoo in prison, but like, you know, you can get a really good tattoo for only a little bit more money than this guy is charging. And you're going to have that thing on your body for your whole life, right? If he was drawing a bulldog on you and it was a shitty drawing, that wouldn't really be a big deal. But he is drawing this on you with a questionable, I would say, tattoo needle. Very homemade looking tattoo needle is what you're about to get. And I don't know if I talked my friend out of this or if someone else did or if they got nervous or got second thoughts, but they did not get that as their first tattoo. And I am so happy that was not their first tattoo, because it was like, I'm serious. That was barely a tattoo. That you could barely call that thing a tattoo. That was a fucking scribble. Got no tats. You know, actually, wait a minute. Chat, guess where my tattoo is?
Or I can show that your tattoo made it to the top of Awful Taste But Great Execution subreddit.
Oh shit, I had completely... Chat, why didn't this enter my mind at any point? Right? When he said, Idubbbz, you look like you got the starter pack of tattoos. You look like you went down to the machine at Walmart and you turned the knob, you put your coin in, you turn the knob, and you got the tattoos out and you slapped them on, your little, you know, temporary tattoos. Like, this looks like shit, right? And it's like, this is coming from the guy that not only, yeah, I guess, are those his real tattoos though? That just looks like he let somebody draw on him. That looks like he was friends with somebody who was in tattoo school and they were like, hey, I've never used my needle before. Can I, you know, I don't know how to tattoo. Can I practice on you? Can I scribble on you? Is it okay if I scribble on you with a permanent tattoo pen? The tattoo artist hated Ethan. That sounds like, yeah, they held him down and they were like, you're going to get this ugly tattoo. He pissed them off with his great personality. Sometimes your brain blocks out traumatic memories to protect you. I would say it depends. If you want color, it's going to be more than black and white, especially if it takes more than an hour or two.
Which is not a good thing. I mean, it might be a good thing for the artists that you work with because that means that they did a good job from a technical standpoint, but it's sort of a failure in every other aspect, particularly the decision-making aspect. If you want to go tattoo for tattoo, Ethan, we can do that. You want to keep it to other things, we can.
HK is guessing it's a tramp stamp that says Playboy.
I'll give you that option. Ethan also talks about the potential CTE that I might have after boxing.
Yeah.
Ethan, your whole system is scrambled.
No, your brain is scrambled from getting punched in the face too many times because you don't understand the situation. Some people are saying the CTE is starting to take effect, I guess. That would be comforting if there.
This is reminding me of Sunday and Tyler. This is the kind of shit you'd get in that interplay.
Some explanation, at least.
Any amount of CTE that I may have endured after doing 2 boxing matches, I'm going to say is preferred over having to share the load of doing 50 jumping jacks with my wife.
What if we do both do them? We'll both do 25 at once.
25 each? Or...
Oh, wait, what is this?
My goodness.
I mean, I guess jumping jacks are an embarrassing exercise to do, kind of, but is that the point?
Great form by both. Really nice. They must work out.
Wait, I think he's fucking up, isn't he? Aren't your legs supposed to go the opposite way?
Also, why are you talking about CTE at all? Like, you've continually illustrated that you can't keep track of anything.
It came up because they were talking about it on their...
Wait, I don't get it. Is this just like to make fun of them? Was that just a part of like, oh, look at goofy Ethan and Hila doing couples jumping jacks. It's kind of cringe. That just seems so, yeah, this is cringe. I mean, but I'm just like, wait, is that really, I don't know. Putting this in the video, was it necessary? Like, right? Was it necessary to own the Kleins with their synchronized jumping jacks?
Fucking podcast, by the way.
Man cannot jumping jack.
They're the ones that like started this conversation by talking about it on the podcast, be like, hey, I'm not getting involved.
I think that was
it's just to mock him. Okay.
Response after you guys initially called him out.
He can't even keep straight who attacked who first. He thinks that our podcast where we're expressing sympathy for him and Hila was the impetus for him talking shit about us. I much prefer boxing induced CTE than harassment.
He said that Ethan mocked his masculinity, but Ethan can't even do 50 jumping jacks alone. He needed Hila to, oh, so he was supposed to do those. That's the embarrassment. I got it.
Harassment-induced CTE. Ethan acts like we're such great friends and that like he shared such intimate moments with me, but it's all horseshit. He's lying. Like the whole thing is a fucking lie. He's manipulating his audience. We did not have a close relationship.
You guys were buddies for a long time.
He texted me like one time like, hey dude, we should talk this out. And I was like, I don't feel like having this conversation right now. That's it. So Ian kept trying to get me on the phone or text with me. And I told him, dude, honestly, I don't feel like having this conversation right now.
Okay.
Fair, right? I just didn't want to do it. Okay?
Just in that particular moment, and then or like at all?
Well, it turns out I didn't want to talk to him at all.
Okay.
If the relationship was that close, you would have talked to me on the phone. You wouldn't have shit-talked me. You would be curious where my brain was at and where I was coming from. There's this moment in the Content Cop where I'm trying to give...
I'll be right back, chat. I gotta get a banana.
Have you ever been in a comment section and found someone to argue with? It doesn't stop. It can literally go on forever if you don't want to touch grass.
I mean, yeah, this was kind of... Okay, what does that have to do with me?
I don't know.
Are you okay?
Ethan and Hila act like they have no idea what I'm talking about here. So, I mean, maybe they don't. It's a very obvious and easy to digest point. That's why I made it that way. I'm going to explain it here so everyone on the internet understands. When you have a podcast where you are constantly emotionally dumping and saying things just off the top of your head and you're attacking other people randomly, maybe from your perspective it's not attacking. Maybe you're just commenting on someone else's situation.
He's got to be one of the most visually repulsive people. FaZe Banks, like, in my opinion, he's somewhat repulsive to look at.
And be
pedophile, pirate.
Anywho, Chat, I got a little bitty baby one. Look. This is a banana. Why is it so small? It's a different variety. Different bananas grow here.
Software is was like weird about. It's like, look at my old voice. It's so lame. What an obnoxious loser. She goes, I can't believe these people are so obnoxious.
Is it sweeter?
It looks like an idiot who's.
It tastes kind of different, but it's not like necessarily sweeter. I bet it's tasty as fuck. Yeah, I miss mini bananas.
Who's obsessed with me, dude?
But what happens when other people comment on your situation? It doesn't feel too good, does it?
But
wait.
Like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag.
Oh my god, stop it! Ethan! Stop teaching me new slurs that I've never heard before. It doesn't like break apart as easy as like a regular usually, you know, like a regular banana, you can like break it off, you know, but this one is just like, it's like more.
Guys, right?
I don't know if that's what the video is.
That is the back and forth I'm describing. You might have thought we were just saying that Ian and Anissa are bad friends. Well, guess what?
Yo, Crotchy, thanks for the gifted membership to Ped Hodgnet.
Didn't take it that way.
Our POV is like, fuck everybody, and I don't want to hear any excuses. You're not my friend, and you never were, and you never will be. You never will be.
What we took it as is Ethan and Neil are shit-talking us. They just implied that we are okay with people using CPS as harassment, and now all of their fans are brigading us. So I am going to respond in kind and make a content cop. So yes, that is what the cycle of harassment looks like.
Wait, one serving of banana is actually two. Wait, one banana is actually two servings? I mean, there are some big, like, right, like a large banana in the US, it can be like, what, like 120 calories or so? So I guess if a serving is like 60 calories? Okay,
what does that have to do with me?
I don't know.
Does it taste more banana-y? Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
How about you fucking Nazis? How about that?
It's a little bit tangy.
I think that all of the harassment you're getting has everything to do with your politics and your idea of Israel-Palestine, but a lot of my gripes were centered around you dragging me into your shit. You know, you knew that you were going through a lot, and you were saying, I'm hurting, I'm now going to make them hurt because they're not putting their head on the chopping block. Fuck you, you're a piece of shit. I'm sure there's anti-Semitic people that are attacking you guys, but they're not me, they're not Anissa, it's not Hasan, it's not all of these other creators that you're attacking. You're not the biggest victim on the internet, Ethan. Other people can experience a horrible fucking time. And guess what? They're not getting this other benefit, which is 26,000 viewers. You're getting a lot of money and a lot of content, a lot of things that you care about from these beefs and from this harassment.
Okay, yeah, I will say, like, just guessing by the number of views on, like, Ethan's made a decent amount of money off of ads. Wait, does he have ads? Wait a minute. Are there ads? Chat, can we confirm this? I'm not. It's sponsors. Yeah, probably gets paid more by sponsors when he does. And they did go through their, like, they did go through their sponsors really quick at the beginning. Maybe it was just was it just Teddy Fresh?
A lot of people that you've just bullied and they have nothing to gain out of it. Frogan isn't making a bag from this. She's not getting content out of this. You're attacking her in relentless ways and endorsing so much worse harassment than what even you send her way.
I took a trip to Belize and they ruined me for bananas. They had these amazing tiny bananas that were super citrusy. Huh. I mean, this one's a little bit tart. I wouldn't say it's citrusy, but that sounds delicious.
He said and posted about Frogan over the past
nasty,
years is
very
like
mean.
insanely nasty shit.
Yeah.
Worse than anyone I've seen. If this is true, absolutely mind-blowing, insane shit.
Hold on. It's not worse than anything you've seen. How could it be worse than anything you've seen?
literally.
The banana is perfectly average, above average even. Somebody even say it's huge.
No, I guess
he was
not.
very nasty. Well, I'm just saying, people like fucking want to like get lay down and fucking like.
I'm talking about specifically against Frogan.
But like he called her fat, right, and ugly, which is horrifically mean. I get called a fucking baby killer.
I was talking specifically about
that's way
Frogan.
worse than being called fat and ugly, in my opinion.
Also,
peeling a banana from the bottom instead of the top, instead of the stem, is a game changer. Yeah, it's so much easier. But it feels so weird. But then the stem acts as like a handle. It's kind of cool.
On top of Ethan and Neela constantly victimizing themselves, I did notice that as soon as we didn't immediately jump to Ethan and Neela's defense, Ethan took that to heart and he started to...
A lady finger banana? I don't know. I don't know what the variety is. I just know that it's pretty common here.
Make that his employees' problems. Instead of just, sucking it up and taking it on himself, he decided to...
In fact, I even got a hold of some bananas that had seeds in them. And like I tried kind of chomping on the seed and it was all right. But yeah, it wasn't great.
That Lena is going to have a problem with that.
A lot of this has...
I thought that maybe I would chomp on the seed and it would taste like super ultra banana. You know what I mean? And it was, it tasted a little bit banana-y.
Ramifications for the crew. The way that they have it set up is basically, if Lena were to drop out, she would lose, she would have to pay back $25,000 or something like insane. And besides that, which I told her I would cover if she wanted to drop out, she's more
Hasan versus Chris Kunstler. Yeah, that one almost won.
Really hard. And just because I'm having an issue with what's going on here,
you bringing up Lena dropping out of the fight was you publicly showing to your fans, I don't approve of this. You were saying this shit before
Meow.
Content Cop even came out.
Oh my gosh.
I told her I would cover if she wanted to drop out.
But now you are saying that you didn't have a problem with any of it until I made the video.
I was totally on board until the organizer put out a video calling me a psychopath for harassing his friend.
Obviously, Ethan and Neela will victimize themselves every chance they get. But when they have the chance to victimize someone else who's on their crew, they'll also do that.
You already forced Lena into this horrible situation. And again, you forced this situation on her.
Why would I do such a thing to Lena? Dude, you have as much agency as I do. You didn't have to badmouth me on your podcast. That was a choice that you made.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up.
Oh, the organizers of this event are not jumping to my defense? All right, well, maybe instead of shit-talking them, maybe I should zip it.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Go fuck yourself.
Horrible situation. And again, you forced this situation on her. By the way,
you forced this situation on her. Go fuck yourself.
Idubbbz, Lena's fucking having a panic attack.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
But you're just lobbing it to me and Anissa. I'm lobbing it back to you. You're the one who brought it up. If you lob it back to me and you say, well, I didn't have your back publicly. Well, fuck you. I'm going to lob it back and say, you're being irresponsible on your podcast and you're not taking any accountability for the shit you're putting out online. I think that's going to do it for this video. There's a lot more that I can share, but I'll save that for
he's being irresponsible, chat. It's like he thinks his shit don't stink.
Future. And in closing, I will reiterate so that, there's no ambiguity about it. Anissa and I are no longer involved in Creator Clash. We're stepping down completely. We hope that the event is a massive success this year. We hope that all of the fighters get what they wanted out of it. I'm sorry that I'm such a fucking nasty person who just wants to roll around in the shit. I'll put the link to Creator.
You maybe could use a different word considering that this is Ethan Klein we're talking about. Maybe that's what he means though. It's probably intentional.
Down in the description if you want to support them in their mission to get creators to fight and...
Hey, getting creators to fight. That sounds based.
Raise money for charity.
Get them to fight.
You can do that down there. I will be doing that on my own, and I hope you guys have a good time. Also, for all the people who touch grass, I want to remind you to click the like button on this video. Not so it goes in your algorithm or anything, just specifically so that we can add a counter narrative or I can get an idea of how much astroturfing is out there, because I know that a lot of these fuckers, they love their dislike button extensions. And I saw that shit and I was like, what the fuck? These are all like fabricated numbers. The like-dislike ratio was like 80-20 on my video, and then they tried to create a narrative of like, no, people actually hate this content cop, guys. It's actually so much worse. Like, bitch, like, people were more upset with, like, my wife being on OnlyFans. You're not gonna convince the internet that fucking Ethan Klein isn't being a piece of shit. Like, sorry, guys.
Wait, did he show the ratio in the beginning? I feel like he did. Is that the part that I missed?
Doesn't matter how many dislike extensions you have.
We can free Palestine without being a Nazi, okay? Yeah, fuck you guys too, okay? How about you fucking Nazis? How about that?
It's blatantly and obviously...
It's so weird, like, that he wants to, like, act like that he's not weaponizing accusations of anti-Semitism. Well, when you're so close to, when you're so quick to just be like, all right, you fucking Nazi. You and your wife are a bunch of Nazis, aren't you, Nazis?
Disingenuous.
It's just like, okay, dude, we see what you're doing. The whole fucking world sees what you're doing.
This shit blew my fucking mind. Like, this is fucking insane. And, like, dangerous. He is going out of his way to slander you as a neo-Nazi. Like, that can get you hurt.
Dan reacting to, wait, what is this? Bad faith accusations of anti-Semitism towards Ethan? I wonder from what? Was it the time that he went off on those Hasidic Jews in Israel? Like, when was it that, when did that? I don't know when.
Dangerous. He is.
But the point is that Idubbbz is making is that Dan's crew defends him against spurious accusations of anti-Semitism. And just a little ironic that he is now the one throwing those accusations.
Going out of his way to slander you as a neo-Nazi. Like, that can get you hurt.
Thank you, Ethan Klein.
He's getting out the tattoos.
You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein.
He's a very thoughtful Idubbbz. Do you see what I mean? He's deep in thought. Yeah. Wow. No, we're not going to the bot channel. We are not going to the bot channel. We are going instead to North Star Radio to see the other video that just came out about Ethan Klein versus Idubbbz. Oh my god, chat. I could understand though. All right, so here's the deal. I'm feeling it. I know some of chat is feeling it. We need to step away from Ethan Klein, right? Like, maybe not all at once, but or maybe, I don't know, for a few like episodes, like, right? I don't know. I feel like, did anybody else feel like you just like legitimately need a palate cleanser? Need a palate cleanser. Like, the problem is, I know that motherfucker's gonna be there, you know, it'll be for me tonight, right? But for you tomorrow, he's gonna react to the content cop. I predict he will react to the content cop. He might even watch the Hasan debate. He's definitely gonna try to show clips from that debate, right? He's gonna, you know, there's gonna be more shit. There's gonna be more shit coming down the Ethan Klein pipeline, aka the Hershey Highway. No, Chad, it's just gross. It's gross. It's gross. I'm grossed out. I feel like I got Jackson Pollocked by, like, you know, somebody's ass, right? Just like, I feel icky. This is what watching Ethan's content makes me feel sharded on. That's what I'm trying to say. I feel like I just took a shart to the face, and I don't like it. I'm not a fan of that. The Ethan, You Are My Best Friend song is very pleasant. Yeah, somebody was telling me that was like AI. Like, there's some story behind that song, right? I think I've had people send me that link. It does actually kind of have like a... It grows on you, right? The more you hear it, you're like, yeah, thank you, Ethan Klein. Okay, so we're going to watch this Comrade Casey stuff, even though it's more Ethan Klein. More Ethan Klein versus Idubbbz. And then maybe we can, like, do something completely different tomorrow. Wait, there is a fucking video on Hila. What the fuck is this? Oh no, chat. There's going to be more Ethan content, not less, isn't there? Bad Empanada did a video on Ethan and AB. He's basically going after AB now. Bad Empanada has... Thank you, Ethan Klein. Oh no, now it's in my head. Chat, it's in my head. It's in my head. HK, thank you for the gifted membership to Maddie B. Maddie B, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. You got to watch the one about Ela? The one about Etha. I'm always calling her Etha. Ela. I'm calling them Elon and Etha. I don't know what's wrong with me, chat. But Hasan and Chris react to it, or so you can just combine Ela video with their video, I guess. You are the rent payer. I feel like I work on the show now, chat. I should get a paycheck from Ethan. No, I shouldn't joke about that. He'll send me like a... He'll sue me or something. He'll send me a cease and desist.
Hello? Hello? This is Ian. I just got at your place, dude. I'm out front.
Oh, cool. What up, man? Nice. Cool. All right. I'm going to go let you in. Coming through the garage, okay? I'll meet you there.
Oh, hey, there you are. Hey, how was the drive? Oh, it was good.
H3H3 Productions and Idubbbz are foundational in both Gen Z's online upbringing and YouTube history entirely. From Content Cop and Bad Unboxing to Hot Knife videos and an unfortunately long N-word compilation.
Hot Knife videos? Oh, no, wait. That's the Hot Knife.
Hey, how was the drive? Oh, it was good.
H3H3 Productions and Idubbbz are foundational in both Gen Z's online upbringing and YouTube history entirely. From Content Cop and Bad Unboxing to Hot Knife videos and an unfortunately long N-word compilation, both creators helped define YouTube's golden age of edgy comedy.
Ian, we're over here.
Okay, well, how am I gonna get up there?
I've got a fire escape ladder.
It'd be nice if you got a solid ladder that didn't swing. Maybe we film a normal video. Don't have to do any goofs or gags, but, you know, obviously, it seems like you're playing one on me.
As their careers diverged and their collaborations faded into history, their paths unexpectedly converged again in 2025. Not through partnership, but through conflict.
A few days ago, my good friend Ian, also known as Idubbbz, released a content cop about me.
I didn't plan on making a content cop on H3. It sounds very stupid even saying that. H3 content cop. If I would imagine this in 2016, I would have been like, oh yeah, if I ever do that.
Internet is so broken now since October 7th. It was a good episode. The reunion of Idubbbz and Ethan. Good memories. I was never into, for some reason, I guess I was just busy with school, but I just didn't get into like YouTube stuff. Like I didn't know who either Idubbbz or Ethan were. Like, right? Like I'm trying to remember if I even heard of like Vape Nash.
gotta be because I lose the plot. Well, it turns out it's not me losing the plot, it's Ethan.
After Child Protective Services reportedly showed up at Ethan and Neela Klein's home in the early morning hours, that day's H3 podcast episode was weirdly centered around Ian and Anissa. Not because of anything they said, but because of what they didn't.
Thanks, Anissa, for standing up for your girl. I actually stood up for you so many times, because, like, why would I not? It was crazy. Of course I was gonna stand by you. That's insane. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have a problem with you if you defended me. If you want to hang out with those people and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you, enjoy your new friends.
Let's just say the online discourse was heavily centered around giardia, a fecally trained...
It's all about that giardia.
...illness, according to Ethan, who casually claimed he, his kids, and even his dog all had.
Olive has giardia.
No! Did they just show what's her fuck as giardia? Did they just show Galia? Was that like a fucking meme or something? What was that?
Heavily centered around giardia.
No, chat, check this out, check this out.
Ethan, who casually claimed he, his kids, and even his dog.
Oh my god, chat! It's giardia! I didn't even catch that. Comrade Casey, you are slick. You are slick.
Olive has giardia.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He has giardia. Ela has giardia. I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my god. If you're making an active decision that, like,
what if giardia gets giardia?
You don't give a fuck about your health, your dog shitting all over the house to the point where your kids are getting giardia. That's the image of someone who is not well.
Ian, who has largely stayed silent throughout Ethan's public unraveling, finally broke his silence, not out of malice, mostly out of concern, and he did it in the only way he knew how, by bringing Content Cop out of retirement after 7 long years to respectfully dunk on Ethan Klein. Today's broadcast is brought to you by viewers like...
Hey!
Today and unlock exclusive content at patreon.com/north.
Hey! What? Excuse me, what the fuck was that? Let me read that for you since I'm in the way.
.com/north. Yes, calls.
Okay, warning, this video contains talks of giardia, the illness often thought to have originated in Bel Air. Do not ingest scat, or you may have multiple diarrheas in one night. Think of all the diarrheas.
Before the drama, before the CPS calls and giardia discourse, Ethan and Ian were friends. Kind of. I don't really know.
Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, where we are friends with Denims, but I would say it's the same level of friendship that we had with Ethan and Ela. It's like kind of an internet friendship.
Ethan and Idubbbz were more or less in the same YouTube content niche. Edgy, uncensored, anti-woke comedy. In 2016, Idubbbz was on the H3 podcast. That same year, he made an appearance in some iconic H3 Productions videos.
What? He was in Vape Nation?
Vape Nation, Colorblind Glasses, and the aforementioned Hot Knife video. One of his more notorious moments was his first appearance on the podcast.
Oh no. At least Comrade Casey is bleeping the naughty no words.
Yeah, I love that I can just say yeah. I feel like
so chat, if you're wondering what they're saying, it's the N-word. They're combining the N-word and the F slur into one word. And this was something about like Idubbbz's community were called this, like the instead of weasels they have N-word F words. I don't know. I was pre-woke. Yeah, this was before I knew who Idubbbz or Ethan were, so I don't. I think somebody's explained once the story of why that term came about. I just heard Robert Evans joking about how he caught giardia. What? Oh no, but he for real eating rancid seafood. Wait, is Robert Evans making an Ethan Klein joke, or do you think it's? I mean, Robert Evans is the kind of guy that would go to the woods and get giardia for real. He touches some major grass, so you know that could be it too.
You're using a low I love saying.
Throughout this time, Ian and Ethan were simultaneously working on their own projects and collaborating with other creators besides just each other. Like Ian's popular series, Comedians on Scooters Getting Crunchwrap Supreme, or whatever it's called, where he had kid himself, Vsauce,
that is actually kind of funny,
as a guest.
Hey, Michael, how's it going?
Good to see you.
Good
Thanks
to
for
see
coming
you.
by.
Yeah.
You feeling all right?
Yeah, I'm a little bit hungry.
I like it pretty short. Pretty short?
Yeah,
I don't
me
like
too.
that big
I like
man.
them short and thick.
Yeah.
Yeah?
The most popular series between the two was Idubbbz Content Cop, a series Ethan actually made a cameo in as well. Content Cop was a show meant to call out the worst of YouTube, people using the platform to bully and harass smaller creators. However, Content Cop sort of became what it was critiquing when Idubbbz decided to show up to a Tana Mojo meetup and add to his compilation.
So yeah, Tana Mojo, I guess. What was the deal with her? She had said she'd been on tape saying the N-word a few times, and there was some kind of beef between her and Idubbbz, but she didn't know what he looked like. So he went to a con that she was at, and when, was like, hey, I'd like to take a picture with you. And when they were going to take the picture, he says, instead of say cheese, he says, say the N-word. But I don't. Yeah, that's the. And she's just like, the fuck out of there.
Eventually stopped making Content Cops and collaborating with Ethan.
But it was something because she had said it. I don't know. Ethan has grown as a person. Ethan has remained stagnant. Who's bigger? Idubbbz. Who was bigger? Oh, good question. I mean. That's a good question, actually.
Entirely. And years later ended up apologizing for his behavior in the earlier years of his time on YouTube. His apology even reached Tana, and it seemed appreciated.
And I guess he posted this apology video apologizing for like a bunch of things he did in the past, one of them being the video he made with me, or like to me. And I was like, damn, I just never expected that. And I don't know how I feel about it, because like I kind of think I like deserved that.
I was debating having him on Canceled and kind of on my podcast. It also was just so long ago, and I feel like I've garnered such a new fan base since then that a lot of people don't even really know about it.
You don't want to rehash anything? Or...
Not even that. I just like, you know what I mean? Like it's when something's been so long.
Oh wait, she was on Leftovers?
Yeah.
What's the point?
Okay,
I feel that. He seems like he's doing great.
The only sort of connection Ethan had with Ian after their collaborations dried up was an appearance here and there on the H3 podcast to promote Creator Clash.
We're joined by my good friends, Idubbbz, Ian, many people, his parent, his
AB, a producer of H3, participated in the last Creator Clash, and in a weird twist, his wife Lena is currently training for the next Creator Clash, unfortunately getting stuck in the middle of this whole mess.
Lena's fighting in your fight, bro. Like, what the fuck are you doing? I actually can't believe.
Oh, why did I say Leftovers? Yeah, it was Fear and. Did I say Leftovers? Oh my god, chat, my brain is cooked. I meant to say, I was thinking Fear and. I can't believe I said Leftovers.
It's actually fucking unreal.
Pretty wild.
By the way, Idubbbz, Lena's fucking having a panic attack because why would you do this and not even tell her? Like, why would you invite someone on the show and do this? It's just fucking mean-spirited.
Alright, now that we got all of that out of the way, let's talk about Ethan's more recent relationship with Idubbbz. Since the start of Ethan's crash out, Ian has stayed mostly silent. Here and there, he's made a few light jabs, poking fun at Ethan's latest unhinged take, but what really pushed Ethan over the edge wasn't Ian directly. It was the Twitter activity of Froggy Tonic, a former Creator Clash editor loosely associated with Ian and
the evil Froggy Tonic.
Froggy Tonic, who is a previous editor and friend of Anissa and Idubbbz.
You platformed Froggy Tonic, how dare you?
Who also, I mean, Anissa was
not Froggy Tonic.
Interacting with him as far as like
she was interacting with him. Oh no, she was interacting with Froggy Tonic.
Talking to him on Twitter. She's at least on friendly terms with them. His editor, Froggy psychopath.
The psychopath, yes, clearly. Yeah. That's what dangerous man out there tweeting things.
Their editor was saying psycho shit about Hila and me, calling us like baby killers and shit. And I was like, damn, bro, you're not even going to say anything? Like, what the hell?
So here's what happened. On February 18th, during a live H3 podcast episode, Ethan casually told a story about how his new dog had infected the entire family with giardia, a fecally trained...
Here we go again. No, there's giardia! No! Comrade Casey! She's already down. You don't... Wow. He keeps on doing this. He's gonna make... This is an inside joke, chat. Whenever he says giardia, he shows Galia.
He told a story about how his new dog had infected the entire family with giardia, a fecally transmitted disease according to Ethan's own words. He emphasized that giardia is only contracted through ingesting contaminated poop, which, unintentionally or not, led viewers to one obvious conclusion. Your family was eating each other's poop. I mean, what else are we supposed to infer?
Olive has giardia. It's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea. Sonny's...
Was it Bad Empanada that said he turned his family into the human centipede?
Crawling around, he's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
And now Hila has giardia.
Shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my god.
What can I do to not get it from you?
I'm trying to...
Because I'm not trying to get it.
Can we crank the AC, maybe?
It's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop.
What Ethan saw as a harmless anecdote was to much of his audience a moment of unnecessary oversharing, and frankly, a little alarming.
And there's a lot of oversharing, and it's all about poop. He's specifically, like, look, Oprah Winfrey, I guess, like, back in the day, why would you share that? Yeah, right? Like, Oprah Winfrey back in the day broke the taboo of talking about your poop, acknowledging that you poop, you know, talking about the, you know, do you have a good poop? Do you have a bad poop? I don't know, whatever. Oprah would be like, you get a poop and you get a, no, that, wait, chat, that's Ethan that does that. But anyway, like, you know, and like, look, that's great. That's great. People went from not acknowledging that poop was a real thing, pretending, you know, that, oh, I don't poop. What are you talking about? Right. To being able to talk about their poop. But, you know, it can't all be about poop. I guess is what I'm trying to say. It cannot all be about poop, right? We should be more open with each other, maybe. But when you're only open about what goes on in the bathroom, it's a little strange. And that's where we're at with Ethan Klein.
Discourse surrounding Giardia Gate was heavily focused on Ethan and Hila Klein and their abilities as parents.
I enjoy the occasional poop joke, but that seems to be the bulk of his content. It's definitely bulking up his content.
Which, I mean, is sort of in question. I think Ethan's story warrants at least some commentary.
Oprah to H3 CPS call pipeline? Oh no.
It's unlikely that this even happened, but if it did, it was totally warranted. If you look at
Dr. McRib, I'm tired. I'm so tired of all the poop. There's too much poop. Well, can we agree? There's too much poop. We don't need, like, okay, a little bit of poop every now and then could be funny, but I don't mind people making poop being open, but Ethan talks about it way too much. Yeah. It leaves a bad taste in your mouth. No!
He himself has said on the stream, there's no fucking way that if you showed that to someone at CPS, they would not be concerned enough for a visit.
Then on March 3rd, things escalated. Someone close to the family, according to CPS, made a call to Child Protective Services.
In our long career of being influencers in the public sphere, we've been swatted several times. The helicopters come, fire trucks come, police come. We, after all these years, still getting new experiences. This morning we got a visit from Child Protective Services, an anonymous call saying that
Irene, there was talks about how Ethan clogs their toilet and how Zach had stories of pooping on lawns? Wait, chat, have you heard of the Delco Pooper? Has anybody heard of this? There's a Delco Pooper out there in Delco. And some woman was following her in a car, and she got sick of it, and she got out of her car, and she actually pooped on the other woman's hood. And it's like, it got recorded. And then there's another tape of her being led away by the police, and she's like laughing. She's still laughing. She's so entertained that she was able to poop on this woman's hood, the hood of her car, that she's just like, she's not even perturbed by the fact that she's going to jail for public defecation or something. I'll see if I can find it.
They were somebody that works at the house. They wanted to report us because our kids are crawling around eating dog shit and getting viruses.
Whether CPS actually showed up at their home is unclear. We only have Ethan's word, which doesn't exactly inspire confidence. But what we do know is that on the next episode of the H3 podcast, Ethan and Hila basically had a couples crash-out session, experimenting with their own schizophrenic tendencies, trying to piece together any and all people who could have been responsible for this. A couple of those scapegoats being Twitch streamer Denims and former Creator Clash video editor Froggy Tonic.
How is this allowed on Reddit?
That's crazy.
2 hours, no moderation. How is this allowed? I'm losing my fucking mind.
It's just so obvious. Like, none of these people are actually worried about.
No. This is a serious fucking issue. Like this is not. This has to be dealt with. This is not normal. I had kids crawling around.
Can you tell us what happened?
Dark. Poor kids deserve better. So I work in a field where I'm mandated.
Poor kids deserve better.
I work in a field where I'm a mandated reporter. If I heard this story in a setting related to my job, I would have to call CPS. Yeah, I'm a nurse. I had a pediatric patient come in and his wife. And this was with the story. I'm 100% reporting it. There's a lot of people that.
I mean, that's the sad reality. The story that you told was a story that would be characterized as being disturbing, to say the least. All right, what is this? Road rage suspect defecated on car. Defecated in quotes. That's her. That's after pooping on a car. That's her. She's so happy. She's so proud of herself. God damn. Oh, this is the maximum quality chat. Sorry for the bad quality.
The lady chased me. She chased me and I asked her not to attack me.
That is 44-year-old Christina Solometto being put into a Prospect Park police car. But you may know her by this now viral video.
I don't know if we can watch this chat. She actually poops on this woman's car. It's on the news. They probably won't actually show it, right? Oh my god, please don't wait. Okay, so there's her in what appears to be Depends chat, running back to her car after. I can't show you the poop part. I'm not going to risk it for the biscuit, but
getting right back into her black Nissan, we saw.
But she was in a Depends or something. She had a Depends on. Like, it's like she was ready, chat, to poop that day, right? You know, she had set it up so that she wasn't gonna, like, you know, I don't know, ruin her underwear or her car seat when she sat back down. She had Depends. That's what I'm saying. Is that this woman somehow knew. This is why I don't exactly buy her story. Her story is that this other woman, like, chased her around in the car, like, wouldn't quit following her. So finally she stopped and she got out and she pooped on the woman's car. Right? That's her story. And somehow, I don't know if I'm buying it.
Outside of her home tonight.
They were both headed in the same direction. They both lived not far from one another. And the woman in the dark colored car thought the woman was following her, where she was actually just going home.
The incident happened Tuesday evening near the corner of 4th and Madison, a half a block away.
Chat, that was a premeditated pooping, okay? That's what I'm saying. She had a Depends on.
Away from a Little League field where the Delco defecator video.
No.
Speechless.
I don't know. It's been running through my mind all day since I've heard about it.
Just another day in Delco.
Solometto was booked on.
What's up with Delco?
charges including indecent exposure, disorder.
She's so proud of herself. Look at that. She did not. Wow.
And a misdemeanor depositing waste on the highway. As she was getting arrested, Solometo says,
I have a sickness.
She didn't elaborate on the sickness, but the bizarre case has now gotten international attention. Not the kind this police chief wants.
Wait, did they show the other thing that she said?
It can't happen in this community. No town wants this to happen.
It can't happen here.
I mean, the recognition a town gets over this kind of thing, it's really...
We'll be known as Poopsville. Yeah. Yeah, Delco, more like Poopco.
We don't want this.
And that was Chris O'Connell there with our Fox 29 Philadelphia team. And you did hear from the police chief there, just a few quick comments, but he says this story, now receiving national attention, has led him to go on social media. He actually went live just hours ago and provided a few comments saying that this is tarnishing the reputation of the...
This is a stain on the reputation of the town.
I do want to play those comments.
It's tarnishing, chat. We're getting tarnished. Just like the hood of that car.
You hear now on Live Now from Fox.
It's been a weird 48 hours here at the police department, and
I thought I'd go on social media.
Just wanted to touch base with everyone. We've probably have spoken with every news agency under the sun in regards to this, and
we will now be known as Poopsville.
I think everyone here that works in the Prospect Police Department that was involved in this did an excellent job. Our Sergeant Henry O'Neill, Officer Nick Denton, Officer Eric Davis, everyone who contributed to this.
Everyone who helped clean the poop off the woman's car.
This event that happened on Tuesday. And, I know this got a lot of attention on Facebook, and I know
I love chat. I love how serious he's trying to be about it.
I know it, it caught a lot of everyone's attention. I know there was a lot of humor associated with this and a lot of, all kinds of jokes and,
but it's not a joke when a pathogen gets spread through contamination with human feces.
AI dolls and what have you.
AI dolls? Wait, what is an AI doll? What is he talking about?
We're all, associated with this, but...
AI dolls? What does that even mean?
I'm definitely proud of the people that work here and proud of what we did. I'd like to say that I also...
Chat, only in America.
I feel like there's a little bit...
She's so happy about it. Look at her. She's glowing.
Compassion for everyone we arrest here. I'm not super happy when we arrest somebody for any incident like this. I'm not, I'm not... My wife just asked me if I want a drink. That's great. I think when you're in law enforcement for this long of a period of time, you understand that people make mistakes, and you understand that it's human.
Did she poop on an AI sex doll? I hope not.
I think
God.
People just sometimes do some
nasty,
really deplorable things.
Deplorable, okay.
Normally when they're at their lowest.
She was not at her lowest, chat. She's at her highest. That is the best day in this woman's life.
And
she has achieved like Maslow's self-actualization.
We certainly aren't patting ourselves on the back over this, and we're certainly not gloating. And I don't want to give anyone the impression that we're going to beat down on the defendant on this anymore. I feel like the defendant has been quite.
Oh no, says like she didn't wipe. She said she didn't have to. She said it was a perfect poop. I don't know why they haven't shown that yet. But yeah, she does say it was a perfect poop and that she didn't have to wipe.
Already.
But I mean, you could kind of see, if you look at the car, it's looking a little bit messy. It's not quite perfect.
So, I just want everyone to know that, you know,
I can't believe this is perfect comedy, chat. This guy is spending, like, he's so somber and so serious, and they're like, we gotta play the whole thing, the whole tape of of Sheriff David Madonna, or whatever this guy's name is, talking about the gravity of the situation. We're always sad when a member of our community falls from grace and breaks the law. And even though it's wrong to break the law, it's not like we don't have compassion. I certainly have compassion at this woman. She was at her lowest, and she dropped a deuce. There but for fortune, chat. There but for fortune. Let's be really serious about this.
Progress the police department made, and I'm happy with the way things worked out. I think a police action did need to be taken.
I'm getting convinced that I should poop on a car. Well, but by the fact that she's so happy, I mean, I guess she is really selling it, right? She must have pooped on the Cybertruck. Or her shitty ex's car to be that happy. She's way too happy.
You know, but that doesn't make me feel any better about the thing. I feel like, for sure, she's heard from everyone in Delco about this, and also the victim in this matter.
Fiber queen, no wipes necessary.
The victim in this matter was also a kind person who really doesn't want to see any additional punishment to the woman involved. So, you know, we have a whole bunch of stuff to work with this, and we have...
Was the turd taken into evidence?
You know, some more work yet to do with this, and I'm hoping for the best possible outcome for everybody. Again, this doesn't make any of us proud to make this kind of arrest. It doesn't make us...
We're not heroes. We're just doing our job.
You know, I always say that this doesn't make us, you know, Officer of the Year for doing it.
I thought it did. I was like, you're great. You stopped the pooper, the Delco Pooper.
That's right. We're doing our job.
And without your intervention, the Delco Pooper would still be at large.
And I felt as the chief here.
This story is way too long. What's going on, chat? Somebody offer an explanation to me. This is a local news story, right? I think. Wait, let me check. Is this local news? Is this national? Live now from Fox. Okay, I guess this is national, maybe? I think. But why are they letting this go on? They're padding this out, chat. They're doing this for YouTube, aren't they? It's extra long to do better as a YouTube video.
Law enforcement action had to be taken. Do I regret doing what we did? No. Something had to be happen.
Something had to be done. Do I regret doing what we did? What is the alternative to just be like, no, it's fine. It's fine. People can poop on other people's cars. That is your, that's your L.
Just ask everyone to, have a little humanity with this if possible. I get all the jokes. I get it all. Some of them more clever than others, perhaps.
We've heard them all. He sounds like somebody who's been up all night, like answering the phone, and people are calling in making poop jokes.
We're just gonna move on here at the police department.
We're just gonna go ahead and move on. We don't want to dwell on the poop. And, she wants to dwell on it. She's so happy with herself.
For us, whatever that might be. And I wish everyone well. Hope everyone's having a great night. And I don't want anyone to ever think that this detracts from this borough at all. I mean, this is a great, great place to live, a great place to raise your child, and
a great place to get giardia. Okay, I get it.
We have more wonderful events going on here than we do events like Tuesday. And
yeah, we have the Fudge Festival coming up on next Thursday, and
there's more good people in this world than bad people. And I think a lot of people just are characterized as bad.
Why is he clout chasing this poop? Like, chat, this guy is clout chasing. This is a Facebook post. Why is the fucking sheriff like being like putting his face like some would call us heroes, but for us, it's just a day's work.
People or sick people.
I just want to be serious about this. Completely serious. I get all the jokes and everything. That's very funny. Haha. But I just
sometimes they're just
want to make sure that you know our town's a nice place to live. It's not a poopy town. It's not a particularly poopy town.
Having a really bad time at life. So that's all I'm going to say about it. I wish everyone well, and I wish everyone involved in this case well. And again, I thank the officers of the police department that helped bring this to a speedy resolution. So thanks, everyone. Have a great night.
God. No.
Support us, but they want.
Oh my God, chat. We're not even like halfway done with this video.
The ramifications of what can only be described as like the most organized, malicious harassment campaign I've ever seen.
He had to spend long hours hunched over a laptop, ignoring his children and the poop they were eating for months to deliver that powerful content puke against the most evil man to ever live.
They've been going with that basically for a long time.
Why is he clout chasing? Oh my God. Why is he clout chasing this poop? Has an insane amount of relevance as a question at this point for so many reasons.
Oh yeah, Ethan's kids roll around and eat dog shit in their house. And then Denim hosts this and see what she says. And then now we wonder why people are calling Child Protective Services.
Your dog.
Yeah, chat, we needed a palate cleanser.
To the point where your kids are getting giardia.
Yeah, I never said the dog shit in my house. I never said the kids are eating shit. I said Sonny crawls around. He's an infant. He puts everything in his mouth. And I speculated if it could be related. His diarrhea. Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia. You have to ingest my poop.
It's really becoming hard to do this show because it's like you can't tell any random story anymore because it becomes like
it's just a normal story. God damn it. It's just a normal story. Is it not just a normal story? My whole family became infected with a parasite that makes you have weird diarrheas, green foamy diarrheas.
Content for this guy and a whole weapon against us.
I'm not going to edit myself, that's for sure. But
I know, but this is getting really difficult.
There has to be a way to hold Reddit accountable. At this point, I can't even blame the snarkers. It's just they are enabling it, they're allowing it, and as far as I can tell, they are participating.
Does the sheriff have a channel? He has a Facebook page.
You guys, what the what do I do?
Yeah, that's the worst thing to cleanse the palate with, right, Lady Badash?
We need to make like a Instagram reel where I say what happened, post it on Instagram, post it on Twitter.
I don't think
that won't work.
There's the answer is not on social media. It's with lawyers and reporters.
I talk my lawyer.
Charlie Kelly, thank you for the super chat. Wait, domestic domestic turdverist? Is that what you're saying? Did you just say domestic turdverist? Oh my God, that's on a whole nother level.
Lawyer can't do fucking shit, and it's driving me crazy. You know how compromised Reddit is? I haven't said this before. It's so infuriating. We got a hold of someone at Reddit a few weeks ago after everything was like peak, like max crazy. And we told them
to the
the
max
stuff. It was a comms person and they got back to us and they said, well, you guys are harassing people also. You're harassing people and they're harassing people. So I don't see the difference between your community and their community.
Ethan is clearly trying to deflect here, framing the entire situation as some grand H3 snark narrative.
It turned into this whole snark narrative. The man is talking about my children. He's painting.
It's a snark. One of those snark narratives. You know those snark narratives? Don't you hate those snark narratives? The snark narratives? What is bro even talking about? This is the definition of touch grass.
Terrible parent. neglectful parents and saying that he's, whose claim to fame as being Idubbbz' friend and former editor, is spreading malicious, damaging rumors about me that led to the CPS being called.
But he's the one who told the internet his whole family got sick by ingesting poop. That's not a leap people are making.
I'm glad somebody finally made this video.
That's your own damn story.
It's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop.
Also, it's hilarious how defensive they get about their house being clean, despite the fact that Ethan literally described his entire household catching giardia. That's not something you get from a single rogue turd.
He was checking.
Chat! We got a runner! The single rogue turd. What the fuck? Watch out for that rogue turd. It's out there.
The house and like, where do the dogs go potty? Because we heard that there's poop on the floor.
The house is spotless.
Our house is so clean.
I realized that being a father is basically just living in a world of poop. The dogs poop downstairs.
I mean, it's not untrue, I'm sure.
Look at this clip of Ethan stepping on a fossilized piece of poop under his desk.
It just depends on how significantly different this is than their existing content. I mean, if it's like a huge jump up in production quality, then it'll make sense.
What are you doing, Ethan? What are you doing?
The carpet from one of the dogs. It's like a super it's like a super, how do you call it, fibery,
Petrified?
super fluffy with like strings, you know.
Yeah.
And obviously we clean our carpet,
Obviously.
but I can't even see it with my naked eye.
I could just feel it with my naked foot.
I was just passing my foot over it and felt a bump. It's old, by the way. It's hard.
It's crusty.
By this point, the petty finger pointing reached a new level, and I'm having trouble even understanding how we got to this point so fast.
You did go in on him a little bit. You call him spineless and said you're no friend of mine.
So what?
Turds are now becoming sentient and anthropomorphized? Oh my god.
I'm just saying, just to give the context.
He is spineless, and this just proves it. Like, what a fucking coward.
Ethan and Hila basically called Ian and Anissa spineless for not
Single rogue turd is Ethan's nickname.
Froggy, as if Ian was responsible for a former editor.
We got a rogue turd here. The Delco defecator is on the move.
Things in response to
she is considered armed and dangerous.
Disgusting story, which makes no sense. There's no actual connection, no evidence, just a bunch of paranoid theorizing because someone somewhere reacted exactly how you'd expect after hearing a story about a child allegedly eating poop. That is what Ethan.
I don't understand how it's dry and crusty and fossilized, but at the same time super fluffy. Like, how does he know it was a fluffer?
Podcast.
Shut. It's not like there's a specific type called a fluffer.
Ian sucks for the same reason right now. He could say something.
It's not like I've got a Pokédex of poop, Chad. I'm not.
He could say something too. He has his own following.
Well, Ian knows us better than
mouth. He's been with us. He's seen us with our kids.
Spineless, actually.
He could say something too. If you want to hang out with those people and have no spine and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you, enjoy your new friends.
She's friends with people like Dana.
Hila sounds like she's about ready to poop on somebody's car hood.
I know. Yeah.
Which I'll show. Denham is actually participating in this whole Child Protective Service lie.
Yeah.
Which I'll
and if
show
you're
you guys
friends with them, then you're seeing what they're saying, right?
Oh, well, that Child Protective Service is even the worst thing. I mean, she's said worse things about you and me.
Yeah.
And
Rogue Turd is so good of a name. I'm dying. Oh my god. It's like the real Rogue One.
I just don't see how you can be.
She's locked and loaded.
Friend and also be friends with someone like that.
Well, you can't. So I already forgot about you.
After Ethan.
Outside dry, inside wet. Wait, is that what the fluffer is about? Hila was so catty. I already forgot you.
Things with his former friend, Ian finally felt compelled to respond, dusting off the recession indicator itself, Content Cop, in the year 2025.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up.
Chat, maybe I'll just cover stories about poop from now on.
Wakey, wakey, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Time.
Wait, fluffer means something different? What does it mean?
Wake up, Ethan. This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up.
Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake up.
Wake up.
Ethan, wake up.
Wake up, Ethan.
Ethan, wake up.
Wake up. Says anyone? Just wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up, Ethan.
I'm not gonna do a react content yet, chat.
I'm just saying that nobody's telling you to wake up.
Yummy, I love Sabra hummus.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up.
Ethan.
Wake up, Ethan.
Wake up.
Wake up, Ethan. Just wake up.
This wasn't just a nostalgic throwback. Ian's Content Cop on Ethan Klein delivers a sharp but strangely compassionate critique, centered on a few key points. Ethan engages in performative behavior and avoids accountability. Ethan uses his Jewish identity as a shield when it's convenient, disregarding criticism as anti-Semitism. Ethan is rude to his employees. Ethan manipulates his audience to pity him. Ethan uses the button to avoid accountability and growth. But at its core, Ian's video isn't a takedown. It's a wake-up call, a slap in the face of
what are you, a corn fluffer? Wait, what is that?
A friend who's clearly spiraling. He even ends the video not with
Someone in the adult industry, his job of the fluffer is to get them excited so they can start shooting. Well, they'll start shooting the scene and then they'll do the shooting after the scene ostensibly.
Rage, but with a sincere plea for Ethan to change.
I think something that's very important to me in bringing back Content Cop is to be fair. I think that was something that was not illustrated in previous Content Cops that I think should have been and probably wouldn't have left me with so much regret. Ethan deserves all of the criticism that he's getting. I think it's very valid, but I also think at the end of the day, we should acknowledge that he's human because he is human. And he is in a situation that's making him extremely scared, paranoid, defensive, sensitive, and I'm sure other features and feelings. In the spirit of Kirk saying that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug, I have challenged some of his most powerful haters to put down the haterade and just say something nice and charitable about him because I think he deserves it.
I just wanted to say that I respect that you are genuinely yourself on the internet. I think a lot of other people respect you for it as well. I think that's a big reason why people were drawn to your content in the first place. I think that's a lot of the reason why your employees chose to work with you over anyone else.
Ethan, I think it's respectable that you even began this journey to leave behind the anti-SJW crowd and step into a more empathetic worldview. I know it's not easy.
Ethan Klein, I think that when you are being goofy, when you're being silly, when you are being lighthearted, and just having fun with your friends, I think that is when you're at your best. So I'd love to see more of that. That'd be sick.
I will be reading my letter off because I don't want to sound robotic. H3 used to be the sports for good that I used to watch. I hope that one day gets back to what I remember. You were one of the inspirations for me to start creating content, so all this has stunk. I hope you really hear this, and I wish you the best.
I think Ethan Klein rocks a buzz cut pretty good, and I think he's got a good choice of facial hair. I think it's really cool what he did 8 years ago, fighting that frivolous lawsuit. That was pretty fucked up, and fighting it, he changed YouTube for the better, and I thought that was cool.
Wow.
I thought it was like he was fighting for free speech.
And in a stroke of brilliance, Ian dropped the video at the exact moment Ethan went live on the H3 podcast, ensuring the reaction would be captured in real time.
Well, what happened? There's more bad.
I think, Jim, this really means it's really brave that you're being yourself. Like, wow, what a fucking risk.
I do have some more bad news for you.
It's really brave of you, Ethan.
Some breaking news. Your old friend Idubbbz just released a video.
Yeah.
It's about you.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh my God. That is no, it can't be.
Well.
It actually can't be. Holy f, dude.
It sure is.
Oh my God. Holy f.
And from a quick scrub through, I think, well, it's going to be a little spicy.
Check the description.
Oh my God. Like what? Like what? Why? What would I do to like fucking, like what kind of fucking, like, bro, what kind of cowardly bullshit is this? Like, we have one disagreement where I get upset because you guys aren't defending me publicly after everything I've done to support you guys. And like, you bring on people who are fucking denims and Frogan, who did a fucking anti-Semitic tier list, and you're platforming them? I am genuinely in disbelief. And by the way, I know all the criticism that all these people level against me, and there's no shot that this video holds any fucking water. I'll watch the whole thing. I don't give a fuck.
Ethan, of course,
kind of crashing out before he even watches the video.
Has been gloating about the fact that he reacted to it instantly.
I hope people let him know how it's done. When Ian dropped the video about me, I opened it, live streamed it immediately. That's what's called accountability, and that's what's called believing in yourself.
But before hitting play, he spent a good while ruminating on the idea, even calling Hila and having her come over as soon as possible.
Ruminating?
His employees frantically scrubbed the video to find parts they should avoid.
I can't believe how fucking insane this is. I'm gonna watch it live.
Should you? I feel like you're gonna get really emotional and say something you regret.
Well, I've got the button. I don't need to fucking pre-watch this. I don't need someone else to hold my hand through it. Like, I'm ready to take on anything that these people have to say about me. She's on the way?
Oh yeah, she said she's coming to the office. She's leaving the house now, she said.
Oh, about this?
Yeah.
Oh, she's gonna be pissed, bro.
Should we wait to talk about it, or you want to talk about it now?
I suggested that.
I think we should.
Go ahead, you can suggest. I'm open to suggestions.
Just in terms of like it being in the moment, maybe do we want to watch it off and then?
And now he's forcing this conversation to continue and platforming this group of fucking psychopaths, minus Kirk, legend. Let's do a poll. I see people are. I can do it now.
They're gonna say watch.
They're gonna tell you to watch.
There's no point for a poll.
Well, let's see. I'm curious. They can say watch.
I just think, you know.
Well, if Hila's coming.
You should do it off stream. Because I feel like, I don't know, this escalated initially because we were live and you guys were heated about, I forget what it was, but.
Dog shit. Oh no, it's CPS.
You're coming here because of this content cop? Okay.
I told you.
Your thoughts on this so far? I mean, we're debating if we should watch it or not. Let's do the poll. Let's see like how much percent yes it is.
Should Ethan watch the Idubbbz videos, just yes or no?
I can't believe I'm on the phone with a Zionist baby killer, Hila.
Yeah, I know.
On YouTube, of his fan channels re-uploading, like every time he's talked about us, 41 videos. 41 videos about me in the past 30 days. 41.
That's a substantial amount. A lot of those are just like re-uploads of the same clips, right?
We should really group watch Frenemies episode. Ethan and Trish do personality tests. Oh no. Did they do the dark triad test?
All right, let me just get to that part at least. The fact that you want to associate with these people openly is so fucking sick. Holy shit, dude. When Ian dropped the video about me,
Isn't the guy that he called a legend the one that he directed his community to hound so much they left social media? Yes.
Live streamed it immediately.
Eventually, he started watching, cautiously, painfully cautiously, pausing every few seconds, often unable to muster a coherent response.
He's so zany, you guys. Remember how zany and cool Idubbbz is? He's doing karate and cool. He's being silly in a fucking cabin.
Big gun.
Look at him go. Yeah. Yeah.
Burpee, is he gonna do?
Bro, just to give you an idea, he puts this here. This is like a extremely rare dunny that we gave them. This is like ancient lore stuff, but like we made a special one just for them.
A what?
Like actual friendship stuff.
What is that?
Pretty nuts.
Is he fucking it? Wait, what was that thing, Chad, that he was just... Ethan has severe issues, he doesn't have relationships, but suppliers? Oh no.
Is this funny? I mean... Is that funny?
Out of a 3-hour podcast, he made it only 17 minutes into the video. The only thing Ethan really threw at Ian was a mix of name-calling and petty mockery. He was so stunned by the whole situation, he couldn't even form a coherent defense, just flailed around, clearly thrown off and grasping for anything that might stick.
Bro, you literally look like a fucking free tattoo pack that you get for 25 cents from a windy thing, bro. Like literally my kids have cooler fucking tattoos from Chuck E. Cheese. And people go, oh, Mr.
They call it a dunny? I don't know, a heap, but it's some cursed ragdoll that they'd given to a few of their guests. And he was dry humping it. The dunny in a handmade limited edition plushness made by Hila. Why do they call it a dunny?
No, listen, that's right. I'm going out.
What is it anyway? A ragdoll?
Tattoos. Bro looks like he just went to the menu and was like, I'll take that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. Cringe, bro. I'm kidding, by the way. People are going to be like, this is all he had to say? I don't think this is going to be hard to react to at all. I mean, so far, this is just pathetic.
H3 Content Cop, Idubbbz, Ethan Klein.
Is he trying to do Andrew Tate?
Control. And then you should do a Content Cop on Hasan Piker.
And then you should drink some sparkling water. Some sparkling water.
Cop on Sargon of Akkad. If I would imagine this,
He did his silly accent.
I mean, that is exactly right, though.
The moment I saw this man in a mullet covered in fucking Chuck E. Cheese 25-cent tattoos, I got concerned for him.
In the following episode, Ethan reacted to the full thing, donning a suit in remembrance of his former friend.
Today,
Wait, what? What? Was that a bong sound?
This episode somberly. I've dressed up as I'm, unfortunately, will be attending a funeral for a friend today.
But what was meant to be a big dick move on the part of Ethan, watching the Content Cop on stream after its release, he goes on to admit to pre-watching the entire video the night before.
Can we now say, because last night we did make sure we finished the video and watched everything, there was not even one mention of CPS.
Wait, Dunny is named after Jeff Dunham? They call it a Dunny? I don't know. Yeah, it's
to have watched every pixel.
I immediately went and watched it live because I want people to know just how unafraid I am of this video.
He conveniently skipped over the section about being a terrible boss.
Yeah,
let's talk about the crew. I think the crew
Let's not talk about the crew. So I vowed that I'm not even going to comment on the crew part. Obviously, if anybody wants to, they're welcome to, but I just want to keep the crew out of it, actually.
We're going to skip forward to like 45.
He just doesn't want to react to the part like where he is like caught talking to AB apparently the way that he normally talks to crew members.
Yeah, where does it? Let me see. So just to say that, so they can't say I'm avoiding criticism. The most biting thing in there is the button where the button didn't work, and I'm speaking harshly to AB.
Mm-hmm.
So like
a dunny is a toilet in Australia.
One instance where I was speaking harshly to AB, and we were having a real world workplace experience. I don't even think it's really that big of a deal.
His response, if you can even call it that, was light on substance. Mostly whining, deflection, and one especially telling moment where the context of a clip was clear as day, and Ethan and Hila still pretended they didn't understand it.
They claim that Hila, if you read online about her, the claim is that Hila says children are trained to hate Jews from birth. What is their evidence?
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
Do we have that one?
mean,
Like their evidence is Hila doing I mean.
and I don't even remember what, like, sometimes there's multiple conversations happening at once here. I don't even remember where this was going. Like, this was our post-election stream, right? Where we were all...
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was lots of chatter back and
This was
forth,
a
as the
fucking
podcast
a
does.
nightmare of a stream when we were like, okay, Trump won.
So at any rate,
I don't even remember what, like...
So once again, world building on this.
Yeah.
This is their fucking evidence for this insane claim, by the way. This extraordinary claim that Hila thinks kids...
Wait, Dunny Can is the more formal version? Everything is poop. Everything is pooper. Had another blue tongue in my dunny this morning. Wait, is that like a snake?
Are trained to hate Americans.
That's the one thing that I'm afraid of, chat, with like the state that I was in, I was pretty sure there was no poisonous snakes, no poisonous spiders. You know what I mean? And that's pretty cool, actually. And this is like the opposite of that. Everything's poisonous.
By the age of 2.
There's cobras. There's
pretty extreme
tigers. There's like...
The evidence should be pretty extreme.
They're taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
Do we have that one?
mean,
like, checkmate.
Yeah. Where does it go from there? Like, I don't say anything. I don't know what...
Let's watch it
The
unfiltered.
movement of not voting is so funny to me. Especially by people pro...
Hila and Ethan remind me of the bosses I worked with at a multinational fast fashion clothing retailer.
Palestine, because if Trump...
Oh, it's a lizard. Okay.
He's the most pro-Israel president of all
It's not
time.
good for-
The context is Hila's fucking defending Gaza because people like Hasan pathetically voted for Jill Stein instead of Kamala Harris and say things as dumb as this.
Hypothetical reality where Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Donald Trump, which we have no proof for.
That's insane.
There's really nothing of substance in this episode, even though they had all day before to write up a substantial response. It's mostly just Ethan whining for hours, circling the...
Wait, blue tongues are like giant skinks? What's a skink? I have a giant guana? Oh, like an iguana?
Same tired points without offering anything meaningful or new. But the 2 React episodes got a combined 3 million views, so I'm sure Ethan was happy to live his former glory. Ethan's biggest rebuttal, if you can even call it that, was that Ian left out several things from his video.
Now I have here a list of things that Idubbbz left out of the video that I think are important.
So, a few days later, still spiraling, Ethan tried to recapture the magic of his old H3H3 Productions days and released a response video on the main channel. A video that absolutely did not need to be made given how lost for words Ethan was on both H3 podcast episodes. But hey, it got over 1 million views, and that's all that matters to Ethan.
A few days ago, my good friend Ian, also known as Idubbbz, released a Content Cop.
There's rattlesnakes not where I lived. That would be a different part of the state.
About me. His video's over an hour long and it's full of a lot of accusations.
They said that Hasan voted for... Yeah, he's just looking for an own. Why is he saying that Hasan voted for... At least you don't have to worry about pythons or boas. They might be there. I feel like I watched a TV show where it was just a bunch of people like handling snakes. There was like a cobra, there was some kind of giant python.
We watched the entire video, every frame of it, responded to every accusation on the podcast in a really long episode. We watched the whole thing, so if you're interested in a more thorough response to everything, I would recommend watching this episode.
Ethan's entire reason for making this video hinges on the fact that Ian didn't mention the alleged CPS call anywhere in his hour-long takedown of Ethan Klein, which isn't exactly shocking considering the supposed CPS call is completely irrelevant. Let's not forget, we don't even know if a call to CPS was ever made, yet Ethan is outraged simply because Ian very loosely associates with people like Denims and Froggy Tonic, who Ethan believes encouraged the call.
The video that I'm making today, however, I don't need an hour for, because there's really just one central point that I want to make here. My good friend Ian, in his hour-long takedown, did not mention one time Child Protective Services. Not one time. In the entire video, he never says CPS. No mention, no explanation, no overview, nothing. Zero mentions of CPS. He doesn't explain why I'm upset, who I'm mad at, why I'm mad at them. Zero context. I am just an anonymous, screaming lunatic. I was particularly angry during this episode entitled Snark Called CPS on Us, because I hold Denims to be one of the primary reasons, in my opinion, why CPS was called. Another one of their friends, Froggy Tonic, had been spreading the same malicious rumor about me on Twitter for days before CPS was called as well.
Not only is there zero evidence these people incited anyone to call CPS, but Ian's not responsible for the actions or beliefs of internet acquaintances. They're mutuals, nothing more. This whole video is hilarious because it brings nothing new to the table. It barely addresses Ian at all. It's basically a recycled version of the same rant about Denims that he already posted to the Ethan Klein channel weeks ago. Ethan basically tries to claim that the entire
fire ants are the worst. You always have I always have stingos on me. Probably also, what is stingos? I mean, I guess I'm glad that exists, whatever that is, because fire ants are the fucking worst. I didn't realize that they were here. Yeah, chat. I've got like a negotiated truce with bees and hornets and wasps and stuff like that, but I don't have any sort of non-aggression pact with the fire ants, unfortunately.
The basis of Giardia Gate was fabricated by fanatic H3 Snark lunatics, leading to CPS showing up at his door.
Me, when my 3 kids ask me why they haven't seen me in the past 4 months, I was in my basement. How can you shun a fallen fan when they worry about their 3 kids when they can't be bothered to protect their dogs? Ethan was neglectful with his dogs. He's already been neglectful with his kids, and he will continue to be. As a child of a neglectful, bipolar, narcissistic dad, that's precisely why I worry about Ethan's kids. I explained it on the podcast, but the truth of the matter is, it's all a lie. It's all wrong. The man is talking about my children. He's painting me as a terrible parent, a neglectful parent, and saying that he's, whose claim to fame is being Idubbbz' friend and former editor, is spreading malicious, damaging rumors about me that led to the CPS being called. Which, by the way, Ian does not explain one time.
But let's be real. If anyone's responsible for drawing the attention of CPS, it's probably Ethan Klein himself. He spent countless hours on stream openly discussing his children's health, even speculating on what disease they have and how they got sick in front of tens of thousands of live viewers.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia. Sonny went to the doctor today to get a poop evaluation, but I'm pretty sure he has it because the symptoms is like frequent and then extremely foul-smelling diarrhea. It happened last night in the middle of the night. I walked into his room, he was crying, and I was immediately struck by the foulest his whole room was just wafting and the foulest diarrhea smell.
Some interesting notes from this video. Ethan once again focuses on Bad Empanada, who played a video game where you play as Hamas. Bad Empanada is clearly just demonstrating the hypocrisy when nearly every video game is from the perspective of American soldiers killing Arab people in the Middle East.
If you're wondering who the guy is she's watching, his name is Bad Empanada. And as far as harassment campaigns go, you'd think that Ian, as someone who cares so deeply about it, would be talking about him and not me. Here's a small taste.
I'd like to pay tribute to Ethan Klein and the new Twitch TOS that declares Zionism. Zion is a slur. I'd like to pay tribute to him by playing the first in Al-Aqsa video game where you kill Zionist soldiers as a Palestinian resistance fighter.
Ethan goes on to get baited by a hilarious Bad Empanada video, which Ethan only made funnier in the edit.
Today was pretty bad, wasn't it? Really sucked for you. You were so disappointed. The betrayal of one of your closest long-term friends, huh? Tick-tock, though, Ethan. Tick-tock, because this was just a taste. This was just a small part of what we have organized for you. It's only gonna get worse.
Oh my God.
Every day, sit there just waiting in misery, in fear of what we have in store for you. Tick-tock goes the clock.
This entire video.
Bad Empanada, if they ever do a revival of Silence of the Lambs, maybe they should get Bad Empanada to do Dr. Hannibal Lecter. I think I could see it.
Reads like it was edited by an H3 hater, not by Ethan Klein himself.
Like, I just want to be like, TikTok, Clarice, that's right.
It's just really sad, I'm gonna be quite honest. Surprisingly, as I'm writing this script,
Can you imagine Hannibal Lecter as an internet troll?
Has followed up his first response video with yet another response video, not on the H3 Productions channel, but the infamous Ethan Klein channel. This time, promoted with
the infamous Ethan Klein.
Swastika on purpose. This video is unintentionally perfect because it flawlessly proves Ian's point. Every behavior Ian called out in the Content Cop, Ethan hits them all on cue, using his identity as a shield, launching unhinged schizophrenic harassment campaigns, and playing the eternal victim of anti-Semitism. During Ethan's reaction to the Content Cop, he noticed something about the sword Ian was holding in several photos.
They had a sword that looked like a swastika in the video. I know it was an anime thing, but maybe we'll be a little more careful.
I said that this morning too.
Let me pull that up. I know that the chances that they did on purpose is close to zero, right? So I'm not accusing them.
So I guess he felt the need to make a video out of it.
It feels like he got like I don't know, for somebody who's acting like, you know, I'm not going to accuse them of it, to go to straight up like that being like the major thing that he wanted to like ask Hasan about. That's pretty wild.
Trust me, this shit is going to get played out for months.
Hey guys, Ethan here. I never thought in a million years that these people, as much as I dislike them, would intentionally include a swastika and a call-out. I really wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt. But if you watch this entire video, you will come to the same conclusion I did, which is that this is almost certainly an intentional dog whistle. These guys knew exactly what they're doing.
This whole video is so pointless and easily explainable if you're not disintegrating.
So his point of view wasn't that like Hasan is a crypto fascist? Because I feel like he tried to make that point too. Or he said he was a dog whistle. Chat, you understand what a dog whistle means? Like that would be representative of Hasan trying to get the Nazis on his side, trying to subtly signal to the Nazis that, you know, and if it was a swastika, then that's not a dog whistle. It would be some weird covert symbol like the number, you know, like numbers or something that like, or I don't know, a phrase or something like that to like, but anyway, he's all over the map on this, you know, either it's just really dumb and irresponsible of them to leave that in the video, or they didn't intentionally do it, or they did intentionally do it, you know, to get because they knew that I would be bothered by it, or straight up they did it to be like dog whistle to Nazis.
Migrating from the inside from a bad case of giardia. And no, it's not a Nazi sword. It's from an anime. Swastikas were around long before the Nazis. They're not the same symbol. And
yeah, it's not even the same symbol. It's not even a swastika.
Definitely knows that, considering how often he gets falsely accused of anti-Semitism.
If not the movie, BE would be perfect for the audiobook. Wait, is there one that was written by Hannibal Lecter? Is there a Hannibal book that's like first person?
When you have no actual defense, you reach for the only weapon left, crying anti-Semitism over and over until your audience is too tired to fact-check you, which is exactly what Ian criticized him for, and somehow Ethan thinks doing it again is a valid rebuttal. At its core, after making several videos on the topic, Ethan never made a response video. It was a tantrum. Ethan's reaction to Ian's Content Cop is less about correcting misinformation and more about deflecting, projecting, and spiraling in real time. Ian called out Ethan for using his identity as a shield, for ducking accountability, and for launching obsessive harassment campaigns against people he disagrees with. And instead of proving any of that wrong, Ethan spent hours across multiple videos doing exactly what Ian described. He cries anti-Semitism at every turn, fixates on people Ian barely knows, and paints himself as the victim of a grand conspiracy, because
gang stalking.
Actually addressing the criticism would require some self-awareness. The majority of Ethan's response isn't even about the actual content of Ian's video. It's about the fact that Ian made one at all. He can't believe someone he once considered a friend would dare criticize him, so he turns that betrayal into content, because that's what Ethan does now. Repackage personal grievances as righteous outrage, and hope the audience doesn't notice the cracks forming beneath him. Ian's Content Cop didn't cancel Ethan. It didn't ruin his reputation. It held up a mirror, and Ethan, true to form, punched it.
Oh.
So now we're left watching the fallout. A man once known for his self-awareness, now stuck in a feedback loop of denial, calling everything anti-Semitic and doing exactly what he was criticized for, but louder. Thank you for watching North.
That's a pretty succinct description. Yeah, that is kind of like Ethan is sort of a one-trick pony at this point.
Peace and love. Free Palestine.
Okay, so chat, this is Comrade Casey, North Star Radio. If you want to check him out, this is the link to do so. You can follow North Star Radio on YouTube. That's the channel that we just watched. I need to thank my Patreons. Again, everybody on my Patreon gets access to the videos before they come out in without any sort of censorship or redaction. Everybody at the $5 level and higher also gets a fancy shout out. Let me do those shouts out now. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Jessica Bell. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zerazerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to everybody. Awesome stream today. I might try to do some self-care. I don't know what form that will take. If it's just going to be, you know, streaming about something else, or taking a little bit of a break, or I don't know, trying to, you know, get in the lab and edit. Rogue Turds, yeah, lives on. Rogue Turd will always live on. We learned so much about poop tonight. Shouts out to Nocom. Thank you, HK. Oh yeah, the other thing I gotta always remember to do is to find a place to all right, USA hole it is. All right, so get in that robot, Shenji, because it's time to raid. If you're watching me on YouTube, you can come over to Twitch. We're gonna raid USA hole, and then I'm gonna get something to eat and try to figure out what my next move is, because I really do want to get some videos out. I want to get some content done. I also gotta, like, I don't know, do something, because Ethan was driving me crazy today, and I think people could tell was getting to me. So But yeah, I think there'll be more Ethan content tomorrow. Have you watched? I saw the TV Glow. Yes. I haven't talked about it much, though. I have seen it, though. Yeah, we should do more pop culture stuff. Loving the butterfly in your hair. Thank you. Dumptastic Turdurist. Oh my god. So many memes from tonight. But yeah, there you go. If you want to get in on that USA whole raid, it's in Twitch right now. I'll give you a few more seconds before raiding you in. Much love to everybody. Yeah, Marmots, you're reminding me. I gotta balance. That's what we need, chat. We need balance. We need more diversity in the streams and more balance. I need to talk about more different things. And yeah, I think I got my work cut out for me. Let's be real, chat. So I'll try to take some time to make the stream better. Anyway, there goes the raid. I will see you all tomorrow. Talk to you later. Again, the VOD will be up as soon as I can get it up. I just, like, there was some stuff that Ethan said and some stuff that was on, I can't remember whose screen, but there were, like, I don't know, some stuff that I gotta sort of edit before I put it out. Oh shit, I was supposed to do this. We caught the end of it. Thank you so much for raiding. Welcome, cutie. All right, so yeah, we're raiding in. That's USA Hole on Twitch. Go follow them if you're not already. I will be. I don't know, chat. I'm trying to think. I may take some time, but if I do, I'll also be doing content. So you'll either see videos or more streams. I do have to make more videos. That's the balance thing, right? Like stream a little bit less, make videos a little bit more, and keep things balanced. All right, I'll try to